All right, so you know how it is these days, right? Dating apps. It is a jungle out there. For every decent human being, there are 10 weirdos, a handful of ghosts, and maybe, just maybe, one person who does not make you want to throw your phone across the room. I would been through my fair share of duds. Believe me, I am Sarah. By the way, and this story, well, it is about how I almost became another statistic. How I learned that the monsters are not always hiding under your bed. Sometimes, they are sitting across from you at a nice restaurant, smiling, looking perfectly normal. My name is Sarah, and I am just, well, I am just me, 28 years old, living in a decent little apartment in the city, working a pretty standard marketing job. My life, honestly, was about as unremarkable as it gets. I had my routine's coffee at the corner shop on Elm Street every morning, gym 3 times a week, Friday night takeout and a movie. Saturdays were for errands, maybe a brunch with friends. Sundays were for laundry and dreading Monday. You know the drill, like a lot of people my age. I dipped my toes into the online dating pool from time to time. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, I would have them all at one point or another. Mostly, it was just noise, awkward conversations, bad first dates, the occasional decent connection that fizzled out, nothing to write home about, nothing that ever made me think my life was about to become a horror movie. Looking back now, with the benefit of hindsight that, cruel, crystal clear lens, I can see the threads, the tiny, almost imperceptible tugs at the fabric of my everyday life, the moments that, at the time, I brushed off as coincidence, as my own overactive imagination, as just life, but they were not. They were the first whispers of something truly sinister, echoing in the quiet corners of my unremarkable existence. It started subtly, maybe 2 or 3 months before everything really fell apart. A feeling. You know that feeling, right? That prickle on the back of your neck, like someone's watching you. Even when you are alone, I would be walking home from the grocery store, headphones in, minding my own business, and suddenly I would feel it, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, a sense of an unseen gaze. I would whip my head around, and there'd be nothing, just the usual city bustle. Strangers passing by, absorbed in their own worlds. I would shrug it off. Paranoia. Sarah, you are just tired. Then there were the small things around my apartment. My front gate, for example, it is a wrought iron gate, a bit old, and sometimes it does not quite latch properly. I would always make sure it was secure when I left for work, giving it a good tug, but a couple of times, I would come home, and it would be slightly ajar, not wide open, just unlatched. I would assume it was a wind, or maybe I had not pulled it hard enough that morning. I even blamed the neighborhood kids once or twice, though I would never actually seen them mess with it. My trash cans. 2. I kept them neatly tucked against the side of my building. One morning, I found the recycling bin moved a good 3 feet away, sitting right in the middle of the narrow path leading to my back door. It was heavy, full of glass bottles and cardboard. No way the wind did that. I remember standing there, staring at it, a tiny knot forming in my stomach. But again, I rationalized it. Maybe the sanitation workers had been a bit careless. Maybe a stray animal had knocked it. Anything to avoid the unsettling alternative. The sightings began around the same time, not of a specific person at first. Just a car, a silver sedan. It was a common model. Nothing distinctive, but I started noticing it. First, parked a few blocks from my apartment when I was walking to the gym. Then, a week later, I saw it again in the parking lot of the supermarket I frequented. I remember thinking, huh, small world. A few days after that, as I was leaving my coffee shop, it drove past, slowly. I did not think anything of it. Plenty of silver sedans in the city. It was just a car. Then came the man. He was unremarkable. Average height, dark hair, glasses, the kind of face that blends into a crowd. The first time I noticed him, he was sitting at a table outside my coffee shop, reading a book. I barely registered him. The second time, he was a few aisles away from me in the grocery store, looking at the same brand of cereal. I remember he glanced up, and our eyes met for a split. Second, he gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod, and I gave a polite, equally tiny nod back. I thought, oh, that guy again. He must live in the neighborhood. The third time was when I started to feel a flicker of unease. I was at the park, jogging my usual loop. He was sitting on a bench, facing the path, reading the same book. I think, when I passed him the second time, I felt his eyes on me. It was not an aggressive stare, more observant, like he was studying me. I picked up my pace, my heart thumping a little faster than it should have been for a casual jog. I told my friend, Chloe, about it over drinks one night. There is this guy, I said, trying to make light of it. He is just everywhere. Coffee shop, gym, grocery store, now the park. It is getting a little weird. Chloe laughed. He probably thinks you are stalking him. Seriously, Sarah, it is a small city. You have routines. He probably has routines. It is bound to happen. And that was it. Chloe's logical explanation was exactly what I needed to hear. It made sense. I was being silly. I was probably just noticing him more because I would notice him once before. Our brains are wired like that, right? Pattern recognition. It was not a pattern, it was just me. So I stopped thinking about it. Or, rather, I tried to, but the little things kept happening. A faint smell of cologne near my front door when I knew no one had been there. A shadow shifting outside my window late at night, dismissed as a tree branch. The silver sedan, always just out of full view, always there. I started to develop a low-level hum of anxiety, a constant, almost imperceptible thrum beneath the surface of my daily life. It was like living with a faint, persistent headache, not debilitating, but always there, reminding you something is not quite right. Then came the match. It was a Tuesday evening. I was curled up on my couch, scrolling through Tinder, half-heartedly swiping left on most profiles. My finger paused on a picture of a guy named Mark. He was smiling, a friendly, open smile, dark hair, glasses the same kind of glasses that guy I kept seeing wore. But I did not make the connection. Not then. I was just thinking, okay, he is cute, decent bio. 2, it mentioned a love for indie films, hiking, and trying new coffee shops. Sounded normal. I swiped right. A second later, it is a match flashed across my screen. Mark had swiped right on me too. We started chatting. He was easy to talk to. His messages were thoughtful, engaging, and he asked good questions. He seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our favorite spots in the city. He mentioned he lived a few neighborhoods over, which was convenient. After a few days of back and forth, he asked me out for coffee. I agreed. There is this great little place on Elm Street. He typed, "Do you know it?" My heart did a tiny flutter. That was my coffee shop. The one I went to every single morning. I do. I typed back, a little too enthusiastically. I love that place. Perfect, he replied. See you there Friday, 7 p.m. Friday evening rolled around. I was actually a little excited. Mark seemed like a genuinely nice guy, and it had been a while since I would had a first date that felt promising. I walked into the coffee shop, scanning the faces, and there he was, sitting at a small table near the window, nursing a black coffee. The same man I would seen at the grocery store, at the park, outside this very coffee shop. My stomach dropped. A cold wave of nausea washed over me. It was him, the silver sedan guy, the ubiquitous presence. He looked up, saw me, and his face lit up with that same friendly smile for his Tinder profile. He stood up as I approached, pulling out a chair for me. Sarah, hey, great to finally meet you in person. His voice was warm, smooth. I managed a strained smile. Hi, Mark. You too. I sat down, trying to steady my breathing. Okay, Sarah, calm down. It is a coincidence. A really, really big coincidence. But still, he probably just recognized you from the app or from seeing you around. The date started off well. Normal. He was charming, engaging, just like in our chats. He made me laugh. He asked about my work, my interests. We talked about movies, books, travel. He seemed genuinely interested, and I found myself relaxing a little, pushing the unsettling feeling to the back of my mind. Maybe Chloe was right. Maybe it was just a small world. Then he started talking about the coffee shop. So, you come here often? He asked, taking a sip of his coffee. Yeah, pretty much every morning. I said, trying to sound casual. It is my go-to. He nodded, a knowing glint in his eye. I figured, you always get the same thing. Do not you. A large oat milk latte. Extra shot. My breath hitched. My smile faltered. How did you know that? I asked, my voice suddenly a little shaky. I did not post my coffee order on social media. I did not even tell my friends my exact order. He chuckled, a low, easy sound that suddenly felt chilling. Oh, you know, I am observant. Plus, I have been in here a few times myself. Seen you around. He waved a dismissive hand. It is a popular place. Observant. That word echoed in my head. The conversation continued, but now I was on high alert. Every word he spoke, every casual observation, felt like a trap. So, you are a big reader, right? He asked, leaning forward slightly. I saw you at the bookstore last Tuesday. Picked up anything? Good. Last Tuesday. I had been at the bookstore last Tuesday. I would spend a good hour browsing the new releases. I had not posted about it anywhere. I had not even told anyone I was going. I stammered. I picked up that new psychological thriller, The Silent Patient. He smiled, a slow, deliberate smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Ah, a classic. Good choice. I almost picked that one up myself. You were looking at it for a while, debating between that and the latest Colleen, Hoover. My blood ran cold. The air in the coffee shop suddenly felt thick, suffocating. He knew the exact two books I would been deliberating between. He had not just seen me, he would been watching me. He would been close. I forced a laugh, a dry, hollow sound. Wow, you really are observant. Mark, that is pretty impressive. Just paying attention, he said, his eyes still fixed on mine, that unsettling glint still there. It is a good quality in a person, do not you think, to really see someone. The rest of the date was a blur of forced politeness and escalating panic on my part. I made an excuse about having an early morning and cut it short. He walked me to my car, and I could feel his gaze on me the entire time. When I got into my car, I locked the doors immediately, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys. I did not look back as I drove away, but I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that he was watching me go. I did not sleep that night. Every casual interaction, every coincidence, every fleeting feeling of being watched, rushed back to me with a horrifying clarity. The gate unlatched, the trash bin moved, the faint smell of cologne, the silver sedan, the man, Mark. He had not just seen me around. He had been following me for weeks, maybe months. He knew my routine. He knew my coffee order. He knew what books I looked at in the bookstore. He had orchestrated our match on Tinder, knowing I would eventually swipe right on him because he had carefully cultivated a profile that he knew would appeal to me based on his weeks of observation. He had been lurking in the shadows of my life, a silent, unseen predator, gathering information, waiting for the perfect moment to insert himself. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was not just on a bad date, I had been targeted. My seemingly ordinary life had been meticulously observed, dissected, and then invaded. The casual connections I made online, which I thought were my choice, had been manipulated. The next morning, I was a wreck. I called Chloe, my voice shaking. I poured out everything: the sightings, the gate, the trash, the date, the specific details Mark had known. Chloe listened, her voice growing increasingly concerned. Sarah, that is not okay. That is really messed up. Messed up is an understatement. Chloe, he was watching me before we even matched. He engineered this whole thing. Okay. First, block him everywhere. Tinder, phone, social media, everything. I did. It felt like a small act of defiance against a looming threat, but it did not make me feel safe. He already knew where I lived. He knew my routine. Blocking him online felt like closing a door after the intruder was already inside. I spent the next few days in a state of hypervigilance. Every shadow was a potential threat. Every car that passed my apartment sent a jolt of fear through me. I checked my locks obsessively. I pulled my blinds shut the moment the sun went down. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a cage, a fishbowl where I was constantly on display. I even went to the police. They listened politely, took notes, but without any direct threats, without any physical evidence of crime. Their hands were tied. MS Hayes, the officer said, his tone sympathetic but firm. It sounds incredibly unsettling, and I understand your fear, but he has not technically done anything illegal. He just knows a lot about you, which, while creepy, is not a crime in itself. We can file a report, but there is not much we can do unless he escalates. Unless he escalates. The words hung in the air, a chilling prophecy. And escalate. He did. The first sign was a few days later. I came home from work, and as I walked to my front path, I noticed something on my doorstep, a small, neatly wrapped package. My heart pounded. I had not ordered anything. I had not received any mail that day. Cautiously, I picked it up. It was a small, artisanal blend of Earl Grey tea, my favorite brand. The one I only ever bought from a specific specialty store downtown. A brand I had never mentioned to Mark or anyone online. Inside the package, tucked beneath the tea, was a small, Handwritten note. The handwriting was neat, elegant. I hope you enjoy this. Sarah, I know how much you love a good cup of tea after a long day. You look tired today. Take care. No signature. No name. Just the implicit, terrifying knowledge that he had been watching me, had seen me come home, had known exactly what I liked, and had left this chilling gift. I dropped the package as if it were on fire. My legs gave out, and I sank to the ground, my back against my front door, tears streaming down my face. He was not just watching me from afar anymore. He was coming to my door. He was entering my space. Panic gave way to a cold, hard resolve. I could not live like this. I contacted a private security company the next morning. They installed motion sensor lights, a doorbell camera, and reinforced the locks on my windows and doors. They even suggested I get a dog. But I was not ready for that kind of commitment. The security system was expensive, but the peace of mind, however fleeting, was worth it. For a few days, things were quiet. Too quiet. The silence was heavy, pregnant with unspoken dread. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every time I heard a noise outside, I froze. I barely left my apartment, working from home, ordering groceries for delivery. I was a prisoner in my own home, even with the new security. Then, the messages started, not from Mark directly, because I had blocked him, but from burner numbers. Text messages that contained fragments of my daily life. Nice new lights. They won't keep me out forever. Your cat, Mittens, is very cute. She seems lonely without you at work. Mittens was an indoor cat. How did he know her name? Had he been inside? You really should not leave your window open. Even just a crack on the second floor. It is an invitation. I had left my bedroom window open a crack that morning, just for a few minutes, to air out the room after my shower. It was on the second floor, facing away from the street. An invitation. He was not just watching from the street. He was closer. Much closer. I called the police again, showing them the text, the tea. They took it more seriously this time, giving me a case number, promising to patrol my street more frequently. But they still could not definitively prove it was Mark, and the texts were from untraceable numbers. They advised me to be vigilant, to keep all doors and windows locked, and to call 911 immediately if I saw him or felt threatened. That night was the worst. I was sitting in my living room, the lights on, trying to distract myself with a book, but my eyes kept darting to windows. The security system was armed, the doorbell camera on. Every creak of the old building made me jump. Around midnight, a notification flashed on my phone motion, detected at front door. My heart leaped into my throat. I grabbed my phone, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I opened the app, pulling up the live feed from the doorbell camera. The image was grainy, black and white, but clear enough. Standing on my porch, directly in front of my door, was Mark. He was not moving. He was just standing there, facing the camera, his hands tucked into his pockets. He wore a dark hoodie, the hood pulled up, but I could clearly see his face, illuminated by the faint glow of my porch light. He was not smiling. His expression was utterly blank. His eyes, though, were fixed on the camera lens, as if he knew I was watching, as if he was staring directly into my soul. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds. Then, slowly, deliberately, he raised one hand. He pressed his palm flat against my front door. Just for a moment, a silent, chilling message. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. The motion sensor stopped, and the feed went back to showing an empty porch. I did not call the police. I could not. I was paralyzed by terror. What would I even say? He stood on my porch and touched my door. They would tell me to call if he tried to break in, but the message was clear. He could get to me. He was telling me he could. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, the covers pulled up to my chin, listening to every sound. Every shadow that danced across my walls seemed to take on malevolent shape. I did not sleep a wink. The next morning, I packed a bag. I called Chloe. I can't stay here anymore. I whispered, my voice raw. I can't. He was at my door last night. He is sending me messages. I can't live like this. Chloe, bless her heart, did not hesitate. Come to my place. Sarah, right now, I will help you figure things out. I drove to Chloe's. My rear view mirror constantly checked for the silver sedan. I felt like a fugitive, fleeing my own life. Living at Chloe's provided a temporary reprieve from the immediate terror, but the psychological damage was done. Every time I heard a car outside, every time I saw a man with dark hair and glasses, my heart would seize up. I started seeing therapists, trying to untangle the knot of paranoia and fear that had become my constant companion. The police did eventually get involved more seriously, with my new security footage of Mark on my porch and the consistent pattern of harassment. They issued a warrant for his arrest. They found him a few days later, living in a small apartment a few neighborhoods over, just like he would said, in his apartment. They found a chilling collection printouts of my social media profiles, a meticulously detailed schedule of my daily routine, photos of me taken from a distance, and even a small, framed photo of me leaving my coffee shop, taken weeks before we ever matched on Tinder. He had even kept a small journal, detailing his observations of me, his plan to meet me, and his excitement when I swiped right. It was a terrifying testament to the depth of his obsession. Mark was charged with stalking and harassment. The legal process was long and arduous. He claimed he was just observing me, that he was interested in me, that he loved me. He did not see anything wrong with what he did. That was the most terrifying part, his complete lack of remorse, his inability to understand the terror he had inflicted. He was eventually convicted and sentenced. But the sentence felt like a slap on the wrist for the permanent damage he had done to my sense of safety and trust. I never moved back into my old apartment. I could not. The memories were too strong. The feeling of violation too pervasive. I sold it and moved to a different part of the city, hoping for a fresh start. But some scars never truly heal. Every time I swipe on a dating app, a cold dread washes over me. Every time I meet someone new, I find myself scrutinizing them, searching for the telltale signs of someone who knows too much. The world feels like a more dangerous place now, full of unseen eyes and hidden agendas. Sarah's story is a stark reminder that in our hyper-connected world, the line between harmless interest and dangerous obsession can be terrifyingly thin. It reminds us that sometimes the most mundane details of our lives can be weaponized against us, and that the monsters are not always in the shadows sometimes. They're just a swipe away, waiting to introduce themselves. And sometimes they have been waiting for a very long time. My name's Alex. I am a pretty average guy. Work a decent job in it. Live in a decent apartment complex on the outskirts of the city. After a particularly messy breakup a year or so ago, I would kind of retreated into myself. Spent a lot of evenings with takeout and Netflix. Weekend mornings with a book and a strong cup of coffee. But eventually, the loneliness started to gnaw. My friends, bless their hearts, kept telling me to get back out there. Alex, you are a good guy. Get on the apps. what is the worst that could happen? Famous last words, right? So, about 3 months ago, I finally caved, re-downloaded a couple of those dating apps, polished up my profile, swiped right on a few, swiped left on a lot. It was exactly what you would expect. A lot of bland conversations, a few awkward first dates that went nowhere. I was starting to think maybe I was just destined for a life of solo movie nights. Then I matched with Lena. Her profile immediately caught my eye. She was stunning, in that effortlessly cool way. Dark, wavy hair, piercing blue eyes that seemed to hold a hint of mischief. Her bio was witty, smart, and she had a love for obscure indie films, which instantly piqued my interest. But it was not just her looks or her bio that made me pause. It was her main profile photo. It was a selfie, taken in what looked like a really modern, minimalist living room. Sunlight streamed in through a large window, illuminating a sleek, gray sofa and a potted monstera plant in the corner. And that is when a little alarm bell, faint at first, started to ring in the back of my head. That living room, that specific shade of gray on the sofa, the way the light hit the wall, the style of the window frame, it looked familiar, too familiar. I stared at it for a good minute, my thumb hovering over the screen. No, it could not be. It was just a common aesthetic, right? Lots of new apartment complexes have similar layouts, similar furniture packages if they are staged. My own apartment, while not identical, shared some of those modern, clean lines. I lived in a pretty big complex called the Lofts at Willow Creek. It had hundreds of units spread across several buildings. It was entirely possible, even probable, that someone else's apartment just happened to look a bit like mine. I rationalized it away. Swiped right. We matched instantly. Our initial texts were great. She was engaging, funny, and our conversation flowed easily. We talked about movies, books, even shared a few funny stories about our terrible past dating experiences. I found myself genuinely excited. This felt different. This felt promising. But that photo kept nagging at me. Every time I message or look at her other pictures, my eyes would invariably drift to that main shot. The more I looked, the more specific details started to jump out. The texture of the throw blanket on the sofa, the specific design of the coffee table, the faint reflection of what looked like a modern art print on the wall opposite her. It was uncanny. It was like looking at a slightly altered version of my own living room. One evening, I was sitting on my own gray sofa, scrolling through my phone, and her profile popped up again. I looked up, then down at the picture, my monstera plant, sitting in its ceramic pot by the window, looked almost identical to the one in her photo. The light from my window, hitting the far wall, it was the same. A chill, a very faint one, traced its way down my spine. I tried to shake it off. Come on, Alex, you are being paranoid. It is a popular plant. It is a common apartment plant. You are just looking for trouble because you are nervous about a good match. I decided to try and verify it. Subtly, in our text, I mentioned living at the Lofts. I waited to see if she would say something. She did not explicitly. Anyway, she just said, "Oh, nice. I love that area. I am pretty close by too. Vague. Too vague. Or perfectly normal." We agreed to meet for coffee that Saturday. My favorite spot. A little independent place called The Daily Grind, just a few blocks from my complex. I was genuinely excited, but also a little on edge. That week, the coincidences started to pile up. Small things. At first, things I could still explain away, but that slowly chipped away at my rationalizations. I would be heading to the gym in my building, and I would see her walking out. She would give a friendly smile, a quick wave. "Hey, Alex, fancy seeing you here." And I would smile back, feeling a weird mix of pleasant surprise and a growing sense of unease. The lofts is 2 gyms, one in each main building. I always used the one in my building, Building B. She would always be coming out of that one. Then, I would be walking my trash down to the chute on my floor, and I would see her, waiting for the elevator. Again, a friendly greeting. "Hi, Alex, on your way out." "No, just taking out the trash." And I would wonder, what was she doing on my floor? My floor, the 5th floor, was pretty quiet. Most residents kept to themselves. I started paying closer attention. I would see her in the parking garage, getting into a sleek, silver sedan. I would seen that car before, parked on my level, a few spaces down from mine. I just had not connected it to anyone in particular. Now, the connection felt like a tightening knot in my stomach. My rational brain was screaming, "She lives in your complex. Alex, of course you're going to see her. It is a huge place." But another part of me, a colder, quieter part, was whispering, "But where in the complex? And why does it always feel like she is just there?" The day of our coffee date arrived. I dressed carefully, trying to look casual but put together. My heart was doing a nervous little jig in my chest. I was genuinely looking forward to it, despite the creeping weirdness. Maybe, I thought, once I met her in person, all these silly anxieties would just melt away. I would laugh about how paranoid I would been. I got to the daily grind a few minutes early, ordered my usual a large black coffee. No sugar, no cream. Found a small table by the window and waited. She walked in exactly on time. And she was even more beautiful in person. She spotted me. Her eyes lit up, and she came straight over, a warm smile on her face. "Alex, so good to finally meet you." Her voice was soft, a little husky, and perfectly charming. "Lena, great to meet you too," I said, standing up. We shook hands. Her grip was firm. She sat down opposite me. "So, you have already got your coffee." "I see," she said, gesturing to my cup. Large black. No sugar. No cream. Classic. My smile faltered. My stomach did a full-on flip. I would just ordered it. I had not told her my order. We had not talked about coffee preferences beyond a general love for the stuff. Yeah, I stammered, trying to sound nonchalant. "You remembered." She chuckled, a light, airy sound. "Oh, you know, I pay attention. Besides, it is a good choice. My brother drinks his coffee the exact same way." A plausible explanation. A little too plausible. My internal alarm bells went from a faint ding to a full-blown siren. The conversation started easily enough. She asked about my work, my hobbies. I asked about hers. She was a graphic designer. Worked from home. That explained why I saw her around the complex so much, I supposed. Then she said, "So, I was thinking about that sci-fi movie you mentioned, Arrival. You said you would just watch it again last week, right? It is such a great film. I love how it plays with time." My blood ran cold. I had watched Arrival again last week, on a Tuesday evening, alone in my apartment. I had mentioned it to her in passing, a few days ago, as one of my favorite films. But I had not mentioned when I would watched it. Definitely not that it was again last week. I gripped my coffee cup a little tighter. "Yeah, it is a classic. Really makes you think. I tried to keep my voice even. How did you know I would watch it again last week? She smiled, a little too brightly. Oh, you know, I think you mentioned it. Or maybe it was in your profile. I can't remember. I just have a good memory for details. No, I had not mentioned it in my profile, and I was pretty sure I had not mentioned when I would watch it in our texts. I was meticulous about what I shared. Online, I had to be. My job involved security. The rest of the date was a blur of 4 smiles from me and perfectly charming conversation from her. Every compliment felt like a subtle probe. Every shared interest felt like a carefully placed trap. I felt like a deer caught in headlights, trying to pretend everything was normal while my internal monologue was screaming. When we finally parted ways, she gave me a warm hug. I had a really great time. Alex, we should definitely do this. Again. Yeah, absolutely, I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. But all I wanted to do was run. Run back to my apartment, lock the door, and hide under my bed. I walked home in a daze. The sun was shining. People were out and about, but the world felt muted, distant. My apartment complex, which had always felt like a sanctuary, now loomed like a cage. The first thing I did when I got back to my unit was open her profile again. I zoomed in on that main photo, and this time, I was not just looking for similarities. I was looking for proof, and I found it in the background, barely visible on a small side table next to the sofa, was a book. It was slightly out of focus, but the spine was distinctive. It was a first edition of a specific science fiction novel, Dune, with a very particular cover art, a gift from my dad. It sat on my side table, next to my gray sofa, in my living room. My blood ran cold. My hands started to tremble. It was not just similar. It was my apartment. Her profile picture was taken inside my living room. How? When panic, raw and visceral, clawed its way up my throat. I stumbled backward, bumping into my own gray sofa. The same sofa. My eyes darted around the room. Every detail of her photo matched my living room, down to the small, almost imperceptible scratch on the coffee table that I would gotten moving furniture. She had not just seen me around. She had not just been watching me. She had been inside my home. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with terror. I scrolled through our texts, looking for anything, any clue. Nothing. All perfectly normal. Then I remembered the silver sedan, my parking level, my floor, the gym. I rushed to my front door, checking the lock. Double locked. Always. I peered through the peephole. The hallway was empty. But what if it was not? What if she was just out of sight, waiting? My mind raced, trying to piece together a timeline. When could she have done this? I was rarely gone, for long stretches. Work, errands, seeing friends. Then it hit me. The building maintenance. They had master keys for emergencies, for repairs. They always sent out notices when they needed to access apartments for inspections or planned work. I had not had any of those recently. But what if someone had gotten a hold of the key? Or what if she worked for the building? No, she would said she was a graphic designer. Worked from home. I started to feel a profound sense of violation. My home, my sanctuary, had been breached, and by someone who had then meticulously crafted an online persona to lure me in. I blocked her number, blocked her on the dating app, deleted the app entirely. My hands were still shaking. I walked through my apartment, a new pair of eyes. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak of the building more ominous. I checked my windows. Locked. The sliding door to my small balcony. Locked. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to get out, to leave. But where would I go? She knew where I lived. She had been inside. As I stood in my living room, heart pounding, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Did you have fun today? Alex, I know I did. You have such a lovely home. My breath hitched. My vision blurred for a moment. This was it. This was no coincidence. No misunderstanding. This was a direct threat. I did not reply. I just stared at the message, paralyzed by fear. Then another text came through, almost immediately. Do not worry. I am not going anywhere. We are practically neighbors. After all, and I just love that view from your balcony, especially at night. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. The view from my balcony. My balcony faced directly onto the complex's courtyard and, beyond that, the other buildings. It was a pretty private spot, or so I thought. I knew I needed to call the police, but what would I tell them? A woman I matched with on a dating app took a picture of my apartment, then texted me about it. It sounded crazy. It sounded like something out of a bad movie, but I had the text. I had her profile picture, and I had the undeniable proof that it was my apartment. I called 911. The dispatcher listened patiently, her voice calm and steady, which only made my own frantic words sound more pathetic. They sent an officer. When he arrived, I showed him everything. The picture, the text. He looked at the photo, then at my living room, then back at the photo. His expression shifted from professional skepticism to a quiet, grim understanding. Okay, Mr. Davies, he said, his voice low. This is concerning. We will definitely open a report. Do you have any security cameras? Doorbell camera? No, I said, feeling stupid. I never thought I would need one. He nodded, understood. Look, we will start by trying to identify this woman. Do you have her full name? Or anything else? Just Lena. And her profile said she works as a graphic designer. She drives a silver sedan, parks on my level in the garage. All right, we will check the building security footage if they have any for your floor, your parking level. We will also try to get a subpoena for her dating app information, though that can take a while. He took down my statement, filled out his report. He advised me to change my locks immediately and to stay somewhere else if I felt unsafe. Stay somewhere else. The thought was a relief, but also a fresh wave of terror. If she knew my apartment, knew my routine, what if she knew where I would go? I called my sister, Sarah. She lived about an hour away, in a different part of the state. Her voice was calm and reassuring, but I could hear the underlying concern. Of course, Alex, come here. Stay as long as you need. Packing was a nightmare. Every item I touched felt tainted. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to hold a lurking presence. I threw essentials into a duffel bag, my eyes darting nervously around the room. I felt a profound sense of urgency, a primal need to escape. As I was about to leave, I noticed something on my coffee table, a small, delicate white flower. It was not mine. I did not own any plants that produced flowers like that. It looked like a lily of the valley. My stomach lurched. It had not been there when I left for the coffee date. She had been back while I was out, while I was on a date with her. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. It was still fresh, slightly dewy, a calling card, a message. I took a picture of it, then dropped it into a Ziploc bag. Carefully, evidence. I practically ran out of my apartment, double locking the door behind me. The hallway felt like a tunnel, stretching endlessly. I did not wait for the elevator. I took the stairs, 5 flights down, my heart pounding in my ears. As I sped out of the parking garage, I glanced in my rear-view mirror. No silver sedan, but a flicker of movement caught my eye. A figure in the window of a unit on the 3rd floor. Looking down, I could not make out the face, but the hair was dark and wavy. Lena, or my paranoia. I pressed harder on the accelerator. I spent the next 2 weeks at Sarah's place. She was incredibly supportive, listening to my story again and again, offering comfort and practical advice. The police followed up. They checked the building security footage. They found Lena entering and exiting my building, and even my floor, at various times. But she was always alone, always seemingly just going about her day. Nothing overtly criminal. They identified her. Lena Hayes. And yes, she lived in the lofts. Not in my building, but in Building C, 2 buildings over. She had a valid lease. Her job as a graphic designer checked out. They questioned her. She denied everything. Said she would never been in my apartment. Said the photo must have been an old one from a previous apartment that just happened to look similar. Said the texts were from a random number she would have been getting spam from. She even managed to sound offended. Hurt that I would accuse her without a direct confession or more concrete evidence like fingerprints or a clear video of her breaking in. The police said their hands were tied. It was my word against hers. They advised me to get a restraining order, which I immediately filed for, but the damage was done. My sense of security was utterly shattered. I never went back to my apartment at the lofts, not to live. Anyway, I hired movers to pack up my things while I stayed at Sarah's. I could not bear the thought of being in that space again, knowing she had been there, knowing she had watched me. The lily of the valley, the one I would found on my coffee table. It was sent to the lab for fingerprint analysis. A week later, the results came back. A single, clear print was found on one of the petals. It matched Lena Hayes. That, combined with the text and the photo, was enough. The police finally had sufficient evidence. Lena Hayes was arrested. They found a journal in her apartment. Not just a journal, but a meticulously kept log of my life, my routines, my coffee order, the books I read, the movies I watched, the times I left for work, the times I came home, even the specific brand of cereal I bought. It was all there, scrawled in neat handwriting, interspersed with photos she would taken of me from a distance. She had been watching me for months, not just from her apartment, but from hidden vantage points within the complex, from the parking garage, from the gym. She had somehow obtained a key or found a way to bypass my lock and had been entering my apartment when I was out. The profile photo was just a final, chilling piece of her elaborate plan to insert herself into my life. Lena was convicted of stalking, breaking and entering, and harassment. She received a significant sentence. But even with her behind bars, the feeling never really leaves you. That cold, creeping dread, the knowledge that someone, a complete stranger, can decide to make your life their project. That your most private space can be invaded. Your sense of safety systematically dismantled. I moved to a new city, started fresh, changed my number, my email, my social media presence. I am incredibly careful now. Every new connection, every friendly face is scrutinized. Every time I hear a floorboard creak in my new apartment, I freeze. Every time I see a silver sedan, my heart jumps. The world used to feel open, full of possibilities. Now, it feels like a labyrinth, full of hidden eyes and silent threats. My ordinary life was invaded, and the scars remain. I am still trying to find my way back to normal, but I do not think I will ever truly feel safe again. Not completely, because you never know who is watching. You never know who is just around the corner. Or, worse, who is already inside. It all started a little over a year ago. I was, I guess you could say, cautiously optimistic about finding someone. My last relationship had ended pretty messily, and after a few months of wallowing in ice cream and Netflix, my friends finally staged an intervention. "Sarah," they said, "you gotta get back out there. You are too good to be single forever." So, begrudgingly, I re-downloaded all the apps. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, the whole terrifying gauntlet. My profile was pretty standard, a few decent photos. A bio that tried to be witty without being too try-hard. You know the drill. Most of my matches were forgettable. Guys who started conversations with "hey," or "sup," or, my personal favorite, just a single emoji. I would swipe left on more profiles than I cared to count. It was exhausting. Honestly, I was starting to lose hope, thinking maybe I was just destined to live out my days with my cat, Mittens, and a lifetime supply of microwave burritos. And hey, Mittens is a great companion. But you know, a girl needs options. Then, one quiet Tuesday evening, I was curled up on my couch, scrolling through Bumble. My thumb was getting tired from all the swiping. I was about to call it a night, ready to retreat into a world where my biggest dating concern was whether Mittens liked the new brand of salmon pate. That is when his profile popped up. His name was Mark, and he looked good, really good. His main photo was a professional-looking headshot, smiling, kind eyes, dark hair neatly styled. Not a selfie from a dirty bathroom mirror. Not a photo of him holding a dead fish. Not even a group shot where I had to guess which one he was. Just a genuinely handsome, put together guy. Another photo showed him hiking, looking rugged but approachable. A third was him cooking in a kitchen that looked suspiciously clean, which, as a woman, was a definite plus. His bio was equally impressive. It was not just a list of emojis or a vague adventure seeker. He wrote about his love for indie films, his passion for cooking sea. The kitchen photo was not just for show, and how he enjoyed spending weekends exploring local hiking trails. He even had a line about wanting to find someone who could appreciate a good cup of coffee and a lively debate about the merits of dark chocolate. I actually chuckled. It felt genuine, like he would put effort into it. My first thought was, okay, Sarah, do not get your hopes up. He is probably a catfish. Or he is secretly married. Or he is going to turn out to be a flat earther. But something about him felt different. He just seemed normal, like the kind of guy you would meet at a coffee shop or a friend's party, not some shadowy figure lurking in the digital ether. So I swiped right, and to my surprise, we matched. My heart did that little fluttery thing it had not done in a while. He messaged me almost immediately. "Hey Sarah, great to match with you. Your bio cracked me up. What is your go to indie film recommendation?" See, already, a real question. Not hey, not sup. I typed back, feeling a genuine smile spread across my face. We started chatting, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about films, about our favorite hiking spots in the area, about our jobs. He was a software engineer, which sounded stable and smart. He asked thoughtful questions and actually seemed to listen to my answers. He even remembered details I would mention briefly, like my love for a specific brand of artisanal tea. It was refreshing, honestly, after weeks of bland, Forgettable interactions. Mark was a breath of fresh air. After a few days of texting back and forth, he suggested we meet up. How about coffee first? He typed, keep it casual. If we hit it off, maybe dinner sometime next week. Perfect. Coffee was always the safest bet for a first date. Low commitment. Easy escape if things went south. I agreed, and we made plans for Saturday afternoon at a popular, bustling coffee shop downtown. Leading up to the date, I felt a mix of nerves and genuine excitement. I spent way too long picking out an outfit, trying on at least 5 different tops before settling on a cute but casual sweater. I even gave myself a mini pep. Talk in the mirror, you got this. Sarah, he seems great. Just be yourself. I was actually looking forward to it, which was a feeling I had not had in a long time when it came to dating. It felt like, finally, after all the duds and the disappointments, I might have found someone decent, someone real. Saturday afternoon rolled around, and I arrived at the coffee shop a few minutes early, heart doing a nervous little jig in my chest. I ordered a chai latte my usual and found a small table near the window. I checked my phone, adjusted my sweater, and tried to look nonchalant. Then he walked in, and let me tell you, he looked even better in person. He was taller than I expected, with a confident but not arrogant stride. He spotted me, and that charming smile from his profile photo spread across his face, making his eyes crinkle at the corners. He came over, extended a hand, and introduced himself. His handshake was firm, warm. Sarah, right? Great to finally meet you in person. You look even better than your photos. He said it smoothly, not in a creepy, over-the-top way, but in a way that made me blush a little. We sat down, and the conversation picked up right where our text had left off. We talked about everything and nothing. He was genuinely curious about my work, my hobbies, my family. He remembered details I would only briefly mention, like my sister's upcoming wedding or my weekend plans to visit a local art gallery. He made me laugh, and I felt completely at ease, which was rare for me on a first date. He told me about his work as a software engineer, how he enjoyed problem solving, but also how he balanced it with his creative pursuits, like photography. He showed me a few of his landscape photos on his phone. They were really good, professional quality. He talked about his love for cooking, asking me about my favorite cuisines, and if I ever experimented in the kitchen. As the date progressed, I started to notice a few things, subtle things, that, at the time, I just chalked up to him being an attentive, engaged conversationalist. But looking back now, they make my blood run cold. First, his gaze. He had these really intense, piercing blue eyes. When I was talking, he would not just look at me, he would study me. It was not overtly creepy. Not at first. I told myself he was just a good listener, that he was really engaged in what I was saying. But sometimes, his eyes would linger a little too long, a little too intensely, especially when I was talking about something personal, like my family or my past relationship. It was like he was trying to see through me, to peel back the layers. I remember feeling a tiny, almost imperceptible shiver, but I quickly dismissed it. He is just really into you. Sarah, I told myself, do not be weird. Then there were the questions. He would ask follow-up questions that were incredibly specific. I mentioned I liked a particular obscure indie band, and he immediately asked, oh, the one that released that limited edition vinyl last year. I heard their lead singer has a side project with a folk artist from Portland. Have you heard that one? I was genuinely impressed, thinking, wow, he really pays attention. But now, I wonder how much of that paying attention involved looking me up online. He also made a comment that, at the time, I brushed off as an attempt at humor. We were talking about how easy it is to connect with people online, and he leaned in slightly, a small, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. It is amazing, is not it? He said, his voice a little lower. How much you can learn about someone before you even meet them. It is like you almost feel like you know them already. He laughed lightly, and I laughed with him, thinking he was just making a harmless observation about the digital age. But the way he said it, it felt a little too knowing, a little too close. He complimented me a lot, not just on my appearance, but on my intelligence, my sense of humor, my choices. He made me feel seen, appreciated. He even commented on my sense of style, pointing out a small, unique pendant I was wearing that most people would not even notice. That is a really interesting piece, he said, his eyes fixed on it. It looks like something with a story. Again, at the time, I found it flattering. Now, it feels like an inventory. The date lasted almost 2 hours, which, for a coffee date, felt like a lifetime. But it flew by. When it was time to go, he insisted on walking me to my car. My car was parked a few blocks away, and I actually felt comfortable walking with him. He was charming, engaging, and genuinely seemed like a good guy. When we got to my car, he paused, looked at me, and said, I had a really wonderful time. Sarah, I would love to do this again. Maybe dinner next time. I smiled, feeling a genuine warmth spread through me. I would like that very much. Mark, he gave me a respectful goodnight kiss on the cheek, a light brush of his lips against my skin. It was innocent, but I still felt that tiny, lingering shiver, that almost imperceptible unease. I attributed it to first date jitters, to the excitement of a potentially good connection. I got in my car, drove home, feeling an unfamiliar sense of optimism bubbling inside me. As soon as I walked through my door, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Mark. Just got home. Had a fantastic time with you. Sarah, hope you did too. Text me when you are free for dinner. I smiled, feeling a giddy lightness. Maybe this was it. Maybe I would finally found someone who was not a total dud. I texted him back, saying I had a great time too, and that I would love to go to dinner. I put my phone down, feeling a warmth spread through me. I was actually excited. I spent the next hour unwinding, scrolling through my social media, feeling pretty good about how the date had gone. That tiny, nagging feeling of unease was still there, a faint echo in the back of my mind, but I was pushing it down. He was a good guy, right? Charming, handsome, smart. What was there to be uneasy about? Then, for some reason, I can't even tell you why, a thought popped into my head. It was completely random, completely out of the blue. I would seen an article pop up on my news feed a few days prior about online dating safety, and it had mentioned checking public records, just as a precaution. I remember thinking, who actually does that? That is so extreme. But now, with Mark's intense gaze and that slightly too knowing comment about knowing people already, a tiny seed of doubt, no bigger than a pinprick, started to grow, just for peace of mind. I told myself, I will do a quick check. It will be nothing. It will just prove that he is a perfectly normal, lovely guy, and I am just being paranoid. I opened my laptop, went to GutGoo, and typed in sex offender registry my state. The official government website popped up. I clicked on it, my heart doing a light tap dance, mostly from nerves, partly from the absurdity of what I was doing. I navigated to the search function, entered the city, and then, slowly, hesitantly, I started to type in his name. Mark. I hit search. The page loaded. My eyes scanned the list, my breath catching in my throat. There were a few marks, but none of them looked like him. See, I thought, a wave of relief washing over me. You are just being paranoid. Sarah, he is fine. But then, I scrolled down, just a little further, and my finger froze. My blood ran cold, a glacial chill spreading through my veins. There, staring back at me from the screen, was his face. Mark, the same charming smile, the same piercing blue eyes that had just looked at me across the coffee table, the same neatly styled dark hair. It was him, no doubt, no question. The photo was a little older, a bit grainy, but it was undeniably him. Below his picture were the details. His full name, his general address, which was in the same part of town he would mention living in, and then the offenses. My eyes blurred, but I forced myself to read them. Assault, indecent exposure, and something else, something even worse. That made my stomach churn and my vision swim. Details about the victims, vague enough not to identify them, but specific enough to paint a horrifying picture. My entire body went rigid. The room started to spin. My hands, which had been resting on the keyboard, started to tremble uncontrollably. A wave of nausea washed over me. So intense I thought I might throw up. My heart was not just tapping anymore, it was hammering against my ribs. A frantic drumbeat of pure terror. Disbelief warred with a cold, horrifying certainty. No, this could not be right. This was a mistake. A different Mark. A cruel coincidence. But the face-to-face was undeniable. It was him, the charming, handsome, attentive man who had just walked me to my car, who had just kissed me on the cheek, who had just texted me about dinner. I started to hyperventilate. Short, ragged gasp for air. My mind raced, replaying every single moment of our date. But now, every detail was twisted, corrupted, horrifying. His intense gaze, not engaged, predatory. His specific questions, not attentive, information gathering. His comment about knowing people already, not a joke, a chilling confession that he had been researching me, studying me, long before we even met. His compliments, not flattering, manipulation, the way he noticed my pendant, not observant, an inventory, the goodnight kiss, not innocent, a violation, the tiny, imperceptible shiver I would felt. It was not jitters. It was my gut, screaming at me, trying to warn me, and I had ignored it. I had dismissed it. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Even though the air conditioning was on, I felt a scream building in my throat. But it would not come out. It was trapped, a silent terror that threatened to tear me apart from the inside. He knew my name. He knew my number. He knew what kind of car I drove. He knew the general area where I lived, because he would walk me to my car. He knew my job, my hobbies, my family. He knew me, and I knew nothing about him. Nothing real, except for the horrifying truth plastered across my laptop screen. What if he had not just walked me to my car? What if he had tried to come inside? What if I had invited him in? The thought made me gag. My knees felt weak, and I slumped back against the couch, clutching my chest, trying to regulate my breathing, trying to make sense of the nightmare that had just unfolded before my eyes. The first thing I did, after a few minutes of pure, unadulterated panic, was grab my phone, My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I scrolled through my contacts, found his name, and with a trembling thumb, I blocked him, deleted the text. Then I went to the Bumble app, found our chat, and unmatched him, deleting his profile from my site forever. It felt like a frantic act of self-preservation. Like, if I could just erase him from my digital world, I could erase him from my real one too. But I knew that was not true. The image of his face, smiling, was burned into my mind. My next frantic action was to check all the locks on my doors and windows. Every single one. I pulled down all the blinds, even the ones in rooms I rarely used. I peered through the peephole, scanning the hallway, convinced I would see a shadow lurking outside my door. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. I finally managed to call my best friend, Jessica. My voice was a shaky whisper, barely audible. "Jess," I choked out, "you are not going to believe what just happened." As I recounted the story, my voice growing stronger with each terrifying detail, I could hear the horror in her voice. She was shocked, disgusted, and immediately concerned for my safety. She told me to stay put, that she was coming over. When she arrived, about 20 minutes later, I was still a wreck, pacing, trembling, on the verge of tears. She hugged me tight, and for the first time since seeing that registry, I finally broke down, sobbing into her shoulder. She let me cry, then gently guided me to sit down. She checked my locks again, just to be sure. She made me a cup of chamomile tea, but I could not even hold the mug steady. We spent the rest of the night talking, or rather, her talking, trying to calm me down, trying to rationalize, trying to make me feel safe. She suggested I call the non-emergency police line just to report it, just to have a record. I hesitated, feeling a fresh wave of shame and embarrassment. How could I have been so blind, so stupid? But she insisted, reminding me that I had not done anything wrong. I was a potential victim here. I ended up not calling that night. Too overwhelmed, too terrified. That night was a blur of fear and sleeplessness. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound seemed amplified. I kept the lights on, huddled under my blankets, my cat Mittens curled up beside me, her purr the only comforting sound in the terrifying silence. I replayed the date over and over again in my head, dissecting every word, every gesture, every subtle cue that I had missed. The horror was not just about what could have happened, but about the chilling realization of how close I had come, how easily I had been fooled. He was a master of manipulation, of projecting an image of normalcy that was a complete lie. The next few days were a living nightmare. I could not shake the feeling of being watched. Every car that slowed down on my street, every person who walked past my apartment building, every wrong number call, they all sent a jolt of terror through me. I kept my blinds perpetually drawn. I stopped going to the gym in my building, convinced he might somehow know my routine. I changed my route to work, even though it added 10 minutes to my commute. I felt like a prisoner in my own home. In my own life, I stopped using dating apps altogether. The thought of ever putting myself out there again, of trusting a stranger, made me physically ill. The sense of vulnerability was overwhelming. It was not just that I had been on a date with a dangerous person. It was a betrayal of trust, the shattering of my perception of safety in the world. He had invaded my sense of security, not with force, but with charm and deception. I talked to a therapist about it. She helped me process the trauma, the fear, the anger. She told me that what I experienced was a form of psychological violation, even without physical harm. The constant anxiety, the paranoia, the difficulty sleeping, these were all normal reactions to such a terrifying encounter. It took months, truly, months, before I could even begin to feel a semblance of normalcy again. Even now, a year later, the fear has not completely gone away. It is like a faint scar, a phantom ache that flares up unexpectedly. I still find myself looking over my shoulder, more often than I used to. I am more cautious, more guarded, more distrustful. I have learned to listen to that gut feeling, that tiny shiver of unease, no matter how small or irrational it might seem, because sometimes that tiny whisper is your brain screaming at you to run. The most terrifying part, the thing that still keeps me up some nights, is the realization that these people exist. They walk among us, disguised as perfectly normal, charming individuals. They are not cartoon villains with obvious tells. They are handsome, articulate, seemingly kind. They know how to blend in, how to manipulate, how to gain your trust. And they are out there, right now, probably swiping through profiles, looking for their next target. So, please, if you are listening to this, and you are out there dating online, or even just meeting new people, be careful. Be vigilant. Do your research. Trust your gut, even if it feels like paranoia. Because sometimes, the scariest monsters are not hiding in the dark. Sometimes, they are sitting right across from you, smiling, and looking like the perfect catch. And you might not even know it until it is almost too late. But that was not the end of the dating app horror stories I have come across. No, not by a long shot. Because the truth is, for every Sarah, there is an Alex. And Alex's story, well, it starts with a Tinder hookup, just like countless others. But it ends in a place far darker than he could have ever imagined. This happened a few years back to a guy I knew, let's call him Alex. Alex was, and still is, a pretty regular dude, mid-30s, decent job in tech, lived in a respectable apartment in the city. Like a lot of us, he had been on and off dating apps for years. He would had his share of weird dates, a few good ones, and plenty of ghostings. He was not looking for anything serious. Not really. Just some company. Maybe a good time. You know how it is. He would been chatting with this woman, Maya, for about a week. Her profile was perfect, dark, wavy hair, piercing blue eyes, a smile that seemed genuinely warm. Her bio mentioned hiking, indie movies, and a love for spicy food, all things Alex was into. Their conversations flowed easily. None of that awkward small talk or force banter. She seemed witty, intelligent, and genuinely interested in what he had to say. A breath of fresh air, he thought. After a few days of back and forth, she suggested they meet up for drinks. Alex, feeling cautiously optimistic, agreed. They decided on a trendy cocktail bar downtown, a place with dim lighting and a good vibe. When he saw her walk in, Alex felt that little jolt of excitement. She looked even better in person. She was wearing a simple black dress that flattered her figure, and her eyes, those piercing blue eyes, sparkled when she smiled at him. They talked for hours. She listened intently, laughed at his jokes, and shared stories about her own life that felt intimate. In a good way, she worked in marketing. She said, for a small startup he had not heard of, she would just moved to the city a few months ago, still getting settled. Everything seemed to line up. There was just one tiny thing, a little flicker of something that Alex, in his excitement, quickly dismissed. When he asked her where exactly she lived, she just waved her hand vaguely and said, "Oh, just a few blocks from here. It is a new building. Nothing special. It was not a lie, per se, but it was evasive. And later, when he mentioned a local landmark, she seemed a little unsure about its location, despite claiming to have lived nearby for months. But hey, new city, right? He brushed it off. After a few drinks, the conversation naturally turned a little more flirtatious. The chemistry was undeniable. She leaned in closer when she spoke, her hand occasionally brushing his arm. When she suggested they go back to her place for a nightcap, Alex did not hesitate. He was a grown man, and he felt a genuine connection. What could go wrong? They took a short Uber ride to what looked like a fairly new, modern apartment complex. The lobby was sleek, all glass and polished concrete, but the hallway leading to her apartment was a little darker, a bit more institutional than he expected. Her apartment itself was on the 10th floor. When she opened the door, Alex stepped inside. The first thing he noticed was how clean it was. Spotless, almost, and sparsely furnished. A comfortable-looking sofa, a minimalist coffee table, a large flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. No personal clutter, no photos, no books, no little trinkets that usually tell you something about a person. It felt staged. But again, he told himself, she is new to the city. Maybe she just had not gotten around to decorating yet. Or maybe she was just a minimalist. She offered him a drink of whiskey. Neat. Just like he would mention he liked earlier. He watched her pour it. Her movements graceful and confident. They sat on the sofa, talking, laughing, the whiskey warming him from the inside out. He felt completely at ease, completely comfortable. And then, after his second drink, maybe his third thing started to get fuzzy. He remembered her saying something, her voice soft, her eyes fixed on his. He remembered feeling a sudden, overwhelming wave of tiredness, like he had been hit by a tranquilizer dart. His head swam. The room tilted. He tried to respond, but his tongue felt thick. His words slurred. He felt her, hand on his arm, a gentle squeeze, and then nothing, just a vast, empty darkness. The next morning, Alex woke up slowly, painfully. His head throbbed. A dull, insistent ache behind his eyes. His mouth tasted like a forgotten ashtray. He blinked, trying to clear the fog from his brain, and realized he was in an unfamiliar bed. The room was bright, too bright, with sunlight streaming through a large window. He was alone. The sheets were crisp, white, and smelled faintly of bleach. He pushed himself up, his muscles protesting. He was wearing his clothes from the night before, but they were a little rumpled. "Maya," he called out, his voice hoarse. No answer. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, his feet hitting a plush, thick carpet. He stood up, feeling a bit wobbly, and stumbled towards the door. The apartment was silent. He checked his pockets, his phone, his wallet. Gone. A cold jolt of adrenaline shot through him, instantly cutting through the hangover haze. What the hell? He patted his pockets again, frantically, desperately. Nothing. His heart started to pound. This was not right. This was not just a casual hookup. He rushed out of the bedroom, his eyes scanning the living room. It was exactly as he remembered it, clean, sparse, impersonal. The coffee table was empty. No sign of his phone, his wallet, or Maya. "Maya," he shouted again, louder this time. The silence that followed was deafening. It was not just quiet, it was a profound, unnatural stillness. He tried the front door. He turned the knob. It was locked. He jiggled it, twisted it. Pulled at it. Nothing. It was solid. He tried using his shoulder. A half-hearted attempt born of pure panic. But the door did not even creak. It felt like a vault. Okay. Deep breaths. Alex. Deep breaths. He tried to rationalize. Maybe she just left early for work. Maybe she took his stuff as a joke. No, that was stupid. This was not a joke. This was a robbery. A really messed up, elaborate robbery. He had been drugged, robbed, and now he was locked in. He moved the windows. They were large, floor-to-ceiling panes of glass, offering a stunning view of the city skyline. But they did not open. No latch, no crank, nothing. They were sealed shut. He pressed his hand against the glass. It felt thick, reinforced. He was 10 stories up, even if he could break the glass, which he doubted. It was a long way down. He walked into the kitchen. It was immaculate. Stainless steel appliances, gleaming countertops. He opened the fridge. Empty. A carton of milk, a half-eaten container of yogurt, and a single bottle of water. That was it. No personal groceries. No magnets on the fridge. No messy spice rack. Just generic. The bathroom was equally sterile. A single toothbrush, still in its plastic wrapper. A generic bar of soap. A fresh, folded towel. No mock-up. No personal toiletries. No hair products. Nothing that suggested a woman, or anyone, actually lived here. The dread started to coil in his stomach. A cold, sickening knot. This was not just a robbery. This was something else. Something far more sinister. He went back to the living room, his mind racing. He needed to find a way out. He needed to call for help. He looked for a landline. Nothing. He checked the TV, hoping for a remote, for a cable box, anything with a power button. The screen was blank. Black. No power light. He paced the apartment, his breathing growing shallow. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the building seemed to amplify. He felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, the distinct feeling of being watched. He spun around, but there was nothing, just the sterile, silent apartment. He tried, shouting again. "Hello, is anyone here? Let me out." His voice echoed eerily in the empty space. No response. He started checking every drawer, every cabinet. In the kitchen, nothing but empty shelves. In the living room, the coffee table had a single, brand new remote, but it did not seem to work. He opened a small cabinet under the TV. Empty. Then, tucked away in a corner of the bedroom, under a stack of fresh, folded towels, he found something. It was a small, black device, no bigger than his thumb. He picked it up. It looked like a tiny camera, the kind you might use for discreet surveillance. His blood ran cold. He stared at the camera, then slowly lifted his gaze, scanning the room. Where else? He ran his hands along the walls, along the ceiling. Nothing immediately visible, but the realization hit him like a physical blow. He was being watched. He had been watched since he walked in. The thought sent a wave of nausea through him. Every move, every panicked breath, every desperate search someone was watching, and they were enjoying it. He stumbled back to the sofa, collapsing onto it. His head was still pounding, but now it was overshadowed by a chilling, existential fear. He was not just robbed. He was trapped, and he was a show, as if on cue. The large, flat-screen TV on the wall flickered to life. Alex jumped, his heart leaping into his throat. The screen was black for a moment. Then a single line of text appeared, stark white against the darkness. "Welcome, Alex. His breath hitched. How did it know his name? Of course, it knew his name. It knew everything. Another line of text appeared below the first. The game has begun. Alex stared at the screen, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. A game? What kind of game? What was happening? He tried to speak, but his voice was stuck in his throat. He just sat there, frozen, watching the screen. The text changed again. Your objective, find the exit. Time is of the essence. Then, a timer appeared in the corner of the screen, 235959. It was counting down. 24 hours. Panic, raw and visceral, clawed its way up his throat. He was not just trapped, he was in some kind of twisted reality show. He was a participant in a game he did not sign up for, with stakes he could not even begin to comprehend. He scrambled off the sofa, his eyes darting around the apartment. Find the exit, but he would already check the door, the windows. There was no obvious exit. This had to be a trick, a puzzle. He started tearing the place apart, systematically. He flipped cushions, pulled out drawers, banged on walls, desperately searching for a hidden button. A secret passage. Anything. He checked under the bed, behind the TV, even inside the toilet tank. Nothing. The apartment was a meticulously constructed cage. The hours ticked by, agonizingly slow. The timer on the screen was a constant, mocking reminder of his dwindling time. He tried, shouting again, banging on the walls, hoping someone in a neighboring apartment would hear him. But the building remained eerily silent. It was as if he was the only person in the entire complex. He felt his sanity starting to fray at the edges. The hunger pang started, then the thirst. He drank the bottle of water from the fridge, savoring every drop. But it was not enough. At one point, he heard a faint scratching sound coming from behind one of the walls. He froze, listening intently. It sounded like claws, or something dragging. He pressed his ear against the wall, but the sound faded as quickly as it had appeared. His imagination. Or was there something else in the apartment? Something he had not found yet. He went back to the bedroom, desperate for a new perspective. He threw open the closet door. It was empty, save for a few hangers. But then, he noticed something. The back panel of the closet seemed different. A subtle discoloration. A slight seam that was not quite flush with the rest of the wall. His heart hammered in his chest. He pushed against it. It did not budge. He pushed harder, using his shoulder. A faint click. And then, slowly, silently, a section of the wall swung inwards, revealing a dark, narrow passage. Alex stared at it, a mixture of terror and exhilaration surging through him. An exit, or another trap. He hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. He had no other choice. He stepped into the darkness. The passage was cramped and smelled faintly of dust and stale air. He shuffled forward, his hands outstretched, feeling his way along the rough walls. The passage seemed to go on for ages, twisting and turning, disorienting him completely. He had no idea if he was going up, down, or sideways. Finally, he saw a faint sliver of light ahead. He quickened his pace, his hope rekindling. He pushed through what felt like another hidden door and stumbled out into another room. It was a small, windowless space. A single fluorescent light humming overhead. In the center of the room was a small, metal table, and on it, a single item of burner phone, an old Nokia, the kind people used years ago. He snatched it up, his hands trembling. He powered it on. The screen flickered to life. No signal bars, no contacts, just a single Program number labeled operator. He stared at the screen, then at the number. His finger hovered over the call button. Who was the operator? Was this another part of the game? Or was it his lifeline? He took a shaky breath and pressed call. The phone rang once, twice, then a click. A distorted, synthesized voice spoke. It was raspy, mechanical, devoid of any human inflection. Hello, Alex. Alex flinched. Who is this? What do you want? The voice chuckled. A dry, humorless sound. You are doing well. Alex, you found the first stage. Now, for the next. What next? What game is this? Let me go, Alex pleaded, his voice cracking. The game is life. Alex, and you are playing for yours. The voice paused. Your next task is simple. You must choose. Choose what? On the table, there are 2 buttons, red and blue. One will lead you to freedom, the other to the end of your game. Alex looked down at the table. 2 buttons, exactly as the voice described. Red, menacingly bright. Blue, calm, inviting shade. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. This was impossible. How could he choose? It was a 50-50 chance. How do I know which one? He demanded, his voice desperate. You do not. That is the beauty of it. You must trust your instincts, or perhaps your luck. The voice was chillingly calm. The timer, Alex, is still running. He looked at the phone in his hand. The timer, he had to make a choice. He could not stay here forever. He stared at the buttons, his mind racing, trying to find some hidden clue, some logical path. Was there a pattern? A trick? He remembered the blue eyes of Maya. Did that mean blue was good? Or was it a deliberate misdirection? He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and reached out his hand. He hesitated, his fingers hovering. Red, blue. He picked blue. He pressed the blue button. Nothing happened. He frowned. Hello, operator. The phone remained silent. The room remained silent. The timer on the phone was still ticking. What is happening? Alex whispered, his voice laced with dread. Then, a low hum started, growing louder, vibrating through the concrete floor. The single fluorescent light above flickered, then died, plunging the room into darkness. Alex cried out, a raw, terrified sound. He fumbled for the phone, trying to use its dim screen as a light source. Suddenly, a section of the wall behind him slid open with a soft hiss. A blinding white light streamed in, forcing him to shield his eyes. He stumbled backwards, squinting. As his eyes adjusted, he saw it, a vast, brightly lit chamber, filled with rows upon rows of monitors. And in front of those monitors, figures, dozens of them, shadowy, indistinct, all staring at a central screen. And on that central screen was him, a live feed of his terrified face. He was in a control room, or rather, he was being controlled from this room. He saw the operator, a figure sitting in a high back chair, silhouetted against the glow of the screens. Not a single person, but many. This was not just a game for one. It was a spectacle. And then he saw her, Maya. She was standing near one of the monitors, her back to him. She was wearing a different outfit now, a plain, dark uniform. She turned slowly, her blue eyes meeting his. But there was no warmth in them now. No charm, just a cold, vacant professionalism, a pawn in their game, or a willing participant. He could not tell. The synthesized voice, now coming from unseen speakers in the chamber, boomed, "Congratulations. Alex, you chose correctly." For now, Alex stared at Maya, then at the screens, then back at the shadowy figures. His world, which had already shattered, now twisted into an even more grotesque nightmare. He was not just a participant, he was an exhibit, a plaything for a twisted audience. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He spun around. It was a large, burly man in a similar dark uniform, his face impassive. The man gestured toward the door. "This way. Alex," the synthesized voice commanded. "Your next stage awaits." Alex felt his legs give out. He sank to the floor, his mind reeling. He was trapped, not just in an apartment, but in a system, a game with no real end, only stages. He looked at Maya one last time. Her face was blank. She was just part of the machinery. As the man pulled him to his feet and guided him towards the door, Alex caught a glimpse of the central screen again. His own terrified face, projected for all to see. And then, at the bottom of the screen, a new line of text appeared, glowing ominously. "Next player loading." A new Tinder profile flashed briefly on one of the smaller monitors. A different face, a different name, someone else, just like him, looking for a connection, a good time, someone else, about to step into the meticulously crafted web. Alex was dragged through the door, the white light receding behind him. He did not know where he was going, or what the next stage would entail, but he knew, with a horrifying certainty, that he would never truly be free again. He was just another piece in their game. And the game, as the voice had said, was life and death. And that, my friends, is the real horror. Not just the trap, but the endless cycle, the chilling realization that somewhere out there, right now, someone else is swiping right, completely oblivious to the darkness waiting for them, hidden behind a charming smile and a perfect profile. So, next time you are scrolling through those apps, remember Alex, remember Sarah, and remember to always trust that gut feeling, because sometimes that little whisper of unease is not just your anxiety. It is your brain screaming at you to run. All right, so you know I have seen some dating app nightmares. And Alex's story is another one that chills me to the bone. He was a regular guy, mid-30s, just looking for some casual fun on Tinder. He matched with Maya Perfect profile. Charming, witty. Their first date was great, undeniable chemistry. He even brushed off a few small things, like her being a little too intense, or maybe a strange comment about his apartment. He thought it was just nerves. He thought it was just him overthinking. But it was not. It never is. And that brings me to Sarah's story. Sarah, not her real name, for obvious reasons. Her experience, though, it is one of those that makes you want to throw your phone into the ocean and live in a cave. It starts like so many others, with a swipe right. Sarah was in her late 20s, living in a decent apartment in a pretty standard suburban area. Her job was fine. Her friends were great. But like most people her age, she felt that little hum of loneliness sometimes. That desire for connection. She had been on Tinder for a while, mostly for casual dates. Maybe a short-term thing. Nothing too serious. She would seen it all, the shirtless mirror selfies. The guys posing with sedated tigers. The ones who just wanted to vibe. She was pretty good at sifting through the noise. She thought she had a good BS detector. Or so she believed. One evening, after a particularly boring Tuesday, she was swiping through, half watching some reality TV, when she came across Mark. His profile was impressive. He was not overtly flashy. No exotic cars or cheesy filtered pictures. Just a few well-lit, natural-looking photos. One of him hiking. A genuine smile on his face. Another with a dog. Looking friendly and approachable. His bio was short, witty, and seemed to hint at a stable, interesting life. He was a project manager. It said, enjoyed craft beer, hiking, and old movies. He looked good. Too tall, dark hair, kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled. Honestly, he seemed like one of the good ones. The kind you rarely find on these apps. She swiped right. To her surprise, it was an instant match. Her phone buzzed, and a little thrill went through her. Maybe this was it. Maybe she would finally found someone who was not a complete dud. He messaged her almost immediately. Hey, Sarah. Great profile. Love that picture of you at the beach. Hope you're having a good week. Simple, polite, not too forward. Exactly what she liked. Their conversation flowed effortlessly from there. They talked about their favorite hiking trails, their shared love for obscure indie films, even their mutual frustration with slow drivers. He was charming, intelligent, and genuinely seemed interested in what she had to say. He asked thoughtful questions, and his replies were always articulate, sometimes even funny. It felt easy, too easy, perhaps, but at the time, she just thought she would finally gotten lucky. After a few days of texting, he suggested they meet up. There is this great little gastropub downtown. He wrote, casual, good food, not too loud. How about Friday night? Sarah checked the place online. It was popular, always busy, right in the heart of the city. Perfect for a first date. Public, safe. She agreed, feeling a flutter of excitement mixed with the usual first date jitters. Friday evening arrived, and Sarah spent a little extra time getting ready. She wanted to make a good impression. She chose a cute, comfortable dress, did her hair and makeup, and even wore her favorite pair of earrings a small. Superstitious gesture for good luck. She took an Uber downtown, arriving a few minutes early, and found a spot at the bar. She ordered a sparkling water, just to settle her nerves. Then he walked in, and I am telling you, Mark was even better in person, taller than she expected, with an easy confidence that was not arrogant. He spotted her almost immediately, his eyes lighting up with that same kind smile from his profile picture. He walked over, extending a hand. Sarah, hi, I am Mark. Great to finally meet you. His voice was smooth, a little deeper than she would imagine, and it had a calming quality. They found a small, cozy table in the corner. The pub was bustling, filled with the happy chatter of people unwinding after a long week. The atmosphere was perfect. They ordered drinks. Sarah went for a crisp white wine. Mark ordered a craft beer. The conversation picked up right where their text had left off, flowing effortlessly. He made her laugh, genuinely laugh, several times. He listened intently when she spoke, his gaze steady and warm. He seemed truly interested in her life, her passions, her dreams. She found herself opening up to him in a way she rarely did on a first date. It felt like they would known each other for ages, like they were old friends rediscovering a lost connection. He talked about his job, his love for his dog, a golden retriever named Charlie, his plans for a hiking trip next month. Everything seemed so normal, so perfect, but there were these tiny, almost imperceptible things, little moments that, in hindsight, screamed red flag. At the time, she brushed them off, like when he kept refilling her water glass, even when it was still half full. or when he insisted on ordering their second round of drinks, even though she was closer to the bar. "Do not move," he would say with a charming smile. "I have got it." He was just being chivalrous. She thought, a gentleman. And then there was his gaze. It was not overtly creepy, not like some guys she would met, but sometimes, when she was talking, she would catch his eyes, and they would hold hers a little too long, a little too intensely. There was a depth there that was unsettling, like he was looking through her, not just at her, a flicker of something she could not quite place, a coldness beneath the warmth. But then he would smile, and it would vanish, and she would tell herself she was just overthinking things. First dates always made her a little paranoid. They ordered food burgers. Nothing fancy. The food was good. The wine was good. And Mark was fantastic. She felt a lightness, a giddiness she had not felt in a long time. She even messaged her best friend under the table. "OMG, he is amazing." Around the time they were finishing their food, she started to feel a little off, a bit lightheaded, more than she should have been for just 2 glasses of wine. She had not even finished her second glass yet. She attributed it to not eating enough during the day, or maybe the excitement. She took another sip of her wine, trying to clear her head. The pub's lights seemed to dim slightly, and the sounds of conversation around her became muffled, distant. "You, okay, Sarah?" Mark asked, his voice sounding a little further away than it should have. He was looking at her, his expression concerned. But again, there was that flicker in his eyes, that cold, unreadable depth. "Yeah, just a little woozy," she mumbled, trying to smile reassuringly. But her lips felt thick, unresponsive. Her vision started to blur at the edges, the vibrant colors of the pub turning into a hazy wash. A wave of nausea washed over her, making her stomach clench. "Maybe you have had a bit too much to drink," Mark said, his voice softer now, almost soothing. He reached across the table, his hand gently covering hers. His touch felt strangely cold. "I should get you home. I will call you a cab." She tried to protest, tried to say she was fine, but the words would not form properly. Her tongue felt like lead. Her head was spinning, the room tilting precariously. The last thing she remembered was Mark standing up, his grip firm on her arm, and the sensation of being helped out of her chair, his face a blur above her. Then, darkness. Complete, absolute darkness. The next thing Sarah knew, she was waking up to a dull, throbbing headache that felt like an anvil had been dropped on her skull. Her mouth was dry. Her tongue felt like sandpaper, and a wave of nausea rolled through her, making her stomach churn violently. She tried to open her eyes, but the mere thought of light sent a sharp pain through her temples. Everything was disoriented, blurry, as if she was seeing the world through a thick, grimy film. She blinked slowly, forcing her eyes open, trying to make sense of her surroundings. It was dim, very dim. A single, bare bulb hung precariously from the ceiling, casting a sickly yellow glow on concrete walls. Concrete, not her bedroom wall, not a hospital room. Concrete. Her heart gave a sudden, painful lurch. She was lying on something hard, a thin, scratchy blanket barely cushioning her from the cold, unforgiving surface beneath. It smelled damp, like earth, mildew, and something else, something metallic and stale, like old blood or rust. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of unmoving air, a chilling stillness that seemed to press in on her. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up her throat. She tried to sit up, but her limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, like they belonged to someone else. Her muscles ached, and a wave of dizziness sent her sprawling back down. She was weak, so incredibly weak. Where am I? She croaked, her voice a raspy whisper. It sounded alien, like it was not her own. She forced herself to focus, to push past the lingering fog of whatever she had been given. The room was small, maybe 10 by 10 feet. The walls were rough, unpainted concrete. The floor was also concrete, cold against her skin where her arm had fallen off the makeshift cot. There were no windows, just that one sad, lonely light bulb. This was not a dream. This was not a hangover. This was real. Her clothes were still on, the same dress she would worn on the date, but it was rumpled, stained with something she could not quite identify in the dim light. Her purse was gone. Her phone was gone. All her belongings. She was utterly alone, utterly vulnerable. She pushed herself up again, this time more slowly, bracing herself against the dizziness. Her head swam, but she managed to get into a sitting position, her back against the cold concrete wall. Her eyes scanned the room, desperate for any clue, any sign of how she got here, or where here even was. In one corner, there was a metal bucket, a makeshift toilet. Her stomach churned again. In another, a small, rickety wooden table with nothing on it. That was it. No furniture, no decorations, nothing to make it feel like a normal room. This was a cell. The door, her eyes fixed on it. It was heavy, made of steel, with no handle on her side. Just a solid, unforgiving slab of metal set into the concrete wall. There was a small, square peephole, but it was covered from the outside. She tried to push against it, but it did not budge. It was locked. She was locked in. The realization hit her like a physical blow. She was not just woozy from a bad drink. She had been drugged, abducted, and she was in a stranger's basement. The pure, unadulterated terror that coursed through her then was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was primal, suffocating. Her breath hitched in her chest, and she felt tears sting her eyes. But she quickly blinked them back. Crying would not help. Panic would not help. She needed to think. She tried to remember. Mark, the pub, the lightheadedness, his concerned face, but that cold flicker in his eyes. He must have done this. He must have slipped something into her drink. The thought made her skin crawl, made her feel violated and utterly stupid for having trusted him. She spent what felt like an eternity just sitting there, trying to process, trying to breathe, trying to stop the tremors that racked her body. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint, irregular drip of water somewhere in the darkness, and the frantic pounding of her own heart. She strained her ears, listening for any sound from above, any sign of life. Nothing, just that chilling, profound silence. After a while, the nausea subsided enough for her to stand, albeit shakily. She shuffled around the small room, her bare feet cold on the concrete. She ran her hands along the walls, searching for any loose brick, any crack, anything that might offer a glimmer of hope. Nothing, just solid, unyielding concrete. The light bulb flickered, making her jump. In one corner, near the floor, she noticed something faint, almost invisible in the dim light. Scratches, deep, desperate scratches in the concrete, as if someone had tried to claw their way out. And beneath them, etched with something sharp, a single letter, a K, just K. A shiver ran down her spine. She was not the first. The thought was horrifying, but also, strangely, A confirmation that she was not going insane. There had been others. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a sound broke the silence. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps. Coming from directly above her. Her breath caught in her throat. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She froze, pressing herself against the wall, trying to become invisible. The footsteps moved across the floor above, then paused. She heard a faint clink, like keys, and then the unmistakable sound of someone descending a wooden staircase. The jingle of keys grew louder, closer. Her eyes were fixed on the steel door. A click, then the heavy bolt sliding back. The door creaked open, revealing a sliver of light from a hallway beyond. And then, he was there. Mark. He stood in the doorway, framed by the slightly brighter light from the upstairs. He was not smiling. His face was devoid of the charming warmth she would seen on the date. His eyes, those same eyes that seemed so kind, were now cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of empathy. There was a strange, almost serene satisfaction in his expression. He held a tray in his hands. With a plate of what looked like a sandwich and a glass of water, he walked into the small room, closing the heavy door behind him with a soft thud that echoed in the concrete space. The click of the lock, though quiet, was deafening in its finality. "Good. You are awake," he said, his voice calm, almost gentle, but with an underlying menace that made her stomach clench. He placed a tray on the small wooden table. "I was worried you might sleep through breakfast. You were quite out of it." Sarah stared at him, unable to speak, her mind reeling. This was not the Mark from Tinder. This was not the charming, witty man from the gastropub. This was a monster. "What do you want?" She finally managed to choke out, her voice trembling. He looked at her, his head tilted slightly, as if observing an interesting specimen. "What do I want?" "Sarah," he repeated, a faint, chilling smile touching his lips. "I want you. I have been looking for someone like you for a very long time." He paused, his gaze sweeping over her, making her feel exposed and vulnerable. "You are perfect, intelligent, beautiful, kind. We are going to be very happy here." "Sarah, very happy indeed." His words were delivered with such a casual, almost loving tone, that it made them all the more terrifying. He was not angry. He was not violent, not overtly. He was just matter of fact, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. "You are insane," she whispered, tears finally stinging her eyes. "Let me go. Please. Just let me go. My friends, my family, they will be looking for me." He chuckled softly, a dry, humorless sound. "Oh, Sarah, they won't know where to look. I am very careful. And by the time they even think to look, you will be settled in. You will understand." He gestured to the tray. "Eat. You need your strength. We have a lot of time together." He stood there, watching her, his presence filling the small, suffocating space. She could not bring herself to touch the food. The thought of putting anything he had touched into her body made her want to gag. "I won't eat anything you give me," she said, trying to infuse her voice with defiance, but it came out weak and shaky. Mark's smile vanished. His eyes hardened. "Do not be difficult. Sarah, it won't help you. It won't change anything. You are here now. This is your home. And I am your companion." He said companion with a twisted emphasis that sent a fresh wave of fear through her. "I have waited too long for this. Do not make me regret choosing you." He stayed for a few more minutes, just watching her, a silent, terrifying presence. Then, He turned and walked out, closing the heavy steel door behind him. The click of the lock echoed in the silence, sealing her fate. The first night was a blur of terror and despair. Sarah huddled on the cot, pulling the thin, rough blanket around her, though it offered no comfort against the cold dread that permeated every fiber of her being. Every creak of the house above, every distant hum of machinery, made her jump. She imagined him up there, watching her through the peephole, or just going about his normal life, completely oblivious to the horror he had inflicted. She cried until her eyes were dry and swollen. Then she lay there, staring at the single, flickering light bulb, her mind racing, desperate for a way out. She thought about the K etched into the wall. Who was K? What happened to them? The thought was a chilling reminder that she was not alone in this nightmare, and that her situation could be far, far worse. Days turned into weeks. The routine was soul-crushing. Mark would come down 2 or 3 times a day. He would bring food, usually something bland, like a sandwich, a bowl of soup, or some fruit. He would insist she eat, sometimes watching her with that unnerving, serene gaze until she took a few bites. She would pretend to eat, pushing the food around her plate, sometimes managing a few mouthfuls just to avoid his displeasure. He never raised his voice, never physically threatened her, but the unspoken threat in his presence was palpable. He talked to her. Oh, he talked. He would sit on the small wooden chair, just outside her reach, and tell her about his day, about his job, about his dog Charlie, about the garden he was planning. He spoke as if they were having a normal conversation, as if she was a willing participant, his devoted partner. He would talk about their future, about how they would grow together, how he had been lonely for so long, and now he finally had someone who understood him. It was a twisted, delusional monologue, and every word was like a fresh stab of horror. Sarah, meanwhile, was constantly observing. She forced herself to listen, to learn his patterns. When did he come down? How long did he stay? What sounds did she hear from upstairs? She noticed he always brought a small, old-fashioned radio with him, playing soft jazz or classical music, which he would leave on for a few minutes while he was there, making it harder to hear other sounds. When he left, the silence would return, absolute and suffocating. She tried to engage him sometimes, not out of willingness, but out of a desperate need for information. Mark, she would say, trying to keep her voice steady. What about my job? My boss will call the police. He would just smile. I took care of it. I sent an email from your phone saying you needed to take an extended leave for a family emergency. They won't question it for a while. He even showed her phone once, displaying the sent email, before putting it back in his pocket. It was a cold, calculated move, designed to crush any hope she had of being found. She also searched the room relentlessly. She ran her fingers over every inch of concrete, looking for a loose stone, a hidden compartment. She tried to chip away at the mortar between the bricks with the edge of the small plastic spoon he sometimes gave her, but it was useless. The concrete was too strong, the spoon too flimsy. One day, while he was talking about his perfect vision for their life together, she noticed something new. He had brought down a small, worn photo album. He flipped through it, showing her pictures of his childhood home, his parents, even a younger version of himself. It was bizarre, like he was trying to build a normal life around her, even as he held her, captive. But then, she saw it, a blurry picture of a young woman, smiling, her arm around him. She looked vaguely familiar, but Sarah could not place her. He quickly turned the page. Who was that? She asked, trying to sound casual. His face tightened. Just for a second. No one important. Just an old acquaintance. He quickly changed the subject. But the image stuck with her. Another victim. Another K. The psychological toll was immense. There were moments of utter despair, where she thought she would go mad. She would curl up on the cot, shaking, wishing for it all to end. Then, anger would surge through her, a burning rage that fueled a desperate resolve. She would not let him break her. She would not become another K. She started a new routine. Every time he left, she would try to remember every detail she could. The sound of his footsteps, the jingle of his keys, the way the light from the hallway spilled into the room. She also started examining the door more closely. It was heavy steel, but the frame was concrete. Could she chip away at the concrete around the hinges? Too slow, too loud. One afternoon, he brought her a new book to read. It was a romance novel. Of all things, something to pass the time, he said, with that chillingly solicitous tone. As he placed it on the table, he accidentally knocked over the glass of water. It shattered on the concrete floor. Mark cursed under his breath. "Stay here," he ordered. "I will get a broom." He went upstairs, leaving the door slightly ajar in his haste. This was it. Her heart leaped into her throat. This was the opportunity. She moved like a phantom, her bare feet silent on the concrete. She slipped through the slightly open door, her eyes darting around the unfamiliar hallway. It was dark, but she could see a faint light from further down. The air was different here. Less damp, more like a normal house. She could hear Mark's footsteps upstairs. Moving quickly, she took a breath and ran. The hallway was narrow, leading to a flight of wooden stairs. She took them two at a time, her muscles screaming in protest. But adrenaline coursed through her veins, giving her a burst of artificial strength. At the top of the stairs, she found herself in a dimly lit living room. It was meticulously clean, almost sterile, decorated in a bland, generic style. There were no personal touches, no guodems, just neat furniture and a few framed landscape prints on the walls. She moved quickly, her eyes scanning for an exit, a window, a door, anything. She could hear Mark rummaging around upstairs, probably in the kitchen, looking for a broom. She did not have much time. She saw a front door, heavy and dark wood, with a deadbolt. She fumbled with it, her fingers clumsy with panic. The lock turned, but it was stiff. She pulled, pushed, and it finally gave way with a groan. Just as she was about to burst out, she heard a voice. "Sarah." Mark. He was standing at the top of a short flight of stairs that led from the kitchen into the living room, a broom in his hand. His face was no longer serene. It was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, and his lips were pulled back in a snarl. "You should not have done that," he hissed, dropping the broom and lunging toward her. Sarah screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore her throat. She pushed the door open just enough to squeeze through, but Mark was too fast. He grabbed her arm, his grip like a vice. She twisted, fought, pulling with all her might. He was stronger, much stronger. He dragged her back inside, slamming the front door shut with a sickening thud. "You are not leaving," he roared, his voice no longer calm, no longer gentle. It was a guttural, animalistic sound. He shoved her against the wall, her head hitting the plaster with a dull thud that made stars explode behind her eyes. She fell to the floor, dazed, but the fear kept her from blacking out. She saw him coming towards her, his face contorted with fury. This was it. This was the end. But then, her eyes landed on something on a small side table. A heavy, ornate ceramic vase. Her only chance. All right, so you know I have seen some dating app nightmares. And Sarah's story is one that makes me want to throw my phone into the ocean. But trust me, what I am about to tell you, this one is not just a nightmare. This one is a kind of story that makes you want to live in a café, far away from Wi-Fi signals and human interaction. Because sometimes, the person on the other side of that screen, they are not just a bad date. They are something else entirely. For me, Tinder was always a bit of a crapshoot. You swipe, you chat, you meet, and 9 times out of 10, it is either a total dud, a decent but forgettable experience, or someone who clearly did not bother to read your profile past the first picture. I was in my late 20s, working a pretty demanding job, and honestly, just looking for some casual, fun, maybe a genuine connection if it happened. My BS detector, I thought, was finely tuned. I would dodge enough emotional vampires and commitment phobes to feel pretty confident in my ability to spot a red flag from a mile away. Then I matched with Chloe. Her profile was striking. Not just conventionally beautiful, though she was that too long. Dark hair, piercing blue eyes, a smile that seemed both inviting and a little mischievous. But her bio was what really got me. It was not just a list of hobbies or a cliche quote. It was witty, a little dark, and hinted at a sharp, intelligent mind. Something about it just screamed different, and in a sea of generic profiles. Different was exactly what I was looking for. Our texts started immediately, and they were, for lack of a better word, electric. We talked about everything obscure movies, philosophy, our weirdest travel experiences. She had this way of turning a simple question into a deep dive, and I found myself genuinely excited to see her name pop up on my phone. We moved to phone calls pretty quickly, and her voice was as captivating as her text low. A little husky, with a laugh that could make you forget whatever you were doing. She was a photographer, she said, specializing in unique perspectives. Sounded cool, sounded artsy, sounded like someone I could actually connect with. Our first date was at a busy little craft brewery downtown. I figured a public, well-lit place was always a safe bet. She walked in, and I swear, every head in the place turned. She was even more stunning in person, wearing a simple but elegant black dress that just accentuated her features. We talked for hours. It was easy. It was fun. And I felt that undeniable spark. That rare feeling where you just click with someone. There were a couple of tiny things, though, that in hindsight, pinged my internal radar. But I brushed them off. Her eyes, those piercing blue eyes, sometimes felt a little too intense. Like she was not just looking at me, but through me, trying to uncover some hidden layer. And she asked a lot of questions about my past relationships, my family, my biggest fears. Not in a nosy way, more like a genuine, deep curiosity. I figured she was just a genuinely inquisitive person, maybe a little more intense than most. I liked it. Actually, it felt like she truly wanted to know me. We went on a few more dates after that. Each one was better than the last. We explored a vintage arcade, went for a hike in the local state park, and even cooked dinner together at my place one night. She was charming, intelligent, and incredibly engaging. I was falling for her. Hard. My friends all commented on how happy I seemed, how I could not stop talking about Chloe. And I could not. She was everything I thought I wanted. After about a month of this, things were getting serious. We would spend countless nights talking until the early hours, sharing stories, dreams, and even some vulnerabilities. It felt natural, inevitable, that we would eventually spend the night together. We had not yet, which was unusual for me, but it felt right with Chloe, like we were building something, not just rushing into physical intimacy. One Friday night, we were out at a quiet Italian place. The wine was flowing, the pasta was excellent, and the conversation was, as always, captivating. We were talking about surprises, about the thrill of the unexpected, and that is when she dropped it. "You know," she said, leaning forward, her eyes twinkling, "I have a surprise for you tonight. A little game, if you are up for it." I grinned. "Oh, yeah. And what kind of game are we talking about?" Chloe, my mind, of course, went to all sorts of fun, playful scenarios. She was always full of surprises. She took a sip of her wine. Her gaze locked on mine. "Well, I want to take you back to my place, but you have to let me blindfold you before we go in." My smile faltered. Just for a second. "Blindfold me," I repeated, a little confused. She laughed. A low, melodic sound. "Yes, think of it as an adventure. I have got something special planned, and I want it to be a complete surprise. No peeking, no cheating. Just trust me." My mind immediately started running through it. Blindfold, at her apartment. A tiny alarm bell went off, somewhere deep in the back of my head. It was unusual, a little kinky, maybe, but also a little intense. I mean, I would never had a date ask me to do that before. But then I looked at her. Her eyes were sparkling with excitement. Her smile was genuine, and she seemed so utterly confident and playful. This was Chloe, the woman I was falling for, the one who challenged me and made me laugh. I rationalized immediately. Maybe she had a messy apartment she was embarrassed about, and this was her quirky way of dealing with it. Or maybe it was just a fun, sexy game, a way to build anticipation. She was a photographer, an artist. Artists were often eccentric, right? "All right," I said, a grin spreading across my face again, pushing down that little flicker of unease. "You've got my attention. A blindfold it is, but you promise it is a fun surprise, right? No jumping out of closets with rubber masks." I tried to joke, to lighten the mood. She chuckled, a genuine, warm sound. "Only fun surprises. I promise. You just have to trust me." And I did. I really, truly did. We finished dinner, paid the bill, and headed out to her car. It was a dark night, the kind where the street lights feel like weak, lonely beacons. The air was cool and crisp. My heart was pounding a little, a mix of excitement and nerves. This was definitely a first for me. As we pulled up to her building in nondescript, older brick apartment complex that I would never actually seen before. As we usually met elsewhere, she turned to me. "Okay, game time." She reached into her purse and pulled out a silk scarf. It was a deep, rich purple. "Ready?" she asked, her voice a little softer now, a little more intimate. I nodded, feeling a rush. "Ready?" She leaned in close, her fingers brushing my hair as she tied the scarf gently around my eyes. The world instantly went black. The scent of her perfume, a subtle mix of vanilla and something earthy, filled my nostrils. For a moment, it was exhilarating. The complete loss of sight, the heightened other senses. "Okay," she whispered, her breath warm against my ear. "Just hold my hand. I will guide you." I felt her hand take mine, her fingers surprisingly cool. She led me out of the car, and I could hear the faint sounds of traffic. the distant hum of the city. We walked a few steps, and then I heard the faint click of a door being unlocked and the soft creak of it opening. The air shifted. It felt slightly cooler, and there was a faint, almost imperceptible smell. Not perfume, not food, something else. Something I could not quite place. "Watch your step," she murmured, her voice close again. I felt a small lip under my foot, and then we were inside. The first thing I noticed was a silence. It was not just quiet, it was dead quiet. No muffled sounds from neighbors. No hum of appliances. Just a profound stillness that felt heavy. The faint smell I would notice outside seemed a little stronger now. It was metallic, almost like old pennies, but with an underlying sweetness that was vaguely sickening, like iron in something decaying, masked by an air freshener that was not quite doing its job. "Okay, take another step." She guided me, her hand still, firm in mine. I felt my foot sink slightly into something soft. Carpet, I assumed, but it felt dense, not plush, but thick and matted. She led me forward. A few more steps, then turned me. "Just stand here for a moment," she said. Her hand left mine. I stood there, blindfolded, in the oppressive silence. The excitement I had felt earlier was slowly being replaced by a creeping unease. The game was starting to feel less fun, more disorienting. I tried to listen, to orient myself. I heard her, moving, a soft rustle, a faint click that sounded like a lock engaging. My heart gave a little thump. A lock. She was locking the door. "Chloe," I called out, trying to keep my voice light, playful. "What is the big surprise?" No answer, just silence. My unease ratcheted up a notch. "Chloe, you there?" Then I heard it, a soft, scraping sound, coming from somewhere in front of me, like something being dragged across the floor. It was faint, but distinct, and it sounded heavy. "Chloe, seriously, what is going on?" My voice was losing its playful tone. A knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. Still no answer. The scraping sound continued, punctuated by a series of soft thuds. It sounded like she was moving furniture, or something else. I reached up, my fingers going to the knot of the blindfold. "All right, that is enough," I said, a little louder, trying to project confidence I was not feeling. "I think I am ready for the reveal." Suddenly, her hand was on mine, firm and cold, stopping me. Ah," she whispered, her voice right next to my ear, but it was not the warm, playful whisper from the car. This was different. It was flat, cold, no peeking. "Not yet. The fun is just beginning." Her touch sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with excitement. It felt predatory. I pulled my hand away quickly. "Chloe, this is not funny," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But I could hear the tremor in it. "Take the blindfold off." She did not answer. I heard her footsteps move away, from me again. Then the scraping sound resumed. The metallic, sweet smell was stronger now, making my stomach churn. It reminded me of a butcher shop, but not quite. More clinical. I tried to take a deep breath, but the air felt thick, heavy, and that smell was suffocating. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe she was setting up some elaborate display of her photography, a dark room. But the sounds, the smell, it did not fit. I took a cautious step forward, my hand outstretched, trying to feel my way. My fingers brushed against something cold and hard. Metal. A faint hum vibrated through it. What was that? It felt like a large appliance, but not a refrigerator. No, this was different. "Do not move," Her voice cut through the darkness, sharp and sudden. It was no longer the charming, husky voice I knew. It was flat, devoid of emotion, and utterly chilling. I froze. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This was not a game. This was not fun. This was wrong. What are you doing, Chloe? I demanded, trying to sound angry, to hide the fear that was now a cold, hard lump in my throat. I heard her footsteps again, approaching me, slow, deliberate. Each step resonated in the profound silence. I could feel her presence. Even without seeing her, the air around me grew colder. Then, I felt something brush against my cheek. Cold, hard, and slightly damp. I flinched back, just preparing. She murmured, her voice close again, but now it sounded detached, like she was talking about mundane chores, making sure everything is just right for our special evening. My mind was racing, trying to put the pieces together. The locked door, the silence, the strange smell, the scraping sounds, the cold object, her chilling tone. This was not an apartment. It did not feel like one. It felt like something else. A workshop, a lab, a place where things were processed. I made a sudden decision. I ripped the blindfold off. My hands were shaking so badly it took a couple of attempts to untie the knot. The sudden burst of light, even dim, was disorienting. My eyes struggled to adjust, and then I saw it. It was not an apartment, not in any sense of the word. The room was large, broad, and sparsely lit by a single, harsh fluorescent light strip on the ceiling. The walls were stark white, or maybe they had once been white, now stained with what looked like reddish-brown streaks in places. The floor was concrete, covered in a thick, dark, matted carpet that I now realized was soaked, not just damp, but saturated with something dark and viscous. That metallic, sweet smell was overpowering now, burning my nostrils. It was the smell of blood in the center of the room. On a large, stainless steel table was something covered by a dark tarp. Next to it, on another, smaller table, was an array of tools. Not hammers and wrenches. These were surgical tools. Scalpels, clamps, saws, gleaming under the harsh light. My eyes darted around the room, trying to make sense of the horror. There were no windows. The door I would come through was thick, steel, with multiple deadbolts. It looked like a soundproof vault. And then I saw Chloe. She was standing a few feet away, holding a long, slender blade. Her eyes, those beautiful, piercing blue eyes, were utterly devoid of warmth. They were cold, flat, and reflected the harsh light with an unnerving intensity. Her smile, the one that had captivated me for weeks, was gone, replaced by a thin, cruel line. "You were not supposed to see yet," she said, her voice a low, disappointed hiss. It spoils the surprise. My breath caught in my throat. My mind screamed, "Run. Get out. Now." "Chloe," I stammered, backing away slowly, my eyes fixed on the knife in her hand. What is this? What are you doing?" She took a step towards me, the knife glinting. "This," she said, gesturing vaguely around the room with the blade, "is my studio. My true art." She moved past me, towards a covered table. My eyes followed her, filled with a primal terror. She reached out, grasped the edge of the tarp, and with a flourish, pulled it back. The world tilted. Underneath the tarp, on the stainless steel table, was a human body. It was a man, His skin was pale, waxy, and he was splayed out, unmoving. His chest was open, ribs splayed apart, revealing something that had been meticulously arranged. Like an anatomical display, his eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, and then I saw the camera, a high-end digital SLR, set up on a tripod, angled perfectly at the table. Chloe turned back to me, her face now alight with chilling, triumphant glee. "You see," she whispered, her voice almost breathless with excitement. "Unique perspectives. I told you." My stomach lurched. I gagged, stumbling backward until my back hit the cold. Hard wall. My legs felt like jelly. This was not real. This could not be real. Who is that?" I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. She smiled, a truly terrifying, unhinged smile. "Oh, just a recent subject. He was quite handsome. Was not he? A pity. But the art is worth it." She ran her fingers lovingly along the edge of the blade she held. "And you are going to be my next masterpiece." That was it. The last shred of denial snapped. This woman, the one I had fallen for, was a serial killer. And I was her next victim. A surge of adrenaline, cold and sharp, coursed through me. I had to get out. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything at all. The steel door was too far, and she was between me and it. The tools on the small table, maybe. "Why?" I asked, trying to buy myself time, to distract her. "Why are you doing this?" She tilted her head like a curious bird. "Why?" "Because it is beautiful. The human form, stripped bare, the internal workings, the stories they tell, once you truly look, and the fear. Darling, the fear is the most exquisite light of all." She took another, slow step towards me, the knife held loosely, but menacingly. "Your fear, right now, is absolutely exquisite." As she spoke, I noticed something else on the small tool table. A small, heavy wrench, lying near the edge. My heart hammered. This was my chance. "You are insane." I spat, trying to sound defiant, trying to mask the pure, unadulterated terror that threatened to consume me. Her smile widened. "Perhaps, but my art is real." She lunged, not a wild, untrained lunge, but a precise, practiced movement. The blade flashed towards my chest. I reacted on instinct. I ducked, throwing myself to the side, hitting the concrete floor with a painful thud. The knife whistled past my ear, embedding itself with a sickening thunk into the wall where I had just been. She cursed, a low growl. "Naughty, naughty." I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my side, and lunged for the tool table. My fingers closed around the cold, heavy wrench. It felt substantial. A weapon. Chloe was already pulling the knife from the wall. She moved with an unnerving grace, like a predator. "You won't get away," she hissed, her eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. I did not answer. I swung the wrench, a wild, desperate arc, aiming for her head. She was quick, though. She ducked, the wrench whistling over her head. But it bought me a precious second. I bolted towards a steel door. It was my only hope. She was right behind me, her footsteps light and swift. I fumbled with the deadbolts, my fingers clumsy with terror. The first one clicked open. The second, "Stop," she shrieked, her voice echoing in the sterile room. I heard the whoosh of the knife again, felt a searing pain in my back as it grazed me. I cried out, but did not stop. Adrenaline was my only fuel. The third deadbolt. It was stiff. My fingers slipped. Panic flared. Hot and blinding. She grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around. Her face was a mask of pure rage. Her eyes feral. The knife was raised, poised to strike. I swung the wrench again, this time with all my might. A desperate, last-ditch effort. It connected, not with her head, but with her arm, just above the wrist. There was a sickening crunch, and she screamed, a sound of pure agony and fury. The knife clattered to the floor. Sliding away, her grip on me loosened. I did not hesitate. I shoved her back. Hard. She stumbled, clutching her injured arm, her face contorted in pain and disbelief. I turned back to the door, my hands shaking violently, and yanked the last deadbolt open. The heavy steel door swung inward with a groan. I did not look back. I burst out of the room, into a dark, narrow hallway. The air outside the studio was still, but felt less oppressive. I could hear the faint sounds of the building, now distant traffic. A TV somewhere. I ran, down the hallway, through a dimly lit living room that looked surprisingly normal, if a little sparse. I saw the front door, the one she had locked. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers numb. It clicked. I tore the door open and burst out into the night, gasping for air. The cool night air hit my face, shocking me back to reality. I was outside. I was free. I did not stop running until I was blocks away, my lungs burning, my back aching from the shallow knife wound. I found a gas station, stumbled inside, and frantically called 911. Explaining it to the dispatcher was almost impossible. A blindfold, a studio, a dead body, a knife-wielding Tinder date. They probably thought I was high or insane, but the terror in my voice and the blood seeping through my shirt must have convinced them. The police arrived quickly. I led them back to the apartment building, my heart pounding with every step. They found the apartment, the steel door, the tools, the body. Everything was exactly as I described. Chloe, however, was gone. She had vanished. The police investigated. They found evidence of multiple victims, a sickening collection of art. They found her other equipment, her detailed notes, her plans. She was a meticulous, cold-blooded killer, driven by some twisted artistic vision. But they never found Chloe. She disappeared without a trace. It was like she just melted into the night. I was questioned for hours, days. My life was turned inside out. Every single detail of our relationship was scrutinized. I had nightmares for months. The smell of that room, the sight of that table, the cold, flat look in her eyes, replaying over and over again in my head. I could not sleep without the lights on. Every dark corner, every unexpected sound sent me into a cold sweat. It has been a few years now. I am okay. Mostly, the physical scar on my back is a constant reminder. A thin, white line that sometimes aches in the cold. But the mental scars, those run deeper. I deleted all my dating apps. Of course, I can't even look at them anymore. The thought of swiping, of chatting with a stranger, fills me with a dread I can't shake. I have tried to date, but the trust it is gone. How do you ever truly know someone when the person you thought you knew, the one you were falling in love with, could be a monster? So yeah, you know I have heard some dating app horror stories, but mine is the one that makes me want to tell everyone to just throw their phones into the ocean. Because sometimes, behind that perfect profile, behind that witty bio and charming smile, There's not just a bad date. There's a darkness so profound, so utterly evil, that it will haunt you for the rest of your life. And all it takes is one simple request, trust me. Let me blindfold you, and you might just walk straight into your own personal hell. Be careful out there. Folks, you never know who is really on the other side. Sarah was like a lot of people these days. She was in her early 20s, living in a decent-sized city, and navigating the confusing world of online dating. She would have had her share of bad dates, some awkward, some just plain, boring, but nothing that had ever truly scared her. Not until Mark. She would match with Mark on one of the popular dating apps. Let us call it Connect. His profile was pretty impressive. He was a few years older than her, maybe late 20s, with a confident but not arrogant smile in his pictures. He worked in something vague but respectable, like financial consulting, and his bio talked about hiking, photography, and finding hidden gems off the beaten path. He seemed adventurous, intelligent, and, honestly, pretty handsome. Their initial conversations were great. He was witty, asked thoughtful questions, and seemed genuinely interested in what Sarah had to say. He remembered details she would mention days earlier, which she found charming. It felt like a real connection, not just the usual superficial swiping. After about a week of texting and a couple phone calls that left her laughing, he suggested they finally meet up for dinner. I know this incredible spot. He would text it. It is this amazing farm-to-table place. Super rustic, but the food is out of this world. It is a bit of a drive, maybe an hour or so outside the city. But trust me, it is absolutely worth it. It is really secluded, a true hidden gem. Sarah paused. An hour outside the city for a first date. A tiny little alarm bell, no bigger than a gnat, buzzed in the back of her mind. It felt a little intense. But then she thought about how much she would enjoy talking to him. How exciting he made it sound. She pictured a cozy, candlelit restaurant in the countryside, a unique experience. Plus, she was a bit of an adventurous spirit herself. Or at least she liked to think she was. She did not want to seem boring or unspontaneous. So, she pushed the tiny alarm bell down. Sound amazing, she replied. Count me in. What time? He suggested he pick her up around 6 p.m. the following Saturday. She agreed. She told her best friend, Maya, about the date, mentioning the drive. Maya, being a little more cautious, raised an eyebrow. An hour drive for a first date. That is a lot. Sarah, are you sure about this guy? He seems really great. Maya, Sarah had said, and he made it sound like this super exclusive, romantic spot, like a real experience. You know, besides, I will have my phone. I will text you when we get there. Maya still looked skeptical, but Sarah was already caught up in the excitement. She spent the better part of Saturday afternoon picking out the perfect outfit, doing her hair, and doing her makeup. She was genuinely looking forward to it. Mark pulled up to her apartment building right on time. In a sleek, dark SUV that looked brand new. He got out, walked around, and opened the passenger door for her. A gesture that felt old-fashioned and charming. In person, he was even more attractive than his photos, and his smile was genuinely warm. Hey, Sarah, he said, his voice smooth and confident, ready for an adventure, ready as I will ever be. She replied, a genuine smile on her face. She slid into the comfortable leather seat, the interior smelling faintly of new car and a subtle, pleasant cologne. The first part of the drive was perfectly normal. They chatted easily, picking up where their text had left off. He asked about her day, told her a funny story about his dog, and made her laugh several times. They drove out of the city, onto the highway, and the urban sprawl slowly gave way to suburban neighborhoods, then open fields and scattered farmhouses. The sun, a warm orange, began its slow descent toward the horizon. About 45 minutes in, Sarah started to feel that tiny alarm bell again, a little louder this time. She glanced at the GPS on her phone, which was still showing them moving away from any major towns. So, how much further is this place? She asked, trying to sound casual. Mark chuckled, his eyes on the road. Almost there. It is worth the wait. Trust me, you are going to love it. It has got this incredible view of the sunset. 2. Perfect for a first date. He made it sound so romantic that she pushed her unease back down. Maybe she was just being paranoid. She was used to city life. She probably just was not used to being out in the country. But as they continued, the road grew narrower. The houses became fewer and farther between, and the trees started to close in around them. The last vestiges of sunlight were fading fast, painting the sky in hues of deep purple and fiery, orange, but casting long, eerie shadows across the landscape. The phone signal bars on her screen had started to fluctuate, then dropped entirely. Shoot, Sarah muttered, tapping her phone. Lost my signal out here. Mark glanced at her, a quick, almost imperceptible flicker in his eyes. Yeah, that happens out here. Good to disconnect sometimes, right? Get away from all the noise. He smiled, but it felt a little forced this time. Sarah tried to laugh along, but a knot of anxiety tightened in her stomach. She tried to subtly open her messaging app again, just to see if a stray bar of signal might pop up, but nothing, just the dreaded no service message. They kept driving. An hour turned into an hour and a half. The road they were on was now barely paved, gravel and dirt kicking up behind the tires. The trees were dense on either side, a thick, impenetrable wall of dark green that seemed to swallow the last of the twilight. There were no street lights, no other cars, just the hum of Mark's engine and the growing silence inside the SUV. Mark, Sarah said, her voice a little more strained than she intended. Seriously, where are we? This is way more than an hour, and there is nothing out here. He did not immediately answer. He just kept driving, his jaw set, his eyes fixed on the ribbon of road ahead. The charming smile was gone, replaced by a neutral, almost blank expression. The change was subtle, but it hit Sarah like a physical blow. Her heart started to pound. Mark, she repeated, louder this time. I am getting a little freaked out. Where is this restaurant? He finally spoke, his voice lower, less friendly, just a little further. It is really off the grid. Off the grid. That phrase, which had sounded adventurous earlier, now sounded menacing. She looked around desperately, but there was nothing, just trees, and the deepening gloom of night. The air in the car felt thick, suffocating. She noticed a dark duffel bag in the back seat, half hidden under a jacket. It looked heavy, sturdy. A new wave of fear washed over her. Then, he slowed down, turning off the gravel road onto what could only be described as a dirt track. It was barely wide enough for the SUV, overgrown with weeds and brambles. A rusty, leaning sign, barely visible in the fading light. Read private property. No trespassing. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. Mark, stop the car. I am serious. This is not okay. Her voice was shaking now. He ignored her, driving slowly, carefully, deeper into the woods. The trees grew even denser here, forming a canopy that blocked out what little starlight might have penetrated. It was pitch black, save for the SUV's headlights cutting through the darkness. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of tires on dirt and the frantic pounding of her own heart. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only another few minutes, the trees thinned slightly, revealing a clearing, and in the middle of that clearing, bathed in the harsh glare of the headlights, stood a cabin. It was not a rustic, charming, farm-to-table restaurant. It was an old, dilapidated shack. The paint was peeling. The windows were dark and looked boarded up in places, and the porch sagged precariously. It looked abandoned, desolate, and utterly terrifying. Mark brought the SUV to a complete stop. He cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. A thick, heavy blanket that seemed to press in on Sarah from all sides. The only sound was the frantic thumping of her own heartbeat in her ears. "Mark," she whispered, her voice barely audible. What is this place? This is not a restaurant." He turned to her then, and the charming mask was completely gone. His eyes, in the dim light from the dashboard, were cold, flat, and devoid of any warmth. His mouth was a thin, hard line. "No, Sarah," he said, his voice low and chillingly calm. "It is not a restaurant." Pure, unadulterated terror seized her. Every fiber of her being screamed danger. She fumbled for the door handle, her hands clammy and shaking. But he was faster. He reached across, his arm a blur, and pressed a button. A soft click echoed through the silent car as the doors locked. "Hey," she yelled, her voice cracking. She tried the handle again, pulling frantically, but it was solid, locked. "Relax, Sarah," he said, and there was a strange, almost predatory calm in his tone. "No need to be so dramatic." "Dramatic," she shrieked, her voice rising in panic. "We are 2 hours into the middle of nowhere, in front of some creepy shack, and you just locked me in your car. What do you want?" He leaned back, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. "I told you, I like hidden gems, and you, Sarah, are a very rare gem, a beautiful one." His eyes raked over her, and she felt a wave of nausea. His gaze was not admiring, it was appraising, like a collector looking at an object. "Let me out, Mark." Right now she demanded, trying to sound firm, but her voice betrayed her. She was terrified. He slowly reached into the console between them. Sarah's eyes widened, her heart hammering against her ribs. Was he reaching for a knife? A gun? What was he going to do? He pulled out a small, worn leather-bound journal and a pen. He opened it, flipping through pages filled with neat, precise handwriting. "You know, Sarah," he began, ignoring her pleas. "I have been looking for someone like you for a long time. Someone with that spark, that genuine innocence. It is hard to find these days." He looked at her, and his smile widened, but it was not a friendly smile. It was a terrifying, calculating grin. Most people are so jaded, so predictable. But you are different. You have that look in your eyes, that moment of pure, unadulterated fear. It is exquisite. Her blood ran cold. Pure, unadulterated fear. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying her fear. "What are you talking about?" She stammered, trying to keep her voice steady. Her mind was racing, desperately trying to find an escape, any escape. He tapped the journal. "My work, my art, you could say. I capture moments. True, unfiltered emotion. And there is nothing quite like the raw, primal fear of someone realizing they are completely, utterly helpless. He closed the journal with a soft thud. And you, Sarah, are going to be my next masterpiece. He reached for the door handle again, but this time, he was not locking it. He was unlocking his side. That was her chance. Adrenaline surged through her veins, overriding the terror for a split second as he opened his door. She flung herself across the center console, clawing at his arm, screaming at the top of her lungs. She did not know what she was doing, just that she had to get out. He grunted in surprise, momentarily thrown off balance. He tried to grab her, but she was too quick, too desperate. Her fingernails raked across his face, leaving angry red lines. He roared in pain and fury. She scrambled out of the passenger door, falling onto the dirt track, scraping her knees and palms. She did not care. She did not even feel it. All she knew was she had to run. "Hey," he yelled, his voice echoing through the silent woods. "Get back here." Sarah, she did not look back. She pushed herself up, her muscles screaming, and bolted into the darkness of the woods. The trees were a thick, terrifying maze, branches snagging at her clothes, roots threatening to trip her with every frantic step. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen leaves and unseen debris. Behind her, she heard his door slam shut. Then, the crunch of his boots on the dirt, growing closer. He was coming after her. Sarah, you can't hide his voice, now laced with chilling menace, sliced through the night. It is useless. I know these woods. She ran blindly, fueled by pure, desperate terror. Her lungs burned. Her legs ached, but she could not stop. She could hear him crashing through the undergrowth behind her, closer than she wanted to believe. She knew she was not fast enough. He was bigger, stronger, and he probably knew this area like the back of his hand. She needed to hide. She needed to disappear. Ahead, she saw a large, gnarled oak tree, its ancient trunk wider than her outstretched arms, its roots twisting out of the ground like thick, dark veins. There was a small hollow at its base, partially obscured by thick bushes. It was a long shot, but it was all she had. With a final burst of energy, she dove towards it, scrambling behind the bushes, squeezing herself into the hollow. She pulled her knees to her chest, trying to make herself as small as possible, trying to disappear into the shadows. She held her breath, her heart pounding so violently she thought he must surely hear it. Seconds stretched into an eternity. She heard him stop, his heavy breathing audible just a few yards away. "Sarah," he called out, his voice no longer angry, but eerily calm, almost playful. Come out, wherever you are. This is not a game. You can win." He was close, too close. She could hear the rustle of leaves as he moved, slowly, deliberately, searching. She squeezed her eyes shut, tears streaming down her face, silently begging for him to pass by, to miss her. She heard a twig snap, right beside her hiding spot. Her body tensed, ready to scream, ready to fight, ready to die. Then, he moved away. She heard his footsteps receding, slowly circling, calling her name. "Sarah, do not make this harder than it has to be. I just want to talk. We can still have that dinner. It is a bit cold now, but I have a fire pit at the cabin. It will be cozy." The casualness of his tone was more horrifying than his anger. He was not just a kidnapper. He was a predator playing with his prey. He was enjoying every second of her terror. She stayed absolutely still, not daring to move a muscle, not daring to breathe too loudly. Minutes passed, then more minutes. The sounds of his searching grew fainter, moving deeper into the woods. But she knew he had not given up. He was just trying to flush her out. The cold night air seeped into her clothes, making her shiver uncontrollably. Her muscles cramped from holding such a rigid position, but she could not move. She could not make a sound. After what felt like an hour, the woods grew eerily silent again. Too silent. Had he left? Had he given up? Or was he just waiting, lurking, listening for her to make a move? She could not stay there forever. She had to try something. She, slowly, painstakingly, began to crawl out from her hiding spot, inch by agonizing inch. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of terror through her. She peeked out, straining her eyes in the oppressive darkness. Nothing, just the endless, looming trees. Taking a deep, shaky breath, she started to move, not running this time, but walking as quietly as she could, trying to put as much distance between herself and the cabin as possible. She did not know which way was back to, the main road, but she hoped if she just kept moving in one direction, she would eventually hit something. She walked for what felt like an eternity, her bare arms and legs scraped and bruised by branches, her shoes filled with dirt and pebbles. The moon, a sliver of white, finally broke through the canopy, casting weak, ghostly light through the trees, making the shadows dance and play tricks on her eyes. Every rustle, every hoot of an owl made her jump. Then she saw it through a break in the trees, a faint, flickering light in the distance. Hope, sharp and agonizing, pierced through her fear. It was not the cabin. It was in the opposite direction. It had to be a house or a road. She pushed herself harder, her exhaustion temporarily forgotten, stumbling through the undergrowth towards a light. As she got closer, she realized it was not a house. It was a single, dim streetlight, illuminating a narrow, paved road, a real road. She burst out of the tree line, onto the asphalt, breathing heavily, tears of relief and exhaustion streaming down her face. She looked both ways. No cars, no signs of Mark, just the empty road stretching into the darkness, and the single, buzzing streetlight. She started walking, not caring which direction, just away from the woods, away from the cabin, away from Mark. She limped, her body aching, her mind reeling. Every shadow, every distant sound, made her jump. After what felt like miles, she saw another light, much brighter, this time. Headlights. A car was coming. Her instinct screamed at her to hide, to run, to not trust anyone. But her body was giving out. Her voice was hoarse from screaming and from the dry, dusty air. She had no choice. She stumbled into the middle of the road, waving her arms frantically, yelling, "Help! Please! Help me!" The car slowed, its headlights blinding her. It was an older pickup truck, a rusty, beat-up thing. The driver, a weathered man with a kind face, leaned out the window, his expression a mix of concern and alarm. "Whoa! Easy there. Miss, are you okay? What happened?" Sarah collapsed against the side of his truck, sobbing uncontrollably. He tried to the cabin Mark. He tried to kill me. The man, whose name she later learned was Frank, was a retired farmer heading home from a late shift at a nearby plant. He listened patiently, his face growing grimmer with every word. He helped her into his truck, wrapping her in a spare blanket he kept on the seat, and drove her to the nearest police station, which was about another 20 minutes away. The police took her statement. and an officer drove her back out to the dirt track. But by then, it was too late. The cabin was dark, silent, and empty. There were no signs of Mark, no sign of his SUV. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. They searched the area, but found nothing concrete. No evidence of anyone having lived there recently. No tools. No duffel bag. Just an old, dilapidated cabin in the middle of nowhere. They told her they would open an investigation, that they would look for him. They had her describe Mark in detail, gave her a list of resources for trauma and counseling. But Sarah knew, deep down, that he was gone. He was a ghost in the woods, a predator who had melted back into the shadows. Sarah never went on a dating app again. The experience left her with scars that ran far deeper than the scrapes and bruises she got that night. Every time she drove past a wooded area, her heart would seize up. Every time a car pulled up behind her too closely, she felt a surge of panic. And every time she met someone new, that little alarm bell in her head was not just a gnat anymore, it was a blaring siren. She was lucky she escaped. But the memory of Mark's cold eyes, his chilling smile, and the absolute terror of being hunted in the dark woods would stay with her forever. She learned the hard way that sometimes the most dangerous monsters are not the ones in the movies. They are the ones who look perfectly normal on a dating app, offering you a hidden gem of an experience, only to drive you 2 hours into the middle of nowhere, where no one can hear you scream. And that is the story of Sarah's terrifying first date. It is a chilling reminder to always trust your gut, no matter how small that alarm bell might seem. Stay safe out there, and I will see you next time. All right, so picture this. I was just like anyone else, right? Swiping through Connect, trying to navigate that whole confusing, sometimes soul-crushing world of online dating. You know the drill. Endless profiles, awkward intros, the occasional gem that turns out to be a total dud in person. But then I matched with Mark. And let me tell you, Mark seemed different. He was handsome, in that rugged, outdoorsy way, with a smile that just radiated warmth. His profile was full of pictures of him hiking, kayaking, traveling to some pretty exotic-looking places. He seemed genuinely adventurous, which I liked, and our conversations, man, they were great. We talked for hours, texting back and forth, laughing at each other's stupid jokes, finding common ground on everything from obscure indie bands to our shared love for spicy food. It felt easy, natural, like we would known each other for ages. So when he suggested a first date, I was genuinely excited. And his idea, an incredible farm-to-table spot, a hidden gem about an hour outside the city. He described it as having this amazing atmosphere, locally sourced ingredients, the whole 9 yards. A tiny alarm bell buzzed in the back of my mind. I will admit, an hour outside the city for a first date, that is a bit of commitment, a bit isolated. But I pushed it down. I wanted to seem spontaneous. You know, not some city slicker too afraid to venture off the beaten path. Plus, the idea of a unique experience, something different from the usual noisy bar or generic restaurant, was really appealing. I remember talking to my friend, Sarah, about it a couple of days before the date. She was always my sounding board for these kinds of things. An hour out, she said, raising an eyebrow over a coffee mug. For a first date, that is bold, dude. I know, right? I chuckled, trying to sound nonchalant, but he made it sound so cool, like this super exclusive, rustic place. And our conversations have been so good. I figured, why not? Sarah just gave me that look. The one that said, I am not going to tell you what to do, But I am also not entirely on board with this. Just text me when you get there. Okay. And text me when you are leaving. And maybe share your location. I rolled my eyes, but I knew she was right to be cautious. We have all heard the stories. Yeah, yeah, Mom, I got it. The day of the date rolled around, and I was actually pretty hyped. I picked out a nice, but not too fancy, outfit. I double-checked my phone was charged, made sure I had a full tank of gas. You know, all the usual preparations. Mark had given me the address, and it was indeed way out there, past the suburbs, past the big box stores, then past the smaller towns that gradually thinned out into farmland. The drive started out fine. I put on a playlist, cruised along. The sun was starting to dip, painting the sky in these incredible oranges and purples. It was beautiful, honestly, but as I got further and further, the road started to narrow. The street lights disappeared. It was just me, my headlights cutting through the growing darkness, and endless fields on either side. My phone signal, which had been perfectly fine, started to flicker. Then it dropped completely. Great. I thought, just great. Sarah's gonna kill me if I get lost out here. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw it, a small, unlit sign on the side of the road, barely visible in my headlights. That simply read the Old Mill. Below it, an arrow pointing down a long, gravel driveway. I took a deep breath, turned off the main road, and started slowly bumping my way down the drive. The trees here were thick, ancient-looking things, their branches arching overhead like skeletal fingers, blocking out what little natural light was left. It felt like driving into a tunnel. At the end of the drive, a building slowly materialized out of the gloom. It was an old mill, or at least, it looked like one. Stone and dark wood, with a heavy, rustic feel. There were a few other cars in the small parking lot, maybe 4 or 5. Not exactly bustling, but not completely deserted either. A single, dim lantern hung by the heavy wooden front door, casting a weak, flickering glow. I parked, took another deep breath, and stepped out of my car. The air was cool and still, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something vaguely metallic, almost like old iron. Or maybe that was just my imagination. As I walked toward the entrance, the heavy door swung open, and there he was, Mark, looking even better than his pictures. If that was possible, he had on a casual button-down shirt, sleeves rolled up, and jeans. He flashed that easy smile, and for a moment, all my apprehension melted away. "Hey," he said, his voice warm and inviting. "You made it. I was starting to wonder if you got lost. Signal out here is terrible. I know. Tell me about it." I laughed, feeling a little more at ease. My phone basically gave up about 10 miles back. He chuckled. "Yeah, it is part of the charm. No distractions. Come on in. I got us a table." The interior of the old mill was interesting. It was dimly lit, mostly by candles and a few strategically placed lanterns. The walls were exposed stone. The floor was wide plank wood. There was a large, roaring fireplace in one corner, which was nice. A few other tables were occupied, but it was far from full. The clientele seemed to be mostly couples. Hushed conversations, a sort of intimate, almost reverent atmosphere. It felt less like a restaurant and more like a secret club. We were led to a table in a cozy nook, away from the other patrons. It was nice, private. The server, a quiet young woman with surprisingly pale eyes, handed us menus that were printed on thick, handmade paper. Everything sounded delicious, locally sourced produce, artisanal cheeses, game meats. It was exactly what Mark had described. For the first hour or so, everything was great. Mark was an engaging conversationalist. Just as he would been over text, we talked about our lives, our dreams, our past experiences. He told me stories about his travels, and I found myself genuinely captivated. He listened intently when I spoke, making eye contact, making me feel like I was the only person in the room. He was charming, attentive, and funny. I remember thinking, okay, maybe Sarah was overreacting. This guy is actually really great. We ordered our food. I got the roasted duck. He got the venison stew and a bottle of a local red wine. The wine was robust and smooth, and after a couple of glasses, I was feeling even more relaxed. The earlier jitters completely gone. The food arrived, beautifully presented, and tasted incredible. Seriously, one of the best meals I would had in a long time. It was during a lull in the conversation, after we had finished our main courses and were waiting for dessert, that it happened. Mark was reaching across the table to pour me another glass of wine. As he extended his arm, his sleeve, which had been casually rolled up to his forearm, slipped down a little, and there it was, on the inside of his left forearm, just below the elbow, a tattoo. My breath caught in my throat. The wine glass clinked softly against the bottle as my hand froze, my eyes fixated on it, heart suddenly hammering in my chest like a trapped bird. It was a very specific tattoo, not some generic tribal design or a random symbol. This was intricate. It was a depiction of a raven, perched on a gnarled, leafless branch, with a single, blood-red rose clutched in its beak. The style was unique, almost gothic, with fine lines and subtle shading that made the raven's feathers look incredibly detailed, almost iridescent in the dim candlelight. The rose, too, was rendered with striking realism, its petals unfurling, the deep crimson standing out against the bird's dark form. And I knew that tattoo. I knew it intimately, because my ex-girlfriend, Chloe, had the exact same one, in the exact same spot. Chloe had gotten it about 6 months before she disappeared. We had been together for 3 years, and that tattoo was a big deal to her. She would spent months designing it, working with an artist to get every detail perfect. It was not just a cool design, it had a story. The raven represented freedom and mystery, she said, and the rose, love and passion, even in darkness. She had told me, and only me, that it was a symbol of her belief in finding beauty, even in the most desolate places. It was deeply personal. Chloe had vanished without a trace almost a year ago. One day she was there. The next she was gone. Her car was found abandoned on the side of a highway. Her apartment untouched. No note, no calls, no activity on her bank accounts or social media. Just gone. The police had investigated, of course, but they found nothing. It was like she would simply cease to exist. It had torn me apart. And now, here it was, on Mark's arm, the exact same tattoo. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Coincidence? Impossible. The design was too specific, too unique. Maybe he knew Chloe, but why would not he have mentioned it? Why would not he have said something like, "Hey, that tattoo reminds me of someone I know," or "I got this design from a friend"? My eyes darted from the tattoo to Mark's face. He was smiling, oblivious, still pouring the wine. Or was he? Was that a flicker in his eyes? A subtle shift in his expression that suggested he knew I would seen it. Everything, all right, he asked, his smile still in place. But now it seemed a little too wide, a little too fixed. You look like you've seen a ghost. I forced a laugh, a dry, hollow sound that barely escaped my throat. Oh, yeah, yeah, I am fine. Just admiring your tattoo. It is really cool. I tried to keep my voice light, casual, but my hands were trembling, and I could feel a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. He glanced down at his arm, then back at me. His smile did not waver, but his eyes were suddenly different. There was something in them now, a depth, a knowingness that had not been there before. It was like a mask had slipped. This one, he said, turning his arm slightly so I could get a better look. Yeah, I like it. It is special to me. He paused, his gaze lingering on mine. Got it a while back. It represents something important. My heart pounded even harder. Special to me. Represents something important. Was he toying with me? Was this some sick game? It is. Really detailed. I managed, trying to sound genuinely interested, trying to push down the rising panic. What is the story behind it? He leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. He took a sip of his wine, his eyes never leaving mine. Well, he began, his voice dropping slightly, becoming a low, almost hypnotic murmur. It is about finding beauty in the desolate. The raven, you see, it is often associated with darkness, with mystery, but it is also intelligent, adaptable, and the rose, a symbol of love, of passion. Even in the bleakest of places, there can be something beautiful, something worth holding on to. My blood ran cold. Those were almost Chloe's exact words. Not just the general meaning, but the phrasing, the specific interpretation. It could not be a coincidence. It absolutely could not. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt like I was going to throw up the exquisite duck and the fine wine. This was not a date. This was something else entirely. This was a trap. That is, a beautiful interpretation. I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to hide the terror that was now clawing at my throat. Did you design it yourself? He just smiled, a slow, unsettling smile that did not quite reach his eyes. In a way, he said, it was inspired by someone very inspiring. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic thoughts. Get out. Get out now. But how? I am an hour from the city. No phone signal. He knows where I parked. What if he is not alone? What if this whole place is involved? The quiet atmosphere of the restaurant suddenly felt menacing. The hushed conversation sounded like whispers. The dim lighting felt oppressive. The pale-eyed server who'd been so quiet earlier now seemed to be watching us from across the room. I think I need to use the restroom. I stammered, pushing my chair back a little too quickly. It scraped loudly against the wooden floor, making a harsh sound in the otherwise quiet room. A few heads turned. Mark's smile tightened. Of course, he said, his voice still calm, but with an edge I had not noticed before. It is just down that hall, past the kitchen entrance. He gestured vaguely with his wine glass. Do not get lost. His eyes held mine for a moment, and in that moment, I saw it clearly. Not charm, not warmth, but something cold, predatory, a warning. I practically ran to the hallway he would indicated. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The hallway was even darker than the dining room, lit only by a single, flickering bare bulb. It smelled faintly of something metallic again, stronger this time. I passed a heavy, unmarked wooden door that I assumed was the kitchen entrance. A low hum emanated from behind it, like some kind of machinery. I burst into the small, single-stall restroom. It was surprisingly clean, but still had that rustic, old building feel. I locked the door behind me, leaning against it, trying to catch my breath. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. I splashed cold water on my face, tried to clear my head. Think, think, think. What do I do? I could not just walk out. He would stop me. He would probably follow me. I needed a plan. I pulled out my phone. Still no signal. I tried calling Sarah anyway, just in case. Nothing. I opened my Maps app. It showed my location. A little blued in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by blank grayness. No roads, no landmarks, just an empty expanse. Great. Offline. Maps clearly had not loaded this area. My eyes scanned the small bathroom, looking for anything, any clue, any way out. The window was tiny, high up, and covered with a thick, iron grate. No escape there. As I turned to face the door, my gaze fell on a small, framed picture hanging on the wall. It was a faded, sepia-toned photograph of the mill itself, probably from decades ago. Below it, a small plaque. I leaned closer to read the tiny script. The Old Mill Est, 1898. Originally a grain mill, then a timber mill, reopened as the Old Mill Restaurant in 1982 by the Miller family. Current proprietors, the Miller family. Miller family. Mark. Miller. Could it be? Was this his family's place? That would explain a lot. The isolation, the lack of signal, the way he seemed to own the place. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Chloe, her car found abandoned. What if she had not just disappeared? What if she would have been brought here? A chilling tremor ran down my spine. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wide with terror. I looked like a cornered animal. I unlocked the door and peered out into the dim hallway. Empty. I had to get out. I could not go back to the table. I had to get to my car. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Okay, plan walkout. Pretend everything is fine. Make a beeline for my car and drive like hell. Do not look back. I started walking, trying to keep my pace normal. But my legs felt like lead. As I approached the dining room entrance, I could see Mark at our table. He was not looking at me. He was looking at his phone, a slight frown on his face. Good. Maybe he is distracted. I tried to walk past the table, towards a main entrance. I could feel his eyes on me, even without looking. Leaving so soon? He asked, his voice cutting to the quiet like a knife. I stopped, forcing myself to turn around, forcing a smile. Oh, no, just thought I would get some fresh air. It is a bit warm in here. It was a lie. The air was cool. He slowly put his phone down. His smile was gone. His eyes were cold. Hard. Nonsense. It is quite comfortable. Why do not you come back and we can have dessert? I ordered the AP Bow Crumble. It is their specialty. Actually, I said, trying to keep my voice from trembling. I just remembered I have an early start tomorrow. I really should get going. He stood up, slowly. He was taller than me, and the way he moved, with that quiet, deliberate grace, made him seem even more imposing. An early start. He chuckled, but there was no humor in it. That is a shame. I was having such a good time. We were having such a good time. Were not we? He started to walk towards me, slowly, deliberately. The few other patrons in the restaurant seemed oblivious, lost in their own conversations. Or perhaps they were just very good at pretending to be. The pale-eyed server was nowhere to be seen. "Look, Mark," I said, backing away, slowly, my eyes darting toward the front door. "I really do have to go. Thanks for dinner. It was memorable, memorable, indeed," he said. And now, he was only a few feet from me. His voice was no longer warm and charming. It was flat, chilling. "But you can't leave yet. We have not even really started. What are you talking about?" I tried to sound angry, but it came out as a desperate squeak. He reached out, his hand closing around my arm with surprising strength. His grip was like iron. "You saw it, did not you?" he whispered, his face close to mine. His breath smelled faintly of wine and something else. Something sweet and cloying, like decay. The tattoo. You recognized it. My heart leaped into my throat. "I do not know what you are talking about." I lied, trying to pull away, but his grip was too strong. He chuckled, a low, humorless sound. "Oh, I think you do. You knew Chloe. Did not you? She talked about you. Said you were. Persistent. Chloe. He knew Chloe. And she talked about me." My mind reeled. This was worse than I could have imagined. "Let go of me, Mark," I snarled, trying to put some force behind my voice. I started to struggle, trying to twist out of his grasp. His eyes narrowed. The charming facade was completely gone now, replaced by something cold, utterly devoid of emotion. "You should not have come here," he said, his voice a low growl. "Nobody leaves the old mill unless I say so." He started to drag me back towards our table, away from the front door. I panicked. I screamed, a loud, desperate, terrified scream that echoed to the quiet restaurant. And then, just as quickly as it started, it stopped. The other diners, who had momentarily looked up, now turned away, resuming their conversations as if nothing had happened. The pale-eyed server appeared from a back room, carrying a tray of dirty dishes, her face completely blank, as if she had not heard a thing. It was like I was invisible, or they were all in on it. Mark's grip tightened, almost crushing my arm. "Do not make a scene," he hissed, his lips barely moving. "It won't do you any good." I lashed out, kicking him hard in the shin. He grunted, momentarily loosening his grip. It was all I needed. I tore my arm free and bolted, not toward the front door, because he was blocking it, but towards the hallway where the restroom was, towards the kitchen. It was a desperate, illogical move, but I had to get away from him. I burst through the unmarked wooden door that I would assume was the kitchen. The hum I would heard earlier was louder here. The air was thick with a metallic smell, overpowering now. It was not just old iron. It was blood. The kitchen was brightly lit, a stark contrast to the rest of the restaurant. But it was not a normal kitchen. There were stainless steel counters, industrial-sized equipment, but also other things. Large hooks hanging from the ceiling, a heavy-duty meat saw, a grinder, and on one of the counters, a collection of knives, gleaming under the harsh fluorescent lights. But what truly made my stomach lurch, what made me gag, was the sight of what looked like a walk-in freezer door, slightly ajar, with a faint, reddish light spilling out from inside, and next to it, on another stainless steel table, covered by a blood-stained sheet, was a shape, a human shape. I gasped, stumbling backwards, my hand flying in my mouth to stifle a scream, looking for something. Mark's voice, calm and deadly, came from behind me. I spun around. He was standing in the doorway, blocking my escape. He no longer had that charming smile. His face was a mask of cold, calculating menace. In his hand, he held one of the long, gleaming knives from the counter. "You are not leaving," he said, his voice flat. "Not until you have joined the others." He gestured vaguely toward the walk-in freezer. My mind went blank with terror. The others. Chloe. Was she in there? Was this what farm to table really meant for him? I did not think. I just reacted. My eyes darted around the room. A heavy, cast iron pan on the stove. I grabbed it, hefting its weight in my trembling hands. "Stay away from me," I screamed, my voice raw with terror. He laughed, a chilling, mirthless sound. "You think that is going to stop me?" He took a step forward, the knife glinting. I swung the pan with all my might. It connected with his arm, the one holding the knife. With a sickening thud, he cried out, dropping the knife with a clatter. It skittered across the floor, coming to rest near the walk-in freezer door. He recoiled, clutching his arm, his face contorted in pain and rage. This was my chance. I did not hesitate. I threw the pan at him, then dove past him, out of the kitchen, and back into the dim hallway. I could hear him yelling, cursing. Behind me, I sprinted through the dining room, not caring who saw, who heard. I could hear Mark's heavy footsteps thudding behind me. He was fast. The front door. It was still there. I lunged for it, fumbling with the heavy latch. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip it. "You are not going anywhere," Mark roared, his voice right behind me. I finally managed to unlatch the door and yank it open. The cool night air hit my face. A blessed relief. I burst out into the gravel parking lot, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. My car. Where was my car? I scanned the few vehicles in the lot. There, the silver sedan. I ran, hearing Mark's footsteps gaining on me. He was close. So close. I reached my car, fumbling for the keys in my pocket. My hands were slick with sweat. I could hear his ragged breathing right behind me. "Give up," he snarled. "You can't escape." I finally got the key fob, jamming it into the lock, hearing the satisfying thunk of the doors unlocking. I yanked the driver's side door open, practically throwing myself inside. Just as I slammed the door shut, I saw him, his face, contorted with fury, pressed against the window. His hand slammed against the glass, making me jump. He was still holding something. Not the knife from the kitchen. This was a heavy, rusty wrench he must have grabbed from somewhere. I did not waste another second. I jammed the key into the ignition, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel. Mark stumbled backward, barely avoiding being hit. I floored it, turning the wheel hard. The car fishtailed on the loose, gravel, but I did not care. I just needed to get out, get away. I sped down the long, dark driveway, the ancient trees rushing past like shadowy specters. I could see Mark in my rearview mirror, standing in the middle of the parking lot, silhouetted against the dim light of the mill, watching me go. He did not chase me. He just stood there, a chilling, still figure, as if content to let me go, knowing I could not truly escape what I would see. When I finally hit the main road, my hands were still, clenched white-knuckled on the steering wheel. I did not slow down until I saw the first streetlights of civilization, miles and miles away. My phone signal flickered back on. I pulled over to the side of the road, shaking uncontrollably, and immediately called 911. My voice was hoarse, choked with tears and terror, as I tried to explain what had happened. A farm-to-table restaurant, a missing ex-girlfriend, a tattoo, a kitchen full of horrors. It sounded insane. Even to me, the police took me seriously enough to send officers out. I led them back to the old mill, but by the time we got there, it was deserted. The few cars that had been in the parking lot were gone. The lantern by the door was out. The building was dark, silent, and utterly empty. They searched the place. Of course, they found the kitchen. They found the industrial equipment, the hooks, the meat saw, but the table with the blood-stained sheet, gone. The slightly ajar freezer door, closed and locked. When they finally got open, it was empty, save for some frozen vegetables and cuts of meat that looked perfectly normal, like a legitimate restaurant's freezer. There was no sign of Mark or anyone else. No sign of Chloe. No evidence of anything I had seen. It was as if the horrors I would witnessed had been conjured from thin air. Only for me, the police were sympathetic, but skeptical. They noted my highly agitated state, the lack of concrete evidence. They took my statement, but I could tell they thought I was either delusional or had made it all up, maybe a bad reaction to wine. They suggested a nightmare brought on by stress. I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. The terror was too real. The tattoo too specific. The words Mark had said too chillingly familiar. I never went on another online date again. I still have nightmares about that night. The long, dark drive, the metallic smell, the cold, dead look in Mark's eyes, and the tattoo. Always a tattoo. To this day, Mark has never been found. The old mill remains standing, dark and silent, on that isolated road. Every now and then, I drive past it just to see, and every time, it is the same. Empty, abandoned, but I know what happened there, and I know that somewhere out there, Mark is still out there, possibly looking for his next inspiring muse. And I can only wonder how many other hidden gems like the old mill are out there, waiting for the next unsuspecting person to come seeking a unique experience, only to find themselves on the menu. You know, online dating. It is a weird beast. On the one hand, it is a necessary evil these days, right? How else are you supposed to meet people when your social circle has calcified and your job involves staring at a screen all day? On the other hand, it is a minefield, a digital wilderness filled with questionable bios, catfish, and the occasional, genuinely terrifying encounter that leaves you wondering if you should just buy a dozen cats and call it a day. I have had my share of bad dates. Believe me, some awkward, some boring, some just plain strange. After a particularly eventful last experience, I would have been pretty hesitant to jump back in. But loneliness, it is a persistent little bugger. So, a few months later, there I was again, swiping through profiles on a Tuesday night, half watching some terrible reality TV, half hoping to find someone who was not a walking red flag. My name's Sarah, and I work in marketing for a tech company downtown. It is one of those modern, open-plan offices on the 10th floor of a sleek glass high-rise. Think minimalist decor, glass conference rooms, a specific, rather abstract mural in the main lobby, and a very particular, rather expensive espresso machine in our main break room. It is all very Silicon Valley chic, and generally, I like it. It is a safe, predictable environment, a place where I spend a solid 40+ hours a week. Or so I thought. That night, Amidst the endless parade of Jim's selfies and fishing pictures, a profile popped up that actually caught my eye. His name was Ethan, mid-30s, handsome in a rugged, outdoorsy way, with kind eyes and a genuinely charming smile. His bio was witty, intelligent, and did not mention anything about vibes or manifesting. He seemed normal, promising. Even, I swiped right. To my surprise, it was a match. A little thrill went through me. Maybe this time, it would be different. I clicked on his profile to look through his pictures again. A habit I have developed to try and spot any hidden weirdness. There were the usual travel photos, hiking in the mountains, a beach shot, a picture with a golden retriever that looked like it belonged on a calendar. All perfectly normal, perfectly appealing. Then I scrolled to the fourth picture. My finger paused. My heart did a little stutter step. It was a photo of a lobby, a very sleek, very modern lobby, and my blood ran cold because I knew that lobby. I knew the specific. Abstract mural on the far wall, a swirling vortex of deep blues and greens. I knew the design of the reception desk, a long, curved slab of polished concrete. I knew the distinctive, angular light fixtures hanging from the ceiling. It was the lobby of my office building. I stared at it, frozen. No way. This had to be a mistake, a coincidence. Maybe it was a common architectural style. I mean, a lot of modern buildings look alike, right? I tried to rationalize it, my mind scrambling for any explanation that was not that. I scrolled to the next picture. This one was taken inside a break room. Again, modern, clean. There were a set of distinctive blue and green ergonomic chairs around a communal table. And in the background, unmistakable, was a specific, high-end espresso machine that my company had splurged on last year, complete with our company's minimalist logo subtly printed on the side. There was even a stack of our branded mugs next to it. It was my break room, the one I used every single day. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. My rationalizations crumbled. This was not a coincidence. This was not a common design. These were specific, unique elements of my workplace. But it got worse. The next photo was taken from an elevated perspective, looking out over an open-plan office floor. My breath hitched. I could see the familiar rows of desks, the specific monitor stands, the glass walls of the conference rooms, the distinctive ceiling tiles, and in the foreground, slightly out of focus, was a specific, rather quirky potted plant that sat on a filing cabinet near the entrance to my department. It was my office floor. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. My hand started to shake so badly I almost dropped my phone. This was not just a workplace. It was my workplace. The place where I spent the majority of my waking hours. The place I considered safe. I frantically scrolled back up to his profile. What did it say about his job? Consultant. Tech industry. No company name. No specific location. Just vague, generic terms. This was not some colleague I had not met yet. This was not a contractor. If he worked in the building, even for another company, he would have some identifiable information, right? Especially if he was confident enough to post pictures of his workplace. No, this was something else entirely. I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling. The images from Ethan's profile burned into my mind. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept seeing his face, that charming smile, juxtaposed with the unsettling familiarity of my office. How did he get those photos? More importantly, why did he post them? Was it a warning? A twisted game? The next morning, getting ready for work felt different. The usual Monday morning rush was replaced by a gnawing sense of unease. My commute, usually a mindless podcast listening ritual, became an exercise in hypervigilance. Every face on the train, every glance, felt like a potential threat. When I walked into the lobby of my building, I paused. I looked at the mural, the reception desk, the light fixtures. They were exactly as they were in Ethan's photo. A shiver ran down my spine. I forced myself to walk to the elevators, trying to look normal, trying to appear unaffected. The moment I stepped onto the 10th floor, the paranoia kicked in full force. Every colleague seemed to be looking at me. Every casual conversation felt like it was about me. I knew it was irrational, but I could not shake the feeling of being watched. I scanned the office, subtly trying to spot anyone unfamiliar, anyone who resembled Ethan. There was no one, just the usual faces, the usual hustle and bustle. For the next few days, work became a waking nightmare. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. Every time someone walked past my desk, I flinched. I started taking different routes to the break room, to the restrooms, even to the printer. I felt like a hunted animal, constantly aware of my surroundings. Then, the small things started happening. I have a specific pen, a rather fancy limited edition, one I got as a gift, that I always keep in a particular slot in my pen holder. One morning, I came in, and it was not there. It was lying on my keyboard, perfectly centered, as if someone had deliberately placed it there. I knew I had not left it there. I was meticulous about my desk. I tried to dismiss it, maybe a cleaner had moved it, but my gut clenched. Another day, I found a sticky note on my monitor. It simply said, "Good morning, Sarah." No initials, no context, just my full name. Most people at work call me S or Hey Sarah. The formality of it, combined with the lack of a sender, felt incredibly creepy. I ripped it off, my hand shaking, and threw it in the trash. His messages on the dating app did not help. They were still perfectly normal, almost disarmingly. So, how was your Monday? Hope you are having a good week. But now, every message felt loaded, sinister. One afternoon, after a particularly brutal client call that left me feeling drained and frustrated, a message popped up. Rough day at work. It was too specific, too close to home. I had not posted anything on social media. I had not told anyone outside of my immediate team about the call. That night, I decided I could not just sit there and let this paranoia consume me. I needed to know. I needed proof. I opened Ethan's profile again, my finger hovering over the block button. But first, I needed to confirm. I took out my phone and, trying to be discreet, snapped a picture of the mural in the lobby on my way out. I compared it to Ethan's picture. Identical. No doubt. I did the same with the espresso machine in the break room the next morning. Same result. This was not a trick of the light. This was not some other building. He was here, or he had been here. I tried to subtly ask around, "Hey, have we had any new contractors in recently? Or maybe a new security guy?" My colleagues just shrugged. Not that I know of. Why? I just mumbled something about seeing an unfamiliar face and being curious. No one knew an Ethan matching his description. No new hires. No new long-term visitors. The escalation came 2 days later. I was scrolling through my feed, trying to distract myself during lunch, when I saw that Ethan had posted a new picture. It was a close-up of a framed, motivational poster. It was one of those generic corporate posters with an inspiring quote and a blurry nature scene. But this was not just any poster. This was a specific, slightly faded poster that hung right outside the entrance to my department, next to the water cooler. It was a small, almost insignificant detail, but it was unique enough to be unmistakable. My blood ran cold for the 100th time. He was not just in the building. He was on my floor. He was near my desk. He was watching me. I knew I could not ignore it anymore. I had to confront him, indirectly at least. My fingers trembled as I typed out a message. I tried to sound casual, almost amused, despite the terror coiling in my stomach. "Hey, Ethan," I wrote, "your profile photos are really cool. That office building looks incredibly familiar. Do you happen to work at company name?" I hit send and immediately regretted it. My stomach dropped. What if he got angry? What if I was just confirming that I knew he was watching me? The agonizing wait for his reply felt like an eternity. Every notification sound made me jump. Finally, my phone buzzed. It was him. I opened the message, my heart pounding in my ears. Funny you say that. His message read, "It is a pretty popular spot. I guess great minds think alike." Huh. My breath hitched. He was being evasive. He was not confirming. But he was not denying either. He was playing with me. And then, a second message popped up from him, almost immediately after the first. I particularly liked the view from the 10th floor. It said, "Especially the corner office. Very inspiring." My desk was not a private corner office, but it was in a corner of the open plan space, with a large window overlooking the city. It was close enough, too close. The blood drained from my face. He knew. He absolutely knew. He knew my floor. He knew where I sat. He was not just in the building, he was observing me. Specifically, intimately. He was a stalker. Panic set in. I immediately blocked him on the app. Then I went straight to HR and security. I explained everything, showing them the pictures, recounting the strange messages in the moved pen. They listened, serious but also a little skeptical. "MS, Miller," the security head said, "we will definitely keep an eye out. We will check the visitor logs, review camera footage, but without any direct threats or actual physical harassment. It is hard to do much more than that. We recommend you block him and be extra vigilant." Extra vigilant. I wanted to scream. He knows where I work. He knows where I sit. But they did not have much else to offer. They promised to increase patrols, especially after hours. It was a hollow reassurance. For the next few days, I was a wreck. I started leaving work as early as possible, practically sprinting out the door at 5 p.m. I refused to be alone in the office. I ate lunch at my desk instead of the break room. I was a bundle of nerves, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every shadow. But a big project deadline loomed. I had no choice but to stay late one evening. Most of my team had left, and the office slowly emptied out. By 7 p.m., it was just me and a few other dedicated souls scattered on different floors. The silence of the vast office was deafening, punctuated only by the hum of the servers and the distant city sounds. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist, taking on menacing shapes. I tried to focus, but my mind kept drifting to Ethan. Was he here? Was he watching me right now? I kept imagining his eyes on me, his silent presence. Around 8 p.m., I decided I needed a break. A quick walk to clear my head. Maybe some water from the break room. I stood up, stretched, and started walking down the main corridor towards the kitchen area. The lights were dimmed in parts of the office, casting long, eerie shadows. As I approached the corner leading into the break room, I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible sound. The gentle click of a door closing somewhere further down the hall, near the unused executive suites. My heart leaped into my throat. It was not one of my colleagues. I knew their schedules. I froze, listening. Nothing, just the hum of the building. My mind tried to rationalize it again. Just the wind, or a cleaner. But the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I forced myself to keep going. I needed that water. I needed to prove to myself that I was not completely losing my mind. I turned the corner into the break room, and there he was, standing by the espresso machine, exactly where I would seen it in his photo. Was Ethan. He was not wearing a suit, or anything that resembled office wear. He had on a dark, casual jacket and jeans. No ID badge. He was just standing there, perfectly still, looking directly at me. His eyes met mine, and a slow, unsettling smile spread across his face. It was not the charming smile from his profile. This was a predatory smile, a smile of possession. "Sarah," he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper, but it cut through the silence like a knife. "Finally, I knew you would be here." My blood ran cold, turning to ice in my veins. My breath hitched, caught in my throat. I could not move. I was paralyzed by sheer terror. He started walking towards me, slowly, deliberately, not rushing, not aggressive, but utterly confident, like a predator stalking its prey. "I have been waiting for you," he continued, his voice still low, almost conversational, which only made it more horrifying. "I have watched you for weeks. You are even more beautiful in person than in your profile pictures. We are meant to be." My mind screamed. He was not just watching me from afar. He was in here. He had been for weeks. "How? How did you get in?" I finally managed to croak out, my voice barely a whisper. He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. "Oh, that is easy. I used to work here. Security. I know all the blind spots, all the old access codes. They changed them when I left, but not all of them. And some doors. Well, they are not as secure as they look, especially after hours." He gestured vaguely around the empty office. "It is amazing what you can learn when you are paid to watch people. And you, Sarah, you are a creature of habit. So predictable." He was closer now, only a few feet away. His eyes never left mine, a disturbing intensity in their depths. "I saw your profile, recognized you immediately. You are even better than I imagined. It is fate, do not you think?" The word fate sent a fresh wave of terror through me. This was not a misunderstanding. This was obsession. I snapped out of my paralysis. This was not a conversation. This was a trap. "Get away from me," I screamed, my voice cracking, finally finding its power. He flinched slightly, his smile faltering for a fraction of a second. "Now, Sarah, do not be like that. We can talk." He reached out a hand towards me. That was all I needed. My eyes darted around the break room. There was a heavy, decorative ceramic vase on a small side table, usually filled with fake flowers. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed it, ignoring the pain as my nails dug into the ceramic. I swung it wildly, throwing it at him with all my might. He ducked, the vase smashing against the wall behind him with a loud crash, sending ceramic shards scattering across the floor. The noise, sharp and sudden in the quiet office, startled him, giving me a precious second. I did not hesitate. I turned and ran, my legs pumping, my heart hammering against my ribs. I did not head for the elevators too slow. Too easy for him to block. I bolted for the emergency exit stairwell, the heavy fire door a beacon of hope. I heard his footsteps behind me. A quick, determined rhythm. "Sarah, do not run. We can talk about this." His voice was no longer soft. It was laced with a chilling anger. I fumbled with the bar on the emergency exit door, my hand shaking so violently I almost missed it. I shoved it open with a desperate shove, plunging into the dark, concrete stairwell. The door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing ominously. I did not stop. I flew down the stairs. 10 flights, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my lungs burning. I could still hear his footsteps, faint but persistent. Above me, he was still coming. Finally, I burst out onto the ground floor, into the main lobby. It was empty, the security desk deserted. My stomach dropped. I had hoped for a security guard. Anyone, but he knew the blind spots. He knew the schedules. My eyes darted to the main glass doors. They were locked after hours, only accessible with a key card. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I was trapped. Then I remembered the side exit, the one used for deliveries. Usually, it had a simple push bar, designed for easy egress in an emergency. It was further down, past the reception desk. I ran, my legs screaming in protest, my vision blurring. I slammed into the push bar, throwing. You know, the online dating scene, it isn't necessary. Evil these days. Is not it? After a string of genuinely awful experiences, the guy who showed up with his mom, the one who tried to sell me essential oils, the one who just never stopped talking about his ex, I was seriously considering throwing in the towel. My friends, bless their optimistic hearts, kept telling me to keep trying. You will find someone. Chloe, they would say, as if finding a decent human being on a dating app was like finding a 4-leaf clover. But loneliness, as it always does, eventually won. So, one Tuesday night, scrolling through profiles, half-heartedly swiping, I matched with a guy named Mark. His profile picture was decent as smiling. Clean-cut guy with kind eyes. Maybe late 20s, early 30s. His bio was short, witty, and seemed genuinely normal. He worked in tech, loved hiking, and had a surprisingly good taste in obscure indie bands. I remember a little flutter of hope, that familiar, naive optimism that this time it might be different. We started messaging. His replies were prompt, engaging, and he seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about everything from our favorite coffee shops to the best hiking trails in the area. It felt easy, natural, and after a week of chatting, he suggested we meet up. Now, usually, I prefer a neutral, public place for a first date, a coffee shop, a busy restaurant. But Mark had a different idea. He suggested we cook dinner at his place. He said he was an amazing cook, and it would be more relaxed than a noisy restaurant. He pitched it perfectly. I have got this great recipe for homemade pasta, and I make a mean tiramisu. Plus, my apartment has a really chill vibe, and we can actually talk without shouting over music. I hesitated. A first date at someone's apartment. It went against every stranger danger instinct I had. But he was so charming, so insistent, and honestly, after hearing about his tiramisu, I was a little intrigued. He even offered to pick me up, which I politely declined, opting to drive myself, so I had an easy exit if things went south. I told myself it was fine. He seemed normal. What could possibly go wrong? Famous last words, right? The night of the date, I put on my favorite dress, did my makeup, and tried to calm the butterflies in my stomach. A part of me was excited. A bigger part of me was just hoping he was not secretly a serial killer. I texted my best friend, Sarah, Mark's address, and told her to call me in 2 hours if she had not heard from me, just in case. You know, standard protocol for online dating. I pulled up to his apartment building, a modern, mid-rise complex in a trendy part of town. It looked nice, well-maintained, a good sign. I thought. He met me in the lobby, a wide smile on his face, looking even better than his pictures. He opened the door to his apartment on the 4th floor, and I stepped inside. The apartment was surprisingly nice, clean, tastefully decorated, with a minimalist aesthetic that felt both welcoming and a little impersonal. It smelled faintly of something delicious garlic and herbs. I think. He immediately offered me a glass of wine, and we settled onto his plush sofa, chatting easily. He was a great conversationalist, funny and attentive. He asked about my day, my job, my hobbies, and actually listened to my answers as he got up to start on dinner. He put on some soft jazz, and the atmosphere felt genuinely cozy. I watched him move around the kitchen, effortlessly chopping vegetables, his movements precise and confident. He seemed like the perfect catch. Too perfect. Almost, but I dismissed the thought. Maybe I was just overly cynical. We cooked together for a bit, laughing as I inevitably made a mess with the flour. The pasta was incredible, and the tiramisu lived up to its hype. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly, from lighthearted banter to deeper discussions about our lives and aspirations. I found myself genuinely enjoying his company, feeling a connection I had not felt in a long time. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. Maybe I had finally found a good one. It was around 10 p.m. when I realized I needed to use the restroom. I excused myself, and Mark, ever the polite host, pointed me down the short hallway. Second door on the left. He said, smiling, help yourself. The hallway was dimly lit, a soft glow emanating from the living room. I pushed open the bathroom door and stepped inside, flicking on the light switch. The bathroom was just as pristine as the rest of the apartment's sparkling white tiles. A sleek modern sink, a large mirror. I locked the door out of habit, a small click echoing in the quiet space. As I washed my hands, I glanced around. Everything was neat, organized. A small, decorative shelf held a few scented candles and a tiny, potted succulent. My eyes drifted over to the corner of the room, near the ceiling, where a small, unassuming air freshener dispenser was mounted. It was one of those automatic ones, the kind that missed a scent every few minutes. Nothing unusual, but something about it caught my eye. The bathroom light was bright, almost stark, and in that specific corner, on the side of the air freshener unit, there was a tiny, almost imperceptible red pinprick of light. It was so small, so faint, that if I had not been looking directly at it, I would have missed it entirely. It pulsed, ever so slightly, like a tiny, dormant eye. My heart gave a sudden, violent lurch in my chest. I froze, my hand still dripping water into the sink. My breath hitched. That little red light, it looked exactly like the indicator light on a camera. A hidden camera. No, that is crazy. I told myself, it is probably just a sensor for the air freshener. Or maybe it is a faulty unit. My mind raced. Try to find any logical explanation. But the pit in my stomach was growing, cold and heavy. I slowly, cautiously, took a step closer to the wall. The red light was still there, a tiny, malevolent spark. My eyes narrowed, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The air freshener unit itself seemed a little off. It was mounted slightly higher than I would expect, and the plastic casing did not quite look right. It was a little too chunky, a little too perfectly positioned to capture a wide view of the room. My hands started to tremble. I reached out, my fingers hesitant, and gently touched the side of the unit. It felt solid, heavier than an empty air freshener should be, and as my fingers brushed against it, I felt a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. This was not an air freshener. This was a camera, a hidden camera, in his bathroom, while I was on a date with him. My mind reeled. Every pleasant moment of the evening, every charming smile, every witty remark, suddenly twisted into something sinister. The delicious pasta turned to ash in my mouth. The cozy apartment felt like a trap. Mark's kind eyes now seemed predatory. I had to be sure. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I carefully, slowly, reached up and gave the unit a gentle tug. It did not budge. It was firmly mounted. My fingers fumbled, trying to find a seam, a latch, anything. And then I saw it, a tiny, almost invisible lens, no bigger than a pinhead, nestled in a small, expertly drilled hole on the front of the unit, angled perfectly to capture everything. The world seemed to tilt. My stomach churned. A wave of nausea washed over me. So intense I thought I might throw up. My hands were shaking so violently I had to grip the edge of the sink to steady myself. He was watching me. He had been watching me this whole time, from the moment I stepped into this bathroom. And probably he had done this to countless other women. The thought was a chilling, sickening realization. The violation, the utter breach of trust, the depravity of it, all was overwhelming. My first instinct was to scream, to smash the thing, to run out of that apartment, screaming at the top of my lungs. But a more primal, survival instinct kicked in. I was in his apartment, alone, with him. If I reacted, if I showed any sign that I knew, what would he do? The charming, polite facade could shatter, revealing something truly monstrous. I had no idea what he was capable of. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I forced myself to think I had to get out of here, and I had to do it without him knowing I knew. My eyes darted around the bathroom, looking for anything, any weapon, any escape route. But there was nothing, just the pristine white tiles, the mirror reflecting my own terrified face. I forced myself to take another breath. Okay, Chloe, act normal, act normal. I slowly, deliberately, turned off the bathroom light. In the sudden darkness, the tiny red pinprick of light seemed to glow even brighter. A malevolent eye watching me. I quickly fumbled for my phone and my purse, which I had brought into the bathroom with me. My hands were so shaky. It was hard to unlock it. I needed evidence. I turned on the camera on my phone, making sure the flash was off. With trembling fingers, I aimed it at the air freshener unit, trying to get a clear shot of that tiny red light, the barely visible lens. It was difficult in the dim light, but I snapped a few quick photos, hoping they would be clear enough. I also took a short video, just a few seconds, capturing the pulsing light. It was risky, incredibly risky, but I knew I needed something tangible. After I was done, I quickly shoved my phone back into my purse. Then, I forced myself to wash my hands again, slowly, deliberately, as if nothing was wrong. I even splashed a little water on my face, hoping to hide the flush of panic. I looked in the mirror. forcing a blank expression onto my face. Do not let him see anything. Do not let him know. I unlocked the bathroom door, my hand clammy on the doorknob. The sound of the lock clicking echoed in my ears, making me jump. I took one last, lingering look at that infernal red light, a promise that I would never forget it. I walked back into the living room, try and project an air of casualness. Mark was standing by the kitchen island, wiping it down, humming softly to the jazz music. He looked up, a warm smile on his face. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice smooth and friendly. My blood ran cold. He knows. I thought. He knows I was in there. He knows I was alone. He knows what that camera saw. Yeah, totally. I managed, my voice a little higher than usual. Just needed a minute. I forced a small, strained smile. He nodded, oblivious. Or so I hoped. "Dessert is ready when you are," he said, gesturing to the tiramisu on the counter. My stomach churned. The thought of eating another bite of anything in this apartment, knowing what I now knew, was abhorrent. I had to get out. Now, you know what, Mark, I said, trying to sound apologetic. Regretful. This has been an amazing evening. Truly. The food was incredible. But I just remembered I have an early meeting tomorrow, and I completely forgot about it. I really should get going. His smile faltered. Just for a split second. My heart pounded. Did he suspect? Did he see through my flimsy excuse? "Oh," he said, the warmth in his voice dimming slightly. "That is a shame. I thought we could have some more wine. Maybe watch a movie." His eyes lingered on mine for a beat too long, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. It was a possessive look, a look that told me he was not used to being told no. "I really wish I could," I said, trying to sound genuinely disappointed. "But it is a big client, and I need to be sharp. I am so sorry." I started moving toward the door, slowly, deliberately, trying not to look like I was fleeing for my life. Every step felt like walking on eggshells. I could feel his eyes on my back, burning into me. "Well," he said, and he followed me, his footsteps silent on the plush carpet. "The least I can do is walk you to your car." No, absolutely not. The last thing I wanted was to be alone with him in a dark parking lot. "Oh, you really do not have to," I said, forcing a bright, dismissive laugh. "I park right out front. It is totally fine. You have been such a wonderful host." Really, I fumbled with the lock on his door, my fingers clumsy. He was standing right behind me. Too close. I could feel the warmth of his body, the faint scent of his cologne. My breath hitched. I just wanted to be outside. "Nonsense," he said, his voice closer now, lower. "It is late. A lady should not walk alone." His hand reached past me, not to open the door, but to rest on the doorknob, effectively blocking my exit. My blood ran cold. This was it. He knew. He was going to stop me. My mind raced, frantically searching for an escape. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, making my hands shake even more. "Mark," I said, my voice barely a whisper, but trying to keep it steady. "I really need to go." He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Just one more drink. Chloe, we were having such a good time." His hand remained on the doorknob, a barrier. My eyes darted to his face. His smile was still there, but it did not reach his eyes. His eyes were cold, assessing, and I saw a flicker of something else in them, something dark, something predatory. I really can't. I stammered, my voice cracking. I am sorry. I really have to go. I took a desperate gamble. I suddenly pushed past him, my elbow catching his arm, and yanked the door open. He was momentarily caught off guard, his grip on the doorknob loosening. I did not wait. I bolted out into the hallway, not looking back, not daring to. I could hear his voice behind me, calling my name, but I ignored it. I fumbled for the elevator button, my thumb pressing it, repeatedly, frantically. The elevator doors felt like they were taking an eternity to open. I could hear his footsteps now, coming down the hallway. He was pursuing me. The doors chimed and opened, revealing an empty car. I practically threw myself inside, stabbing the L button for the lobby as the doors began to close. I caught a glimpse of Mark, standing at the end of the hallway, a chillingly calm expression on his face, his eyes fixed on me. He was not smiling anymore. His face was a mask of cold, controlled fury. The doors closed, cutting off his gaze, but I could still feel it. I leaned against the cold metal of the elevator wall, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably. Every muscle in my body was screaming. The elevator ride down felt like an eternity. Each floor passed in a blur, and I could not shake the feeling that he would somehow appear, that he would be waiting for me when the doors opened. When they finally did, I practically sprinted through the lobby, out the main doors, and into the cool night air. I did not stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely insert it into the ignition. I locked the doors, started the engine, and peeled out of the parking lot, my tires squealing. I did not even care about getting a ticket. I just needed to be away from him, away from that building. I drove for what felt like miles, not really knowing where I was going, just needing distance. I finally pulled over into a brightly lit gas station parking lot, my entire body shaking, tears streaming down my face. I pulled out my phone, my fingers still trembling, and called Sarah. Sarah, I choked out, my voice raw with tears. He had cameras. In the bathroom, I saw it. Sarah was instantly alarmed. She stayed on the phone with me, calming me down, telling me to drive straight to her place. I did. I pulled into her driveway, my car still running, and practically collapsed into her arms. It took me a long time to tell her everything, the words tumbling out in a rush of fear and disgust. She listened patiently, her face growing grimmer with each detail. When I showed her the photos and video I would manage to take, her eyes widened in horror. The tiny red light, the almost invisible lens, it was undeniable. The next morning, after a restless night filled with nightmares, Sarah insisted on coming with me to the police station. I was still shaken, but a cold fury had started to replace the raw terror. He could not get away with this. At the station, we spoke to a detective. I told him everything, from the initial pleasantries to the sickening discovery, to the terrifying escape. I showed him the pictures and video evidence on my phone. The detective, a gruff man named Miller, listened with a stoic expression. He nodded occasionally, asked a few questions, but as I finished, I could see the skepticism in his eyes. MS, Hayes, he said, his voice neutral. I understand this was a very disturbing experience for you, and we take allegations like this seriously. But a small red light on an air freshener, it is not exactly concrete evidence of crime. My heart sank, but I saw the lens. I felt it. I have the pictures. The video is dark, and the light is very faint. He explained, holding my phone at arm's length. It could be a sensor, a defect, Without physical evidence, without a warrant to search his apartment, it is very difficult to proceed. We can't just barge into someone's home based on an assumption. An assumption. I almost yelled. He was recording me. He was violating my privacy. What if he has other videos? What if he has done this to other women? He sighed, running a hand over his face. We can try to contact him, ask him to come in for questioning, but he is not obligated to cooperate. And if he denies it, without a warrant, our hands are tied. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. It was exactly what I had feared. The system was not equipped for this kind of insidious, hidden crime. What about the app? Sarah interjected. Can't you get his information from Tinder? We can issue a subpoena, Detective Miller said. But that takes time. And even if we get his real name, his address, it still leads back to the same problem: no physical evidence, no direct proof of a crime. I left the police station feeling defeated, frustrated, and utterly terrified. They filed a report, gave me a case number, and told me to call if anything else happened. Be extra vigilant. They advised. The same vague, unhelpful advice I would heard before. The days and weeks that followed were a blur of paranoia. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every unexpected sound made me jump. I changed my locks, installed a security camera outside my apartment, and started carrying pepper spray. I deleted all my dating apps, swearing them off for good. I did not hear from Mark directly. No texts, no calls, but the silence was almost worse than any threat. It was the silence of a predator, waiting, watching. I kept checking my social media, my old Tinder profile, half expecting to see some sign of him. Nothing. It was as if he had simply vanished. But the feeling never vanished. That feeling of being watched. One afternoon, about a month after the incident, I was at a grocery store, just trying to get some normalcy back in my life. I was pushing my cart down an aisle, lost in thought, when a familiar scent wafted past me. A very specific cologne, Mark's cologne. My blood ran cold. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. I slowly, hesitantly, turned my head, and there he was, standing at the end of the aisle, looking at a display of fresh produce. Mark, he was wearing different clothes, a casual hoodie, but it was unmistakably him. His back was to me, but I could feel his presence, radiating a chilling familiarity. My breath hitched. Was he following me? Was this a coincidence? Or was he just outliving his life, while I was trapped in this nightmare? I quickly ducked behind a tall shelf of cereal boxes, my heart pounding like a drum. I peered around the corner, my eyes fixed on him. He was still there, browsing the vegetables, completely unaware of my presence. Or was he? He eventually moved on, pushing his cart down the next aisle. I stayed hidden, my body trembling, until I was sure he was gone. Then, I abandoned my cart, left the store, and drove home, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I called Detective Miller again, my voice shaking. He listened patiently, but his response was the same. MS, Hayes, unless he directly threatens you, or you have proof he is following you, there is not much we can do. It is a public place. He has every right to be there. I knew he was right, but it offered no comfort. It only reinforced the terrifying reality I was on my own. The incident at the grocery store plunged me back into the depths of paranoia. Every time I left my apartment, I scanned the streets, constantly checking my rearview mirror. I started taking different routes to work, changing my routine, hoping to become an unpredictable target. I could not shake the feeling that he was out there, Somewhere, still watching. What if he had other cameras? What if he had installed them somewhere else? What if he had somehow gotten into my building? My mind spiraled into a vortex of terrifying possibilities. I would wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I heard a creak outside my window, or a faint whisper in the dark. The worst part was a profound sense of violation. It was not just about the camera in the bathroom. It was about the invasion of my trust, my safety, my sense of privacy. He had taken something from me that night, something precious and irreplaceable. He had taken away my peace of mind. I never found out what happened to Mark. The police never found any physical evidence. And without a confession or a clear threat, their investigation went nowhere. He simply disappeared from my life, leaving behind a gaping wound of fear and distrust. I still think about him sometimes. That charming smile, those kind eyes, the effortless conversation, how easily he fooled me, how easily he could be fooling someone else right now. And it makes me sick to my stomach. So, if you are out there, scrolling through profiles, looking for that connection, just be careful. Be so careful, because sometimes the most dangerous people are the ones who seem the most normal. And sometimes the monsters are not hiding in the shadows. They are inviting you into their homes with a warm smile, a delicious meal, and a tiny, red, watchful eye, and you might not even know you are being watched until it is almost too late. Hey everyone, Alex here, and man, do I have a story for you tonight. You know, I have always been a pretty skeptical guy. I have heard all the urban legends, seen all the scary movies, but I never thought I would be living one, not until a few years ago. This is not one of those stories where I think something happened, or I might have seen something. This is a story about when my entire world got flipped upside down, and I came face to face with pure, unadulterated evil. And it all started, like so many modern horror stories do, with a dating app. I was in my late 20s, working a pretty standard desk job, living in a decent apartment in a mid-sized city. My social life was fine, but dating, that was a whole other beast. I would try it at all bars, setups from friends, even a few of those cringe-worthy speed dating events. Nothing really stuck. So, naturally, I turned to the apps. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, you name it. I probably had a profile. It was mostly a parade of awkward small talk, ghosting, and dates that went nowhere. I was getting pretty jaded. Honestly, every swipe felt like another roll of the dice in a game I was clearly losing. Then I matched with Sarah. Her profile was great. She was a redhead, stunning smile, pictures of her hiking, cooking, even one with a dog. She seemed genuine, not like some of the more curated profiles you see out there. We started chatting, and immediately, it was different. Our conversation flowed so easily. We talked about everything, our favorite obscure indie bands, our shared love for cheesy horror movies, our mutual frustration with online dating. She was witty, intelligent, and just charming. We messaged back and forth for a solid week, and with every message, I found myself getting more and more excited. It felt like I would finally hit the jackpot, like really hit it. After a week of non-stop texting, she suggested we meet up. She picked a place anew, slightly out of the way bistro called the Gilded Spoon. It sounded fancy, a little romantic, but not overly stuffy. She said she had heard great things about their artisanal cocktails and wanted to try it out. I agreed. Of course, my stomach was doing flips, a mix of nerves and genuine anticipation. I even went out and bought a new shirt. I wanted to make a good impression. This felt like it could be the one. The day of the date finally arrived. I spent way too much time getting ready, fussing over my hair, making sure my shoes were clean. I double-checked the address she would send me. It was on the edge of town, a bit of a drive, past some industrial parks, and then into an area that got progressively more rural. The GPS said it was nestled among some older, renovated buildings. I figured it was one of those trendy spots that takes over an old warehouse or something. I left my apartment with plenty of time to spare. Wanted to get there a little early, scope out the place, maybe grab a quick drink at the bar to calm my nerves. The drive was uneventful at first, but as I got closer, the surroundings started to feel off. The industrial parks gave way to stretches of dense woods, then a few scattered, run-down houses, and finally, nothing but trees on either side of the road. There were no streetlights out here, and the sun was just beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows. My GPS finally announced, "You have arrived." I looked around. There was no bistro, no gilded spoon, just a gravel pull-off next to a dense thicket of trees. And beyond that, an old, dilapidated, seemingly abandoned barn. No lights, no cars, no sign of life. My heart sank. Had I gotten the address wrong? Was this some kind of sick prank? I pulled my car onto the gravel, my tires crunching loudly in the twilight quiet. I pulled out my phone, double-checked the address. Nope, this was it. The exact pin she would send me. A cold knot started forming in my stomach. This was not right. This was not a bistro. This was nothing. I texted Sarah. "Hey, I think I am here, but I do not see the gilded spoon. Am I at the right spot?" No immediate reply. My phone showed the message as delivered, but not read. A flicker of unease turned into a full-blown alarm bell. I started to feel exposed, vulnerable, sitting there alone in my car on a deserted road. I considered just turning around and going home. This was too weird. My gut was screaming at me to get out of there. But then, just as I was about to put the car in reverse, my phone buzzed. It was Sarah. "Hey, so sorry. My phone died. Battery's been acting up. I am just pulling up now. I am actually parked a little further down the road, closer to the barn. My car has been making a weird noise, so I figured I would wait for you there. It is a bit of a walk, but I promise the cocktails are worth it." A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of confusion. Closer to the barn. What was she talking about? And why would she park further away if her car was having issues? Still, the relief was potent. Okay, maybe this was just a quirky, off the beaten path kind of place. Maybe the bistro was actually in the barn. A super exclusive, speakeasy type of vibe. My rational brain was trying desperately to make sense of it, to push down the growing dread. I took a deep breath, killed the engine, and stepped out of my car. The air was cool, damp, and smelled of pine needles and damp earth. Crickets chirped loudly, and a distant owl hooted. The silence, broken only by nature's sounds, felt heavy. I locked my car, casting a nervous glance at the darkening woods. My phone flashlight illuminated the gravel path as I started walking, heading in the direction Sarah had indicated. I walked for about 50 yards, past the old barn, which looked even more ominous up close. Its windows were boarded up, its paint peeling. It looked like it had not been used in decades. There was no sign of another car, no sign of Sarah. My unease returned with a vengeance, stronger this time. I pulled out my phone again, ready to call her, when I heard it, a rustle in the trees to my left. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding weak and uncertain in the vast quiet. Another rustle, closer this time. Then, shadows detached themselves from the deeper darkness of the woods. 3 of them, tall, broad figures. My mind, in a desperate attempt to cling to normalcy, immediately thought hikers, hunters, but then I saw them more clearly as they stepped into the fading light. They were wearing masks, not Halloween masks, not elaborate costumes. These were simple, terrifyingly plain, featureless white masks, like something you would see in a silent film or a twisted mime act, with only dark slits for eyes and a small, almost imperceptible line for a mouth. They wore dark, nondescript clothing hoodies, cargo pants. They moved with chilling, synchronized purpose. My blood ran cold. This was not a prank. This was not hikers. This was something else entirely. "Hey," I yelled, trying to project confidence I did not feel. "Can I help you guys?" They did not answer. They just kept coming, slowly, deliberately, fanning out as they approached. Me, the one in the middle, slightly taller than the others, held something in his hand. It looked like a heavy, blunt object, maybe a pipe or a thick branch. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. Every instinct screamed at me to run. I spun around, ready to bolt back to my car. But before I could even take a full step, a hand clamped down on my shoulder with surprising force. I cried out, struggling, but another figure was already there, blocking my path. They moved with an efficiency that suggested training. Or perhaps a lot of practice. I threw a punch, connecting with the shoulder of one of them. It felt like hitting a brick wall. He did not even flinch. That is when the third one came from behind, and something hard slammed into the back of my head. The world tilted, then spun. A blinding flash of white, then a dull, throbbing pain. My knees buckled as I fell. I felt rough hands grab me. Hoisting me up, a coarse sack was shoved over my head, plunging me into instant darkness, the smell of damp canvas filling my nostrils. Duct tape was slapped over my mouth, tight and suffocating. My arms were pulled roughly behind my back, and I felt the cold, hard by the zip ties cinching my wrists together. I thrashed. I kicked. I tried to scream, but it was useless. They were too strong. Too many. My struggles were met with a low, guttural grunt from one of them, and then I was lifted, my feet dangling uselessly. I was carried for a short distance, then unceremoniously shoved into what felt like the back of a vehicle. The space was cramped, suffocating. I could feel the cold metal floor beneath me, the rough fabric of the sack against my face. The air smelled stale, of old gasoline and something vaguely metallic. I heard the thud of a door closing, then the click of a lock. The engine rumbled to life, and the vehicle started moving, slowly at first, then picking up speed. My mind was a chaotic storm of fear and confusion. Who were these guys? What did they want? Ransom, organ harvesting. My imagination, fueled by every horror movie I would ever seen, conjured up the most gruesome scenarios. I tried to calm my breathing, to think. I focused on the bumps in the road, the turns the vehicle was making. Left, right, a long straight stretch. Another left. It was impossible to keep track. The disorientation was overwhelming. The drive felt like an eternity. Every bump sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. My head throbbed where I would, been hit, and the zip ties were digging painfully into my wrists. I tried to yell, but the duct tape held firm. only allowing muffled grunts to escape. Tears of frustration and terror welled in my eyes, mixing with the sweat on my face. Finally, the vehicle slowed, then stopped. The engine idled for a moment, then cut out. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. I heard voices outside, low and muffled, too indistinct to understand. Then, the back door creaked open, letting in a sliver of cool, fresh air. Rough hands grabbed me again, pulling me out. My legs, stiff from being cramped, almost gave out beneath me. They dragged me along, my feet scraping against what felt like gravel, then up a few steps, and through another door. The air inside was colder, damper, and smelled of mildew and stale wood. My ears picked up the faint drip of water, the distant creak of old pipes. I was pushed forward, stumbling, until I was forced down into a chair. The chair felt hard, cold, and metallic. My hands, still bound, were pulled around the back of the chair and secured with more zip ties. My ankles were also bound. Tightly, I tried to struggle, to test the restraints, but they were solid. I was completely helpless. Then, the sack was ripped from my head. My eyes, accustomed to the darkness, blinked rapidly, trying to adjust to the dim light. I was in a room, a basement, concrete, walls, stained and peeling, stretched up to a low, unfinished ceiling with exposed pipes. A single bare bulb, hanging from a wire, cast a weak, flickering yellow light, creating long, dancing shadows that made the room feel even more sinister. The air was cold, damp, and heavy, and then I saw them. The three masked men stood before me, unmoving, silent. Their featureless white masks seemed to absorb the dim light, making their faces utterly blank, devoid of any humanity. They were like terrifying mannequins. Watching me, my blood ran cold all over again. I tried to speak, but the duct tape still covered my mouth. I could only manage a choked whimper. One of them, the tallest one who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward. He did not speak. He just stared at me, his dark eye slits unreadable. Then, he slowly reached out a gloved hand and, with a deliberate, agonizingly slow motion, peeled the duct tape from my mouth. The sound was sharp, painful, tearing at my skin. My lips were raw. My tongue felt thick. Who are you? I croaked, my voice hoarse with fear. What do you want? The masked man did not answer. He just tilted his head slightly, as if considering my words, or perhaps just observing me. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, broken only by the incessant drip of water somewhere in the room. Finally, another one, shorter and stockier, stepped forward. He held something in his hand, a small, black device. He pressed a button, and a low, distorted voice crackled from it. Alex, the voice said, tinny and artificial, devoid of emotion. You have been chosen. Chosen? For what? My mind raced. Try and make sense of this surreal nightmare. Chosen for what? I demanded, my voice trembling despite my efforts to keep it steady. I do not understand. I do not have any money. I am just a regular guy. The taller one stepped forward again, holding up a small, laminated photo. It was a picture of me, a picture taken recently, walking out of my apartment, building. My stomach lurched. They had been watching me. You are not chosen for money. The distorted voice continued from the device. You are chosen for a game. A game. My blood ran cold. This was even worse than ransom. This was personal. This was twisted. What kind of game? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The short one put the device away. And then, the tall one, the leader, finally spoke. His voice was deep, gravelly, and completely devoid of inflection, as if he had not spoken in years. It was chilling. The game of the lost soul. He rumbled. A test of will. A journey through the self. My mind reeled. This was not some street gang. This was something cultish. Something deeply unsettling. I do not want to play your game. I yelled, struggling against my restraints. Let me go. You have the wrong guy. He simply stared at me, unblinking. Then, he turned to one of the other masked men and gestured towards a door in the far corner of the basement. The masked man nodded, then disappeared through it. A few moments later, he returned, pushing a wheeled cart. On the cart were several items, each more bizarre and unsettling than the last. There was an old, rusted metal bucket, a coil of thick rope, a small, worn leather-bound book, and a single, flickering candle in a brass holder. But what truly caught my eye, what made my blood turn to ice, was a small, crudely carved wooden doll, its eyes empty, its limbs disproportionate. It looked eerily like a miniature, distorted version of me. The leader picked up the wooden doll. He held it up, examining it. "This is you, Alex," he said, his voice still that chilling monotone. "And this," he added, picking up a long, thin needle from the cart, "is your path." He slowly, deliberately, pushed the needle into the doll's chest. A sharp, phantom pain shot through my own chest. I gasped, clutching at my shirt, my eyes wide with terror. It was psychological. I told myself it had to be, but the fear was real. "The game begins now," the leader announced. "You will answer our questions. You will follow our instructions. You will face your fears. If you succeed, you will be free. If you fail, your soul will be lost." The other two masked men stepped forward, one on either side of me. The short one held up a small, black cloth bag. "First question, Alex." The distorted voice from the device crackled again. "What is your greatest regret?" My mind raced. My greatest regret. What did that have to do with anything? I stammered, unsure what to say. "I do not know. I guess not telling someone I loved them before it was too late." The masked men exchanged glances. The leader nodded slowly. "Acceptable." The device said, "Now, for the next stage." The short one reached into black bag and pulled something out. He held it up. It was a small, dead bird, its eyes glazed over, its feathers ruffled. My stomach churned. "You will consume this," the device commanded, a symbol of rebirth, of overcoming. My eyes widened in horror. "No, no way. I can't do that." I gagged, turning my head away. The leader stepped closer, his masked face inches from mine. "You will," he said, his voice a low growl, "or the game ends here. And you lose." The other two grabbed my head, forcing it straight. The short one brought the bird closer to my face. The smell was putrid. I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking my head violently, but they held me firm. I felt the cold, clammy feathers against my lips, then the horrifying sensation of them trying to force the bird into my mouth. I fought with every fiber of my being, thrashing, kicking, screaming, a muffled, desperate sound. I could not do it. I absolutely could not. I heard a sharp crack, and suddenly, my left arm flared with excruciating pain. One of them had twisted it, hard. I cried out, A raw, animal sound. This is not a suggestion. Alex, the leader's voice was like ice. This is a command. Tears streamed down my face. My body was shaking uncontrollably. I was trapped, utterly at their mercy. The pain in my arm was unbearable, a searing agony that made me lightheaded. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that they would break me. They would make me do it. Just as the bird was about to enter my mouth, a loud, piercing alarm suddenly blared through the basement. A harsh, red light began flashing erratically from a corner of the room. The masked men froze. In true to the distorted voice from the device shrieked, now sounding frantic. Perimeter, breach, chaos erupted. The masked men, who moments before had been so calm and methodical, were now moving with frantic urgency. The bird was dropped, splattering on the concrete floor. The leader barked orders in a language I did not understand. Sharp, guttural words. They seemed to forget all about me. This was my chance. With a surge of adrenaline, I pulled and twisted against the zip ties on my wrists, ignoring the searing pain in my dislocated arm. The plastic dug into my flesh, but I did not care. The alarm continued to blare, disorienting them, giving me a precious few seconds. I kicked out with my bound feet, knocking over the cart with the doll and the candle. The candle rolled, its flame flickering precariously. One of the masked men glanced at me, then back at the door from where the alarm seemed to be emanating. Their priority was clearly the intruder. They did not even bother to re-secure me. I pulled again, harder this time. Gritting my teeth, the zip ties were cheap, thin plastic. With a final, desperate wrench, one of them snapped. My hand was free, raw and bleeding, but free. I immediately worked on the other wrist, my fingers clumsy with pain and haste. The second one gave way. Freeing my hands, I quickly untied my ankles. My legs were stiff, but I forced myself to move. The masked men were still focused on the door, their backs mostly to me. The leader was yelling into a walkie-talkie, his voice agitated. I scrambled off the chair, my dislocated arm hanging uselessly, sending waves of agony through me. I bit back a cry. I had to get out. I scanned the room, looking for an exit, any way out. The door the masked man had used earlier, the one he had gone through to get the cart, seemed like my best bet. I moved silently, trying to stay in the shadows, my heart hammering against my ribs. The red flashing light cast grotesque shadows, making everything seem distorted and nightmarish. I reached the door, fumbling with the cold metal handle. It was stiff, but it turned. I pulled it open, quietly, and slipped through, closing it gently behind me. I was in a narrow, dimly lit hallway. The alarm was still blaring, muffled now, but still loud enough to make my head pound. I could hear the masked men's voices, growing fainter, still focused on the intruder in the basement. I moved quickly, my bare feet slapping against the cold floor. The hallway led to a flight of rickety wooden stairs. I climbed them as fast as my aching body would allow, each step a gamble. At the top, another door. I pushed it open. I was in a kitchen, an old, rustic kitchen, with a wood-burning stove and a worn wooden table. It looked like something out of a cabin in the woods. The window above the sink showed complete darkness outside. It was still night. I did not hesitate. I dashed to the back door, fumbling with the deadbolt. It was stiff, rusted. My fingers trembled, my dislocated arm screaming in protest. I heard footsteps behind me, faint but growing louder. They were coming. With a desperate cry of frustration, I finally got the bolt to slide. I yanked the door open and burst out into the cold night air. I was in a small, overgrown backyard. Beyond it, dense woods. The alarm from the basement was barely audible now, replaced by the sounds of the night crickets, rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and then the unmistakable sound of shouting from inside the cabin. I did not look back. I ran blindly into the woods, crashing through bushes, tripping over roots, my lungs burning, my dislocated arms swinging wildly, sending fresh jolts of agony through me with every stride. The darkness was absolute, relieved only by the faint glow of the moon filtering through the thick canopy of trees. I could hear them behind me now, their heavy footsteps, the rustle of leaves, their angry shouts. They were pursuing me. Fear, raw and primal, propelled me forward. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get away. I stumbled, fell, scraped my knees and hands, but I forced myself back up, pushing through the pain, the exhaustion, the sheer terror. At some point, I heard a dog bark, far off in the distance, a beacon of hope, a sign of civilization. I started running towards the sound, ignoring the thorns tearing at my clothes, the branches whipping at my face. After what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the tree line and onto a narrow, unpaved road. It was deserted, but in the distance, I could see a faint glow of lights. A house. I ran towards it, screaming for help, my voice raw and ragged. My legs felt like lead. My entire body was screaming in protest, but I could not stop. I could still hear them, their shouts growing fainter, but still there, a terrifying reminder of what I was running from. I finally reached the house, a small, unassuming farmhouse. I hammered on the door, yelling, "Help me, please, help me." A light flickered on inside. Then, the porch light. The door opened slowly, revealing an elderly woman, her face etched with concern, holding a shotgun. Her eyes widened when she saw me disheveled, bleeding, one arm dangling at an unnatural angle, shaking uncontrollably. "My God, son," she exclaimed, lowering the shotgun slightly. "What happened to you?" I collapsed onto her porch, gasping for breath, unable to form coherent words. They masked men game they tried to. She helped me inside, her movement surprisingly strong for her age. She had me sit down, immediately calling 911 while she waited for the police. She tried to get some answers out of me, but my mind was still reeling, trying to process the nightmare I had just lived through. The police arrived about 20 minutes later. 2 patrol cars, lights flashing, casting eerie shadows on the farmhouse walls. I recounted my story, as best as I could, to the officers, the online date, Sarah, the fake bistro, the masked men, the abduction, the basement, the twisted game, the dead bird, the alarm, my escape. They listened patiently, their faces grim. They took notes. They sent a couple of officers to investigate the area I described, the old barn, the cabin in the woods. They found nothing. No masked men, no evidence of a struggle, no gilded spoon, just an empty, dilapidated barn in an old, abandoned cabin. It was like it had all vanished. The next few days were a blur of hospital visits, police interviews, and overwhelming paranoia. My arm was dislocated and badly bruised, but otherwise, I was physically okay. Mentally, that was a whole different story. The police tried their best, but without any physical evidence, without a clear crime scene, and with my story sounding like something out of a bad horror movie. Their hands were tied. They ran Sarah's profile, but it was deleted shortly after my escape. The phone number she used was a burner, untraceable. It was like she and they had simply. This story was shared with me by a woman named Chloe. She reached out after hearing my own experiences, saying my words resonated with a terror she would face herself. She wanted her story told, hoping it might serve as a warning. And trust me, after hearing it, I think you'll understand why. So, picture this, it was a few years ago, before the world went completely sideways. Chloe, like a lot of people her age, was on Tinder. She was in her late 20s, living alone in a cute, but not particularly secure, apartment on the outskirts of a mid-sized city. She worked a pretty standard 9 to 5 job, and honestly, she was just looking for someone nice. Someone to share a laugh with, maybe a quiet dinner. Nothing too dramatic. She would have been on a few duds. You know how it goes. Guys who looked nothing like their photos. Guys who only wanted to talk about crypto. Guys who thought a first date was the perfect time to vent about their exes. So, when she matched with Mark, she felt a little flicker of hope. Mark's profile was good, really good. He had a friendly, open smile, photos of him hiking with a dog, playing guitar, and one of him looking genuinely engaged in what looked like a volunteer project. His bio was witty, self-deprecating, and he seemed to have a stable job as a graphic designer. He was exactly the kind of guy Chloe was hoping to find. Their initial chats were great, easy, flowing conversation. He asked thoughtful questions, actually listened to her answers, and had a dry sense of humor that made her genuinely laugh. They talk about everything from their favorite obscure indie bands to their shared love for bad reality TV. After about a week of texting, Mark suggested they grab a drink. Chloe, feeling a genuine connection and a rare sense of optimism, readily agreed. They decided on a local brew pub, a place that was usually pretty busy but had a relaxed atmosphere. Chloe got there a few minutes early, heart doing that little fluttery thing it does when you are both excited and a tiny bit nervous. Mark arrived right on time, looking even better in person than in his photos. He was taller than she expected, with kind eyes and a warm smile that reached them. The date started off perfectly. They ordered drinks, talked about their day, and the conversation picked up right where their text had left off. Chloe felt a level of comfort she rarely experienced on a first date. Mark was engaging, attentive, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know her. They talked about their childhoods, their aspirations, their pet peeves. He even managed to make her laugh so hard that a little bit of her cider came out her nose a moment that, in any other circumstance, would have been endearing. About an hour into the date, Mark was telling a story about a particularly frustrating client project. He wanted to show her an example of the kind of ridiculous feedback he would receive, something that highlighted the client's lack of understanding. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and unlocked it. He held it up, orienting it towards her, so she could see the email he was scrolling through. As he did, for just a fleeting second, her eyes caught something else on the screen. Not the email, not the app icons, but his phone's wallpaper. And that is when her world tilted on its axis. It was a photo of her, sleeping, in her bed, her breath hitched, her heart, which moments before had been doing that happy little flutter, slammed into her ribs with the force of a battering ram. The image was unmistakable. It was her bedroom, the soft blue duvet, the specific pattern on her pillowcases, the way her hair fanned out across them. It was undeniably her, curled on her side, completely oblivious, completely vulnerable. The lighting in the photo was dim, the kind of pale gray light that filters in through thin curtains just before dawn. It was a perfect, crystal clear shot. The entire interaction lasted maybe 2 seconds. Mark quickly navigated to the email, oblivious, or so it seemed, to the horror that had just flashed across Chloe's face. He started explaining the client's comments, but his words were just a buzzing noise in her ears. All she could hear was the blood rushing through her own head, a frantic, deafening roar. Panic, cold and absolute, seized her. Her hand started to tremble, and she gripped her glass so tightly she thought it might shatter. How in God's name did he have that photo? When? Where? She forced herself to breathe. Shallow, ragged breaths that felt like shards of glass in her throat. She had to act normal. She had to, if he noticed her reaction, if he saw the pure terror in her eyes. What would he do? The thought alone made her stomach churn. Wow, she managed to croak out, forcing a weak smile. That is truly awful feedback. Her voice sounded alien, thin and reedy, but Mark just nodded, still engrossed in his explanation. She needed to get out. Now, her mind raced, trying to concoct a plausible excuse. You know what, Mark, she interrupted, trying to keep her voice steady. I am so sorry, but I just remembered I have this super early morning meeting tomorrow. It completely slipped my mind. I really should head home and get some sleep. It was a flimsy excuse. She knew it. It was barely 8 p.m., and they would only had one drink. But it was all she could come up with on the fly. She tried to make eye contact, to appear apologetic, but her gaze kept darting to his phone, which he would now place face down on the table. Mark looked a little disappointed, but not suspicious. Oh, really? That is a shame. I was having such a good time. He smiled, that same warm smile, and for a terrifying moment, Chloe wondered if it was all an act. Was he enjoying this? The thought made her skin crawl. Me too, she chirped, perhaps a little too enthusiastically. Honestly, this has been one of the best first dates I have had in ages. We should definitely do it again soon. The words felt like betrayal, a lie that tasted like ash in her mouth. But she needed to maintain the facade. She needed to escape without alarming him. Absolutely, he said, and Chloe felt a fresh wave of dread wash over her. He was going to expect a second date. He was going to expect to see her again. She fumbled for her purse, pulling out her wallet. Let me just split this. No, it is on me, he insisted, already signaling for the waiter. My treat. The gesture, once charming, now felt like a trap, a way to prolong her stay, to keep her tethered to him for a few more minutes. She forced another smile. You are too kind. Thank you, Mark. Really? As the waiter brought the check, Chloe stood up. Well, I really do need to run. It was great meeting you. She practically bolted from the table, not even waiting for him to finish paying. She mumbled a quick goodbye, a vague promise to text him, and then she was out the door, into the cool night air. She did not run, not exactly. She walked fast, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, her hands clammy. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every car that passed felt like it was slowing down. Every person she saw on the street felt like they were watching her. She pulled out her phone, pretending to be engrossed in a text. But really, she was just trying to keep her hands from shaking. She called a ride share, her finger fumbling on the screen. When the car finally pulled up, she practically leaped into the back seat, giving the driver her address in a breathless rush. As the car pulled away, She risked a glance back at the brew pub. Mark was standing outside, his phone to his ear, looking directly at the spot where she had just been. Her blood ran cold. The ride home was a blur of hyper-awareness. Every turn, every stop, every flicker of headlights in the rear-view mirror sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through her. She kept checking her reflection in the window, half expecting to see his face, his eyes, staring back at her from the darkness outside. When the car finally pulled up to her apartment building, she fumbled with her keys, her hands shaking so badly she almost dropped them. She practically sprinted up the 2 flights of stairs to her front door, fumbling with the lock. The click of the deadbolt engaging was the sweetest sound she would ever heard. But even with the door locked, she did not feel safe. Not really. She leaned against the door, gasping for breath, trying to calm the frantic hammering of her heart. The image of the wallpaper flashed in her mind again, her, sleeping, utterly vulnerable. How? How did he get that picture? Her apartment suddenly felt like a glass cage. Every window a potential entry point. Every shadow a hiding place. She moved through her living room like a ghost, switching on every light, pushing aside curtains to peer out into the night. Nothing, just the familiar streetlights, the distant hum of traffic. She went straight to her bedroom, the scene of the crime in that terrifying photo. She looked at her bed, her duvet, her pillowcases. Everything was exactly as she would left it that morning. But now, it felt violated, tainted. The comfort of her own space had been utterly shattered. She started checking everything. The windows. Were they locked? Yes, all locked. Or so she thought. She double-checked each latch, pushing them firmly into place. The fire escape window, which she rarely opened, was also securely fastened. Her front door, the deadbolt and the chain, both engaged. How could he have gotten in? Or, more chillingly, how could he have taken the photo without getting in? She lived on the 2nd floor. It would be difficult, but not impossible, to climb up to her window. But then, how would he have gotten such a clear shot from outside? The angle in the photo, the way it was framed, it looked like it was taken from inside her room, standing right beside her bed. A new, horrifying thought struck her. What if he had been in her apartment while she was sleeping? The idea sent a fresh wave of nausea through her. She ran to her closet, pulling out a small, blunt pair of scissors. It was not much, but it was all she had. She clutched them tightly, her knuckles white. She systematically went through her apartment, the bathroom, the kitchen, the small storage closet. Nothing seemed out of place. No signs of forced entry. No strange smells. No lingering presence. But the absence of evidence did little to soothe her growing dread. In fact, it only made it worse. It meant he was good, or that she was missing something. She remembered the feeling of being watched, that subtle prickle on the back of her neck that she would sometimes dismiss as paranoia. Had it been real? Had he been there, just outside her window, or even inside her apartment, lurking in the shadows, watching her sleep? The thought was unbearable. Her mind raced back over her interactions with Mark. Had he ever asked anything too specific? Had he ever hinted at knowing things he should not? She could not recall anything overt, nothing that stood out as a red flag at the time. But now, every seemingly innocuous comment took on a sinister new meaning. He would ask about her work schedule, her weekends. He would mention that he liked her cozy apartment when she would post a picture of her new bookshelf on Instagram, but that picture had not shown her bed, or anything that would indicate her sleeping arrangements. He would make a casual joke about her being a heavy sleeper once. after she would mention missing an early morning alarm. At the time, she would just laugh it off. Now, it felt like a chilling confirmation. She pulled out her laptop, her fingers trembling as she typed Mark Tinder into the search bar. She found his LinkedIn profile, confirming his job as a graphic designer. His IU-Tubi was private, but she could see his profile picture the same friendly smile. She tried to find mutual friends, any connection, but there was nothing. He was a complete stranger. Yet he had a photo of her sleeping in her own bed. She frantically checked her own social media privacy settings. Everything was set to friends only or private. She rarely posted anything about her apartment's interior, and certainly nothing that would give away the layout of her bedroom or her sleeping habits. She was careful, she thought. She was careful. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. She nearly dropped it, her heart leaping into her throat. It was a text from Mark. "Hey, it was really great meeting you tonight. Chloe, hope your meeting goes well tomorrow. Let me know when you are free again." The message, which would have been perfectly normal just a few hours ago, now sent a shiver of pure terror down her spine. He was still acting normal, still pretending. It was like he was playing a game, and she was the unwitting pawn. She did not reply. She could not. She just stared at the message, her mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. Sleep was impossible. She spent the entire night huddled on her couch, the scissors clutched in her hand. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sending her into a fresh state of alert. She kept imagining his face, that friendly smile, morphing into something predatory, something evil. She pictured him outside, watching her window, knowing she was awake, knowing she was terrified. The next morning, exhausted and emotionally drained, Chloe called her best friend, Sarah. She recounted the entire story, her voice trembling as she described the wallpaper. Sarah, usually so practical and level-headed, was horrified. "Chloe, that is absolutely insane. You need to go to the police." Chloe hesitated. What would I even tell them? My Tinder date had a picture of me sleeping as his wallpaper. They would think I was crazy, or just overreacting. I do not have any proof. He did not threaten me. He did not do anything illegal on the date. But he did take a photo of you sleeping in your bed. Sarah insisted. That is definitely illegal, or at least incredibly creepy and disturbing. He clearly stalked you. You need to report him. Chloe, at the very least, they can check his background, see if he has a history. Reluctantly, Chloe agreed. She knew Sarah was right. She had to do something. She spent an agonizing hour at the police station, trying to explain the situation to a skeptical-looking officer. He listened patiently, taking notes. But Chloe could see the doubt in his eyes. Without any physical evidence, without a direct threat, it was just her word against a dating app match. They advised her to block him, change her locks, and be vigilant. They said they would look into it. But it felt like a brush-off. No one seemed to grasp the sheer, gut-wrenching terror of seeing that photo, feeling even more alone and helpless. Chloe went home. She immediately blocked Mark on Tinder and on her phone. She changed her social media passwords and tightened her privacy settings even further. She even went to a hardware store and bought a few extra door wedges and a window alarm. But the paranoia did not go away. If anything, it intensified. Every time she came home, she felt a prickle on the back of her neck, a sense of being watched. She started checking under her bed, inside her closet, before she went to sleep. She kept the scissors, and now a heavy flashlight, beside her bed. A few days later, things started getting weirder. She came home from work one evening and noticed something was off. Her blinds, which she always left slightly open, were completely closed. She distinctly remembered leaving them open to let in some light. A chill ran down her spine. Had she just forgotten? Or had someone been in her apartment? She checked her locks again. Still secure. No signs of forced entry. She dismissed it as her paranoia, a trick of her exhausted mind. The next morning, she found a small, perfectly folded paper crane on her kitchen counter. She lived alone. She had not made a paper crane. Her hand started shaking uncontrollably. This was not paranoia. This was real. Someone had been in her apartment, and they had left a calling card. She frantically searched her apartment again, this time with a desperate intensity. She found nothing else. No note, no other objects, just the silent, ominous paper crane. Her mind immediately went to Mark. It had to be him. But how was he getting in? And why was he leaving these bizarre, non-threatening tokens? Was it a game? A twisted way of showing her he could get to her anytime. She called the police again, her voice shaking with fear. They sent an officer, who again found no signs of forced entry. He suggested she might have left a window open, or that a friend might have played a prank. A friend. Who would play such a cruel joke? Especially after she had told Sarah everything. The officer took the paper crane as evidence, but Chloe could tell he still was not taking her seriously. That night, Chloe did not sleep in her apartment. She packed a small bag and drove to Sarah's place, explaining everything. The paper crane, the closed blinds. Sarah, seeing the genuine terror in Chloe's eyes, did not hesitate. You are staying here as long as you need to. But even at Sarah's, Chloe could not shake the feeling of being watched. She kept checking the windows, jumping at every shadow. She felt like a hunted animal, constantly looking over her shoulder. A week passed. Chloe was still at Sarah's. She would manage to get a locksmith to change her apartment locks, and she was even considering breaking her lease and moving. But then, an even more terrifying incident occurred. Sarah's apartment building had a small, shared laundry room in the basement. Chloe went down one evening to do a load of clothes. It was late, and the laundry room was empty, the fluorescent lights humming eerily. She loaded her clothes into a machine, then sat down on a plastic chair to wait. As she scrolled through her phone, she heard a faint scratching sound coming from the far corner of the room, near the old utility sink. She froze, her heart leaping into her throat. She slowly looked up, her eyes scanning the dimly lit space. Nothing, just shadows. She tried to tell herself it was just the building settling, or a mouse. But the sound came again, a distinct, rhythmic scratching, like fingernails on concrete. She stood up, slowly, cautiously. Her gaze landed on a small, grimy window high up on the wall, almost at ceiling level. It looked out onto a narrow alleyway between Sarah's building and the next. And then she saw it. A hand, a man's hand, pressed against the grimy glass from the outside. And then, slowly, an eye appeared, peering through a small gap in the dirt. It was Mark. His eye, cold and unblinking, stared directly at her. Chloe screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from her throat. She did not think. She just reacted. She grabbed a nearby laundry basket and hurled it at the window with all her might. The basket hit the glass with a dull thud, and the hand and I vanished instantly. She did not wait. She bolted for the door, scrambling up the stairs, her screams echoing through the quiet building. She burst into Sarah's apartment, sobbing, barely able to explain what she had seen. Sarah, horrified, immediately called the police, this time with a direct sighting, a witness, and the fact that Mark had followed Chloe to a different location. They took it seriously. They sent patrol cars, checked the alleyway, but by the time they arrived, Mark was long gone. However, the police did find something. Tucked into a crevice in the brick wall beneath the laundry room window, they found a small Ziploc bag. Inside was another paper crane, identical to the one found in Chloe's apartment, and next to it, a small silver locket. The locket was old, tarnished. Chloe recognized it immediately. It had belonged to her grandmother. She had kept it in a small wooden box on her bedside table, a sentimental piece she rarely wore. Now, she knew he had not just been in her apartment, he had been in her bedroom. He had not just taken a photo, he had taken a piece of her. The police launched a full investigation. They pulled Mark's phone records, traced his IP address, and put out an alert for him. They found out he lived a few towns over, and when they went to his apartment, he was gone. He had seemingly vanished, leaving behind an empty apartment and a trail of digital breadcrumbs that led nowhere. Chloe and Sarah were interviewed repeatedly. The police theorized that Mark had somehow gained access to her building, perhaps by tailing a resident, or maybe he had just gotten lucky with a broken lock. He must have slipped into her apartment while she was out, or even when she was home and distracted. The photo, the paper cranes, the locket, they were all part of his twisted game, a way to exert control and terrorize her without direct confrontation. Until the laundry room incident, they never found Mark, not officially. Anyway, his social media profiles went dark. His phone was disconnected. He simply disappeared. Chloe eventually moved. She broke her lease, packed up her life, and relocated to a different city, a different state even. She changed her phone number, deleted all her social media accounts, and tried to rebuild her life from scratch. But the experience left an indelible mark. She still struggles with trust, with feeling safe, especially in her own home. Every creak of the floorboards, every unfamiliar sound outside her window sends a jolt of fear through her. She checks her locks obsessively, double checks her windows, and still sometimes sleeps with a heavy flashlight by her bed. She no longer uses dating apps. The thought of putting herself out there, of inviting a stranger into her life, fills her with an overwhelming dread. She knows, deep down, that Mark is still out there somewhere. He is just a ghost now, a chilling reminder that the world is not always as safe as it seems, and that sometimes the most terrifying monsters were the most charming smiles. Chloe's story is a stark reminder of the hidden dangers lurking in the digital world, and how easily our search of connection can turn into a terrifying game of cat and mouse. It is a story that still gives me chills every time I think about it, a testament to the fact that true horror is not always about ghosts and ghouls, but about the very real, very human capacity for obsession and terror. Stay safe out there, everyone, and always, always trust your gut. Hey everyone, Alex here, and man, do I have another story for you today. You know, after sharing Chloe's experience with Mark, the one where she saw her own sleeping face on his phone wallpaper, I got a lot of messages, a lot of people reaching out, sharing their own brushes with that specific kind of digital terror. It is a stark reminder, is not it, how much we put ourselves out there, how vulnerable we become, just looking for a connection. Chloe's story stuck with me, really haunted me, but it also made me realize something important. These are not isolated incidents. The digital world, it is a double-edged sword. It connects us, sure, But it also creates these dark alleys where predators can hide, where the line between curiosity and obsession blurs until it vanishes entirely. The story I am about to tell you, it is from a guy named Mike. He reached out to me a few weeks ago after hearing Chloe's account. He said it resonated with him in a way he could not quite explain, because while his experience did not involve a photo of him sleeping, it started with something equally innocent, equally mundane, and spiraled into a nightmare that changed his life forever. It is a story about a date, a seemingly harmless selfie, and a chilling realization that sometimes the most innocent gestures can be the most dangerous. So, grab a warm drink, turn down the lights, and let me tell you about Mike's date with Lila. Mike was, well, he was just a regular guy, early 30s, lived in a decent apartment in a mid-sized city, worked a pretty standard office job. Like a lot of us, he had been trying his hand at online dating. It was a mixed bag, as it usually is. A few awkward coffee dates, some conversations that fizzled out, the usual parade of profiles that never quite lived up to their filtered expectations. He was, honestly, getting a little tired of it, but he kept swiping, kept hoping. You know how it is. We all want that connection, that spark. Then he matched with Lila. Her profile was intriguing, not overly glam, not overtly sexualized, just a series of natural-looking photos. One of her hiking, another laughing with friends at what looked like a street fair, a close-up that showed off her vibrant, intelligent eyes. Her bio was witty, a little self-deprecating, and mentioned a love for indie films and trying new breweries. She seemed genuine. Their initial messages were great. Easy, flowing conversation. She asked thoughtful questions, actually read his profile, and responded with more than just one-word answers. Mike felt a genuine sense of optimism he had not experienced in a while. He suggested a local brew pub, a place he liked that had a good, relaxed atmosphere. Not too fancy, not too loud. She readily agreed. The night of the date, Mike was a mix of nerves and excitement. He got there a little early, grabbed a table, and ordered a beer. A few minutes later, Lila walked in, and she was even more striking in person. Her smile was infectious. Her eyes sparkled, and she had this confident, easygoing aura about her. The date, for the first hour or so, was fantastic. They talked about everything: their jobs, their hobbies, travel plans, even some of their more embarrassing dating app stories. Mike found himself genuinely laughing, feeling a connection that went beyond superficial small talk. Lila was intelligent, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what he had to say. He felt a rare sense of comfort, like he could truly be himself. They were about halfway through their second round of drinks, the conversation drifting from a hilarious story about Mike's first attempt at cooking a gourmet meal to Lila's passion for rescuing old books. When it happened, Lila paused, a mischievous glint in her eye. "You know what?" she said, pulling out her phone. "This has been such a great night. We should commemorate it. Let us take a funny selfie." Mike chuckled. "A funny selfie? Huh. What is your go to funny face?" She grinned. "Oh, you will see. Come on, lean in." He leaned in, a little awkward but game. Lila held up her phone, her arm extended. Her screen was facing her, naturally, but he could see the general outline of the camera app. She was fiddling with something, probably a filter, he thought. She tilted the phone slightly, adjusted her grip. "Okay, on 3, she said, her eyes fixed on the screen, then briefly on him, then back to the screen. 1, 2, 3. She made a goofy face, eyes wide, tongue slightly out, and Mike. caught up in the moment, mirrored it with a silly grin and a slight cross of his eyes. He heard the familiar click of the camera. "Perfect," she exclaimed, laughing. "Oh, that is definitely going into the archives." She quickly tapped a few more times on her screen, then put her phone face down on the table. "All right, back to your disastrous cooking adventures." The moment passed. The conversation picked up right where it left off. Mike barely thought about the selfie again for the rest of the evening. He was too busy enjoying himself. They stayed for another hour, talking, laughing, and by the time they parted ways outside the brew pub, Mike felt a genuine buzz, a hopeful excitement. He walked home with a spring in his step, already thinking about their next date. He sent her a text when he got home, thanking her for a great night. She responded almost immediately, saying she had a wonderful time too, and that she would love to do it again. Mike fell asleep with a smile on his face. The first hint that something was off was not immediate. It was subtle, insidious, like a slow drip of water eroding a stone. A couple of days later, Mike was scrolling through Instagram, just minding his own business. He would posted a picture of his cat, Mittens, curled up in a sunbeam, a couple of hours earlier, totally innocuous. As he scrolled, he noticed a new like on an old post. Not just any old post, but a picture he would uploaded almost 2 years ago. It was a photo of his apartment building from the street, taken during a particularly beautiful sunset. He remembered taking it, thinking the brickwork looked nice in the golden hour light. The like was from Lila. He paused. 2 years ago. That was odd. He had not connected with her on Instagram. He had not even mentioned his handle. He went to her profile. It was private. He would only seen her Tinder pictures. How had she found his Instagram? Let alone scroll back 2 years to like a picture of his apartment building. He tried to brush it off. Maybe she was just super good at internet sleuthing. Or maybe he would mention his Instagram handle in passing on Tinder and forgotten. He told himself it was just a coincidence. A weird quirk, but a tiny, almost imperceptible seed of unease had been planted. The next day, he walked to his favorite coffee shop, a small, independent place just a few blocks from his apartment. He went there every morning before work, ordered the same thing, a black coffee and a plain bagel. It was his routine. As he waited in line, he glanced at his phone. He had a new message from Lila. "Morning. Mike, hope you are having a good start to your day. Just thinking about our date. That brew pub had some great IPAs. Did not it? Nothing overtly strange, right? But then, a second message popped up. Oh, and I hope your coffee's strong today. You always strike me as a black coffee kind of guy." A chill ran down Mike's spine. Always strike me as a black coffee kind of guy. He would never mention his coffee habits to her. Not on Tinder. Not during their date. He was certain of it. And she would message him just as he was standing in line at his coffee shop. He looked around the coffee shop. A knot tightening in his stomach. Was she here? He scanned the faces. The people hunched over laptops. The hurried commuters. No Lila. He felt ridiculous. He was being paranoid. It was just a guess. A lucky deduction on her part. Maybe he just looked like a black coffee drinker. He tried to rationalize it away. But the feeling of being watched, of being known in a way he had not consented to, began to fester. Later that week, he was at work, engrossed in a spreadsheet, when his phone buzzed. It was a text from Lila. "Hey, Mike. Just drove past your office building. That red brick really stands out. Does not it? Made me think of you. Hope your afternoon is flying by." Mike froze. His office building was red brick, and it was a fairly distinctive building. old and architecturally unique for the area. But it was not on any main thoroughfare. You had to take a specific, slightly out-of-the-way street to drive past it. And why would she be driving past it anyway? He had not told her where he worked, only the general industry. His heart started to pound. This was not a coincidence anymore. This was deliberate. He did not respond. He could not. His mind was racing. How? How did she know all this? The Instagram post. The coffee. His office. It was too much. Then, the memory of the funny selfie flashed into his mind. Her phone. The way she would angled it. Her intense focus on the screen. The quick taps after the picture was taken. He remembered seeing something. A flash of text on her screen. Something about sharing location. He would dismiss it at the time, thinking it was just a notification or part of the photo editing interface. But now, a cold dread washed over him. He started frantically searching on his own phone. Apps that send location with photos. Covert location sharing. He found article after article about malicious apps, about features in popular messaging services that allowed live location sharing. He remembered how some apps could be set to automatically share location when a picture was taken and sent to a specific contact, or even just saved. What if, during that funny selfie, she had not just taken a picture? What if she would use that moment of distraction, of his goofy grin, to covertly activate a location sharing feature? She had his phone number from Tinder, so she could have easily shared it with him, or with someone else, without him even knowing. The selfie was just a cover, the perfect, innocent cover. He felt sick to his stomach. His apartment, his coffee shop, his office, all of it. She had not just guessed. She knew. She knew because that selfie, taken in a moment of carefree fun, had pinpointed his exact location. And from that initial pin, she could have easily tracked his patterns, figured out his routine. He tried to call a friend, Mark, but he was busy. Mike left a rambling voicemail, trying to explain his growing terror, the ridiculousness of it all. Mark called back later, sounding a little confused, trying to reassure him that it was probably just a weird crush, maybe a little overenthusiastic. She is just really into you. Dude, Mark had said, trying to be helpful. Mike hung up, feeling more alone than ever. The feeling of being watched intensified. It was not just a vague paranoia, anymore it was a constant, suffocating presence. Every time he left his apartment, he felt eyes on his back. Every time he looked out his window, he half expected to see her. He started taking different routes to work, changing his coffee shop, trying to break his routines. But it felt futile. She already knew. She had the blueprint of his life. One evening, he came home to find a small package on his doorstep. It was not Amazon, not any recognizable delivery service, just a plain brown box. No return address, only his name and apartment number handwritten on it in neat, elegant script. His heart hammered against his ribs. He picked it up gingerly, his mind screaming, "Do not open it." But morbid curiosity, or perhaps a desperate need for answers, compelled him. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a single, meticulously folded paper crane. Mike dropped the box. His blood ran cold. A paper crane. He remembered Chloe's story. The chilling detail of the paper crane's mark left in her apartment, in Sarah's basement. It was a signature, a calling card. But how? How could Lila know about Chloe's story? How could she know about the paper cranes? Or was it just a terrifying coincidence? He immediately called the police. He tried to explain everything: the selfie, the location pings, the coffee shop, the office, the paper crane. The officer on the phone listened patiently, but Mike could hear the skepticism in his voice. "Sir, it sounds like you had a bad date. A paper crane is not really evidence of anything. And dating apps, well, people get a little obsessive sometimes. Unless she has directly threatened you or physically harmed you, there is not much we can do. But she knows where I live, where I work. She left this on my doorstep," Mike pleaded, his voice rising with desperation. "We can send a patrol car to swing by your building a few times. Keep an eye out," the officer conceded, his tone still dismissive, but without concrete proof, like a restraining order violation or a direct threat. "Our hands are tied." Mike hung up, his hands shaking. He was on his own. He spent the rest of the night barricaded in his apartment, every creak and groan of the old building sending jolts of terror through him. He could not sleep. He kept replaying the date, the selfie, searching for any other clue, any other moment he might have missed. The next morning, exhausted and jumpy, he decided he could not stay there. He packed a small bag, called Mark again, and explained the situation more coherently. Mark, hearing the raw fear in Mike's voice, finally took him seriously. "Dude, that is messed up. Come stay at my place. You can crash on the couch for a bit." Mike gratefully accepted. He left his apartment, trying to look casual, trying not to scan every shadow, every parked car. He felt like a rat fleeing a sinking ship, but he knew he had to get out. Living at Mark's apartment offered a temporary reprieve from the constant anxiety, but it did not erase the fear. Every time his phone buzzed, Mike jumped. Every unfamiliar car that drove past Mark's building sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. He was a prisoner of his own paranoia. He started doing his own investigating. He went back through his Tinder messages with Lila. He remembered her asking about his general neighborhood, but nothing specific enough to pinpoint his exact address. He checked his phone's location history, his social media settings. Everything seemed secure on his end. The only variable was that selfie. That damn selfie. One afternoon, a week after moving to Mark's, Mike was browsing an online forum dedicated to digital privacy. He was desperate for answers, for any explanation that made sense. He stumbled upon a thread discussing anew insidious trend apps that could use facial recognition and geotagging from a single photo to not only identify a person, but also track their movements by cross-referencing public data, social media, and even satellite imagery. The article mentioned how a high-resolution photo, especially one taken in a distinctive location, could be used as a starting point. And then it clicked. The selfie, the funny filter, Lila's phone. She was not just sending his location to him or to a friend. She was using a sophisticated, possibly even custom-built, application that took that single image, that single location, and fed it into a system that could then track his patterns, his routines, his entire life. The paper crane, it was not just a coincidence. It was a signal, a message from someone who was either connected to Chloe's stalker, or was the same type of stalker, using similar psychological tactics. The realization was bone-chilling. He felt a sudden, desperate urge to confront her, to scream at her, to demand answers, but he knew that was foolish. He was dealing with someone who was clearly unhinged, dangerous. He decided to try and set a trap, or at least gather undeniable proof. He knew Lila knew about his old coffee shop. He would have avoided it since the text message. But what if he went back, just once, and watched? He told Mark his plan. Mark was hesitant, urging caution, but Mike was determined. "I can't live like this. Mark, I need to know. I need proof." The next morning, Mike went to his old coffee shop. He chose a table near the window, facing the street, but slightly obscured, hoping to blend in. He ordered his usual black coffee, his hands trembling slightly as he clutched the warm mug. He tried to look casual, scrolling on his phone, but his eyes were constantly darting, scanning, searching. Minutes turned into an hour. Nothing. He was starting to feel foolish again, the paranoia subsiding into a dull ache of disappointment. Maybe she had given up. Maybe she had moved on. Just as he was about to leave, his phone buzzed. It was an unknown number. He hesitated, then answered, his voice a little shaky. "Hello." Silence on the other end. A faint rustling sound, like someone breathing quietly. "Hello," Mike repeated, his heart pounding. Then, a voice. Lila's voice. Soft, almost a whisper, but clear as a bell. "You really should not be here." "Mike," she said, "this place, it is not safe for you anymore." Mike's blood ran cold. He looked up, frantically searching the street, the windows of the buildings across the way. He saw no one. How do you know I am here?" He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Lila chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Oh, Mike, you make it so easy. You always have. You are predictable. And that is why I like you." The line went dead. Mike dropped his phone. He practically vaulted out of his seat, spilling his coffee. He ran out of the shop, his eyes wide with terror, scanning the street like a hunted animal. He saw nothing. No Lila, no car, just the usual morning commuters, oblivious to his nightmare. He ran all the way back to Mark's apartment, gasping for breath, tears of pure terror streaming down his face. He locked the door, double-checked it, and collapsed onto the couch. Shaking uncontrollably, he called the police again, recounting the phone call, the direct threat, the chilling knowledge of his whereabouts. This time, they sounded a little more concerned. They sent an officer to take a statement. Mike showed them the paper crane, explained the connection to Chloe's story. The officer took notes, but still seemed hesitant. "We will open a file. Mr. Jensen, we will put out a notice, but without a physical sighting or a clear, recorded threat, it is difficult to act." Mike felt utterly defeated. He was living a real-life horror movie, and the authorities were powerless or unwilling to help. The weeks that followed were a blur of fear and anxiety. Mike could not go back to his apartment. He could not go back to work. He was a ghost in his own life, hiding out at Mark's, barely leaving the apartment. He lived in a constant state of hypervigilance, jumping at every shadow, every unexpected sound. He tried to block Lila's number, block her on every platform he could think of, but the messages, though less frequent, still found their way to him. Sometimes it was a cryptic email from an unknown address, sometimes a message through a random social media platform he barely used, sometimes just a blank text from a burner number. Each one was a reminder that she was still out there, still watching, still knew where to find him. One night, a picture arrived on his phone. It was sent from an anonymous email address. He almost did not open it, but the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to understand, won out. It was a photo of him, sleeping, his breath hitched in his throat. It was taken from an angle directly above his bed, not his old bed, in his old apartment. This was Mark's guest bed, the one he was currently sleeping in. The blanket was pulled up to his chin, his face peaceful in sleep. He screamed, a guttural, primal sound of pure terror. Mark rushed in, alarmed. Mike shoved the phone into his hands, pointing at the screen, unable to speak. Mark's face went white. How is this possible? Mark whispered, his voice trembling. She was in my apartment. She was here while you were sleeping. The realization hit Mike like a physical blow. The phone call at the coffee shop, the cryptic messages, the paper crane, it was all leading to this. She was not just tracking him from afar. She was closer, much closer. She had found him at Mark's. She had been inside Mark's apartment. They called the police again, their voices hoarse with fear. This time, with a photo as undeniable proof, the police took it seriously. They swarmed Mark's apartment, dusting for prints, searching for any sign of forced entry. They found nothing. No broken windows. No Jimmy locks. It was as if she had simply walked in. The police advised Mike to leave the city, to change his identity, to disappear. They could not guarantee his safety. They could not find her. Lila had vanished. Her Tinder profile was gone. Her social media, if it ever truly existed beyond his initial match, was untraceable. She was a ghost, a phantom that had materialized from the digital ether, terrorized him, and then disappeared back into the shadows. That was over a year ago. Mike followed the police's advice. He moved to a new state, thousands of miles away. He changed his phone number, deleted all his social media accounts, and even considered legally changing his name. He got a new job, started a new life, a carefully constructed facade of normalcy. But the terror remains. He still can't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time he sees a woman with vibrant, intelligent eyes, a cold dread washes over him. Every time a new, unknown number calls, his heart leaps into his throat. He checks his locks 3, 4, 5 times before he goes to bed. He has blackout curtains, and he never, ever opens them at night. He has tried therapy, tried to process the trauma, but some wounds just do not heal. The trust he once had, the carefree attitude towards sharing his life online, it is all gone, replaced by a gnawing paranoia, a constant awareness of the vulnerability we all share in this interconnected world. He knows she is still out there, and he knows that somewhere, sometime, she might decide to take another funny selfie. And this time, it might not be a photo of him sleeping. It might be something far, far worse. Chloe's story, Mike's story, they are not just cautionary tales. They are chilling reminders that in the digital age, privacy is an illusion, and the line between connection and obsession is thinner than we dare to imagine. So be careful out there. Everyone, be vigilant, because sometimes the scariest monsters are not hiding under your bed. They are just a swipe away. And that, my friends, is Mike's story. A terrifying glimpse into the darkness that can lurk just beneath the surface of our everyday interactions. If you have had similar experiences, or if this story resonated with you, please share your thoughts in the comments below. And remember, stay safe out there. I will be back soon with another tale from the shadows. Until then, sleep tight. Hey everyone, Emily, here. I am not sure why I am telling this story. Honestly, maybe it is a way to finally get it out. Or maybe I just need someone, anyone, to believe me. Because what happened, it still haunts my waking hours. And it definitely haunts my sleep. It all started, like so many modern horror stories do, with a dating app, Tinder. You know how it is. You are single, maybe a little lonely, and swiping through profiles feels like a low-stakes game. Most dates are duds. Some are just okay. And every now and then, you meet someone who actually sparks a little interest. That is what I thought I found with Mark. He had a great profile outdoorsy. A few pictures with a cute dog, a charming smile. His bio was witty, not overly aggressive or cliche. We matched, and our initial conversations were easy. He seemed genuinely interested, not just looking for a hookup, which was a refreshing change. We talked about books, our favorite hiking trails, even our weirdest childhood memories. He had this way of making me feel like I was the only person in the world he wanted to talk to. It was intoxicating. I will admit, I was flattered. After about a week of texting and a few phone calls that lasted way longer than I expected, we decided to meet up. We picked a popular gastropub downtown, a place I knew well, with plenty of people around. Safety first, right? I told my best friend, Chloe, where I was going and with whom, just in case. When I walked in, he was already there, sitting at a corner table, nursing a craft beer. He stood up when he saw me, and I remember thinking, wow, he is even better looking in person, taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a smile that reached them. He had a slight stubble, which usually is not my thing, but on him, it just looked rugged. He was wearing a dark blue Henley shirt that really brought out the color of his eyes. The date was fantastic. Seriously, it was one of the best first dates I would ever had. We talked for hours, laughed until our stomachs hurt. He told me stories about his work as a freelance graphic designer, and I shared anecdotes about my job in marketing. He listened intently, asked follow-up questions, and made me feel completely at ease. There were no awkward silences, no forced conversations. It felt natural, like we would known each other for ages. We had a couple of drinks. I think I had 2 glasses of wine, maybe 3. He stuck to beer. Nothing excessive, just enough to loosen up and enjoy the evening. We shared an appetizer, then moved on to main courses. The atmosphere was lively, the food was good, and his company was even better. Around 10 p.m., the pub started to wind down a bit. We were still deep in conversation, and neither of us wanted the night to end. He suggested, how about one more drink? There's a quieter bar just a few blocks from here, if you are up for it. I hesitated for a second. It was a weeknight, and I had work in the morning, but I was having such a good time, and he seemed so genuine. Sure, I said, just one. The new place was indeed quieter, more dimly lit, with plush velvet seats and a jazz band playing softly in the corner. It felt intimate, almost romantic. We found a small booth, and the conversation flowed just as easily as before. I ordered another glass of wine, and he got some kind of dark liquor on the rocks. It was there, in that dim, cozy corner, that I started to feel a little off. It was not a sudden thing, more like a gradual fuzziness. The jazz music seemed to get a little louder, then softer. His voice, which had been so clear and engaging, started to sound a bit distant. I remember him asking me about my family, where I grew up, and I tried to answer, but my words felt thick, like my tongue was not quite cooperating. I remember taking a sip of my wine, and it tasted different, a little metallic, maybe, or just my imagination. The last thing I clearly recall from that night is him reaching across the table, taking my hand, and saying something about how beautiful my eyes were. His touch was warm, but even then, a tiny, almost imperceptible shiver ran down my spine. It was too much, too fast, too intense. I tried to pull my hand back, but he held it gently, firmly. Then, everything just blurred. The next morning, I woke up in my own bed. The curtains were drawn, so the room was still dark, My head was pounding. A classic hangover. I groaned, trying to remember how I would gotten home. Taxi. Probably. I must have paid for it, myself. I vaguely recalled feeling very tired, almost like I would been drugged. But no, that was silly. Just too much wine. I had to have been mistaken about the taste. I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand, squinting at the bright screen. It was 9:30 a.m. My alarm for work had been set for 7 o'clock a.m. I would overslept by 2.5 hours. Panic started to set in. I needed to call my boss, explain, get ready. As I pushed myself up, a sharp, stinging pain shot through my left forearm. I winced, rubbing the spot. It felt like a deep scratch. Did I fall last night? I wondered, trying to piece together the missing hours. I had not felt that drunk, but clearly, I would have been more gone than I thought. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the room spinning slightly. I needed water, and maybe some Advil. As I reached for my phone again, my gaze drifted down to my arm, and that is when I saw it. It was not a scratch, not a bruise, not even a cut from a clumsy fall. Etched into the skin of my forearm, just below the crook of my elbow, were words not written in ink or a marker. These were carved, like someone had taken a sharp object and meticulously, deliberately, cut into my flesh. The letters were raised, red, and angry-looking, still slightly weeping a clear fluid. They were stark against my pale skin. 3 letters, M-I-N-E. The world tilted. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trying to escape its cage. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat. This could not be real. This had to be a nightmare. A hallucination brought on by a terrible hangover. I reached out a trembling finger and touched the raw skin. It burned. It was real. A wave of nausea washed over me, stronger than any hangover. I scrambled to the bathroom, barely making it to the toilet before I violently emptied the contents of my stomach. My body convulsed, but my mind was fixated on those 3 letters. M-I-N-E. Who? How? And why? I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear the fog from my brain. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were wide with terror, my face pale. I pulled up my sleeve again, staring at the horror on my arm. It was undeniable. Someone had done this to me, and the only person I would have been with was Mark. My memory was still a black hole after that last drink at the jazz bar. Had he brought me home? Had he done this? The thought sent a fresh wave of icy fear through me. He had seemed so charming, so kind, but beneath that veneer, had there been something dark, something predatory? I tried to call Chloe, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial. When she finally answered, her voice groggy, I could only manage a choked whisper. Chloe, something happened. Something terrible. She was at my apartment within 20 minutes, looking worried sick. I showed her my arm, and her face went from concern to absolute horror. She gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Emily, who would do this? Mark. I managed to say, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. It has to be him. I do not remember anything after that last drink. We spent the next hour trying to piece things together. We checked my apartment. No signs of forced entry. My front door was locked. My window was secure. My purse was on the table. Wallet inside. Nothing missing. It was as if I would simply come home, gone to bed, and this had happened. But how? Chloe insisted we call the police. I was hesitant. What would I even tell them? I went on a Tinder date. got drunk, woke up with words carved on my arm, and I do not remember anything. They would probably just dismiss it as a self-inflicted wound or a drunken accident. But Chloe was firm. Emily, this is assault. This is a threat. You have to report it. So, we called. 2 officers arrived, looking tired and skeptical. I showed them my arm, recounted the date, the fuzzy memory, everything. They took notes, asked a lot of questions. Did you consent to any physical contact? Did he touch you inappropriately? Did you invite him back to your place? Each question made me feel more humiliated, more violated. They examined my apartment, found nothing. They asked if I wanted to press charges for assault. But what proof did I have? No witnesses, no forensic evidence, just a blank space in my memory and a terrifying message carved into my skin. They advised me to go to a hospital to get the wound checked out and to consider getting a toxicology report. Though they admitted it was likely too late to find anything. They said they would look into Mark, but their tone made it clear they did not expect to find anything. They left me feeling exposed, vulnerable, and utterly alone. Chloe stayed with me for the rest of the day. We tried to find Mark's profile on Tinder. It was gone, completely deleted, like he would never existed. My text to him, which had been so frequent just hours before, now showed as undelivered. His number was disconnected. It was like he would vanish into thin air, leaving only this horrific mark behind. The hospital visit was equally dehumanizing. The doctor was kind enough, but the nurses looked at me with a mixture of pity and judgment. They cleaned the wound, gave me antibiotics, and told me it would scar permanently, a constant reminder. For days, I barely left my apartment. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every creak of the floorboard sent my heart racing. I jumped at every sound, checking my locks repeatedly. I felt like I was living in a horror movie, and I was the main character. The wound on my arm slowly started to heal, but the letters remained, a raised, angry red. I wore long sleeves constantly, even when it was warm, terrified that someone would see it, ask about it, or worse, understand its meaning. Then, the incident started, small at first, almost imperceptible. I would come home from work, and my apartment would feel different. Not like anything was stolen, or even moved drastically. Just a faint scent, that was not mine. Or a cushion slightly askew on the couch in a way I did not remember leaving it. I would brush it off as my paranoia, or just my own forgetfulness. One morning, I found a single white rose on my doorstep. No note, no card, just a perfect, dewy rose. It was beautiful, but it sent a chill down my spine. Mark had mentioned during our date that white roses were his favorite. I threw it out immediately, my hand shaking. A few days later, my coffee order at my usual cafe was waiting for me before I even got to the counter. A large latte with oat milk and an extra shot. My exact order, which I had never mentioned to Mark. The barista just smiled and said, "It is on the house today. Someone already paid for it." When I asked who, she just shrugged. Regular customer. Said you would know. I practically ran out of there, leaving the latte untouched. The terror escalated. I started getting anonymous texts. Not words, just pictures. Pictures of me. Not from inside my apartment, thankfully, but from outside. Me walking to work. Me getting groceries. Me sitting on a park bench, reading. The photos were always taken from a distance, slightly grainy, but unmistakably me. The angles were unsettling, like someone was always just around the corner, watching. Each picture was a fresh stab of fear, a confirmation that he was out there, and he was always watching. I changed my phone number, deleted my social media accounts, even considered moving. But where would I go? How could I escape someone who seemed to know my every move? Who could get into my building without a trace? I went back to the police, armed with the photos and the texts. They listened, but their hands were tied. Anonymous numbers. MS. Miller. No discernible threats. We can't act on just a feeling, or even these pictures, without a clear crime being committed. They suggested I get a restraining order. But against whom? A ghost. Chloe tried to help, staying with me some nights, setting up security cameras. But even that felt futile. The feeling of being watched was constant, a suffocating blanket of dread. One evening, I came home to find my front door unlocked. Not forced open, just unlocked. I always double-locked it. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst. I stood there for a long moment, frozen, before slowly pushing the door open. The apartment was dark, silent. I flipped on the lights, my eyes darting around. Nothing seemed out of place. But then, I saw it. On my kitchen counter, next to my fruit bowl, was a small, intricately folded paper crane. It was not just a random origami. It was made from a page torn from my favorite book, a worn copy of Wuthering Heights that sat on my bedside table. My blood ran cold. This was not just a stalker. This was someone who had been inside my home while I was gone and had left a calling card. That night, I did not sleep. I sat in my living room with a kitchen knife in my hand, staring at the door, waiting for something, anything. But nothing happened, only the oppressive silence, punctuated by the frantic beat of my own heart. The next day, I called my landlord, explained the situation, and told him I needed to break my lease. He was understanding, if a little confused. I started packing immediately, frantically. I booked a flight to another state to stay with my sister for a while, hoping that distance would finally break the connection with my tormentor. As I was packing my last box, I found a small, unmarked USB drive tucked into the pocket of a coat I rarely wore. I had no idea where it came from. My hands trembled as I plugged it into my laptop. It contained only one file, a video. I clicked play, my breath hitched in my throat. It was a recording, time-stamped the night of my date with Mark. The video was shaky, clearly taken by a phone, and dimly lit. It showed me, passed out cold, on what looked like my own bed. And then, a hand entered the frame. A man's hand. He was holding something small and metallic, a scalpel. My eyes widened in horror as I watched him, with chilling precision, slowly, deliberately, carve the letters M-I-N into my arm. My arm, my unconscious body did not even flinch. He worked with an unnerving calmness, like a surgeon. When he was done, he gently covered my arm with the sleeve of my pajamas, then leaned down and kissed my forehead. The camera then panned up, briefly showing his face in the dim light. It was Mark. His eyes, which had seemed so kind on our date, now held a disturbing, possessive glint. He whispered something, but the audio was too muffled to make out. Then the video ended. I ripped the USB drive from my laptop, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. He had not just drugged me and broken into my apartment. He had filmed it. He wanted me to know. He wanted me to watch what he had done, to understand his claim. The terror was no longer abstract. It was concrete, undeniable. He was not just watching me, he was playing a game. And I was his unwitting pawn. The paper crane, the white rose, The paid coffee, they were not just signs of stalking. They were markers, messages that I was his. I showed the video to Chloe, who was just as horrified as I was. We went back to the police, with the video this time. Finally, they took it seriously. An actual crime. Undeniable proof. They traced the USB drive. Looked for Mark's digital footprint, but it was like chasing a ghost. He had covered his tracks meticulously. The phone number was burner. His online presence a carefully constructed illusion. The police said they would issue a warrant, but that finding him would be incredibly difficult. I still moved. I flew halfway across the country, to a city where no one knew me. I changed my name legally. I cut off all contact with my old life, even Chloe, for a while, out of fear that he might somehow trace her back to me. It was a drastic measure, but I felt like I had no choice. I had to disappear. It has been 2 years since then. 2 years of looking over my shoulder, of checking locks 3 times, of feeling a cold dread whenever a stranger looks at me for too long. The scar on my arm is still there, a pale, raised mind that will never fade. It is a constant, physical reminder of the night I lost control, the night I became someone else's property. I have rebuilt my life here, in a new city, under a new name. I have new friends, a new job, but the fear never truly goes away. Sometimes I will be walking down the street, and I will catch a glimpse of someone who looks vaguely like him, and my blood runs cold. I will hear a specific song, or see a white rose, and the memories come flooding back, fresh and terrifying. I never found out why he did it. Was it some twisted delusion of love? A power trip? A fetish? I do not know, and part of me does not want to know. The not knowing is its own kind of torture, but the truth might be even worse. The police never found Mark. He is still out there, somewhere, and sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I can almost feel his gaze on me, even from hundreds of miles away. It is a chilling thought that keeps me awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if he is still looking for me, wondering if, one day, I will wake up and find another message, another sign, reminding me that I am, and always will be, his. It is a terrifying thought, and it is why I can never truly feel safe. Because the truth is, when someone marks you like that, when they carve their ownership into your very skin, you carry that mark and that fear with you forever. And sometimes, I still wonder if I ever truly escaped them at all. Hey everyone, it is me again, and before I dive into this next story, I just want to say, some experiences, they do not just leave scars on your skin. They carve themselves into your mind, changing the way you see the world, the way you trust people. And for me, this one, it completely shattered my perception of what a normal person is capable of. You know, when you are swiping through profiles on a dating app, you are looking for a connection, maybe a good story, definitely not a nightmare. Most of the time, it is just awkward small talk, a few laughs, and then you either click or you do not. But sometimes you match with someone who seems perfectly normal, perfectly charming, and they turn out to be something else, something truly horrifying. This happened to me a few years back when I was in my mid-20s. Let us call me Alex. I was living in a decent apartment in a pretty average sized city, working a pretty average job, and honestly, just trying to navigate the whole dating scene like everyone else. I would have been on and off a few different apps, mostly just swiping idly while I watched TV or waited for my coffee to brew. One evening, I stumbled across Sarah's profile, and man, she was striking. Dark, wavy hair, piercing blue eyes, and a smile that seemed to hint at some kind of playful secret. Her bio was short, quirky, talking about her love for vintage finds and obscure art. She seemed cool, a little edgy, definitely my type. We matched, and our conversation flowed easily. She was witty, intelligent, and had this way of making even the most mundane topics sound interesting. After a few days of texting, we decided to meet up for a drink. Our first date was at a cozy, slightly dimly lit bar downtown. She showed up looking even better than her pictures, wearing a simple but stylish dress that just accentuated her figure. We talked for hours, about everything and nothing. She had a fascinating perspective on art, history, even the weird stuff you find at flea markets. She told me she lived a bit outside the city, in an older neighborhood, and that she spent a lot of her free time restoring antique furniture or working on her collection. She was vague about what exactly she collected, but it sounded intriguing. There was a moment, though, a tiny flicker, that in hindsight should have been a red flag. We were talking about something lighthearted, and I made a joke, and she just stared at me for a beat too long, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. It was like a mask slipped for a fraction of a second, revealing something cold underneath. But then she laughed, a genuine, warm laugh, and the moment passed. I chalked it up to the dim lighting. Or maybe I would just had one too many IPAs. By the end of the night, I was completely charmed. She was unlike anyone I would ever dated. As we were getting ready to leave, she looked at me, her blue eyes sparkling, and said, "Hey, I had a really great time. Alex, listen, I actually have some amazing craft beer at my place. A few rare bottles I picked up. And if you are interested, I could show you some of my latest finds from my collection. It is pretty unique." Now, I know what you are thinking. Going back to someone's place on a first date. Risky, right? But I was feeling good. We would had a great connection. The conversation was flowing, and she seemed genuinely interested in continuing the night. Plus, the thought of seeing her unique collection piqued my curiosity. I figured, worst case, it is a quick drink, a look at some weird antique, and then I head home. So, like an idiot, I said yes. We walked to her car, a slightly older sedan, but well maintained. The drive out of the city was quiet, just the hum of the engine and some indie music playing softly on the radio. As we got further from the downtown core, the street lights became sparser, the houses older and more spread out. We turned down a long, winding road, eventually pulling up to a house that was set back from the street, partially obscured by overgrown trees and bushes. It was not a dilapidated shack, but it definitely had an isolated feel. The paint on the exterior was peeling in places, and the porch light cast a weak, yellowish glow that barely cut through the darkness. A few broken fence posts leaned precariously in the yard. "It is a fixer-upper," she said with a shrug, sensing my hesitation. "Got it cheap. Gives me plenty of space for my projects." She led the way up a creaky set of wooden steps to the front door, fumbling with a large, ornate iron key. The lock groaned as she turned it, and the door swung inward with a low, drawn-out whine. The air inside was immediately different. It was cool, even though it was a relatively warm night, and carried a faint, musty scent like old wood, damp earth, and something metallic, almost coppery. It was not overtly unpleasant, just heavy. "Make yourself at home," she said, gesturing vaguely into the dimly lit living room as she kicked off her shoes. "I will just grab those beers from the fridge." I stepped inside, my eyes slowly adjusting to the gloom. The living room was large, but sparsely furnished. An old, worn sofa sat against one wall, a coffee table in front of it. There were no curtains on the windows, just heavy, dark blinds pulled completely shut, blocking out any moonlight. The only light in the room came from a single standing lamp in the corner, casting long, dancing shadows. And then I saw them. They were everywhere, scattered throughout the living room, leaning against walls, some even stacked on top of each other. Cages, not small bird cages or dainty decorative pieces. These were large. Some were clearly animal cages, like what you would see for a large dog or even a small farm animal, made of thick, rusty metal bars. But others were different. Taller, wider, clearly human-sized. My stomach did a little flip. My brain, in that initial moment of shock, tried to rationalize it. Okay, Alex, she said she collects weird stuff, right? Maybe she is into some kind of industrial art or found objects. But then my eyes landed on the padlocks. Every single cage, from the smallest to the largest, was secured with a heavy-duty, industrial-grade padlock. Some were shiny and new. Others were old and rusted, but all of them were undeniably functional. They glinted in the dim light, catching the faint glow from the lamp like tiny, malevolent eyes. My heart started to pound, a slow, heavy drum against my ribs. This was not just quirky. This was unsettling. Sarah reemerged from what I assumed was the kitchen, holding 2 bottles of craft beer. She handed one to me, her smile unwavering, those blue eyes still sparkling. "So, what do you think of my decor?" she asked, gesturing around the room with her bottle. Her tone was light, almost playful, as if she were showing off a new painting. I took a sip of the beer, trying to steady my voice. It tasted good, cold and crisp, but my mouth felt dry. Wow, Sarah, that is quite a collection. What exactly are these for? I tried to keep my tone casual, but I could feel a tremor in my voice. She laughed, a low, throaty sound that seemed to echo in the cavernous room. "Oh, yeah, they are for my projects. I told you, I am into upcycling. Found them at an old farm auction, a few at estate sales. Some of them are just so beautifully crafted. You know, like this one," she said, walking over to one of the larger, human-sized cages, running her hand along the rusty bars. "Look at the craftsmanship here. They do not make M like this anymore." She tapped the padlock with her fingernail. The sound was a dull, metallic clink that sent a shiver down my spine. And these padlocks fascinating. Each one tells a story. Do not you think? My mind was racing. Projects, upcycling. What kind of project involve human-sized cages with industrial padlocks? I wanted to ask, but the words caught in my throat. I tried to force a smile. "Yeah, I guess so. They are definitely unique." I took another long swig of beer, trying to look around without being too obvious. The air still had that strange, metallic tang, and beneath it, a faint, almost imperceptible smell of something organic, like old, dry blood, or maybe just really old, damp earth. I told myself it was just my imagination, fueled by the weird environment. "So, what kind of projects do you do with them?" I asked, trying to sound genuinely curious, not terrified. She turned to me, her smile a little too wide now, a little too fixed. "Oh, you know," she said, her voice dropping slightly. "Various things. Sometimes I just like to appreciate their form, their function, the way they hold things in." She paused, her gaze lingering on me for a moment, the way they contain. A bead of sweat trickled down my back. My gut was screaming at me now. Every fiber of my being was on high alert. This was not just eccentric. This was deeply, fundamentally wrong. You know what? I said, trying to force a casual tone. This beer is great, but I just remembered I have an early start tomorrow. I should probably head out soon. Sarah's smile did not falter, but her eyes went cold. The warmth vanished, replaced by something flat, something predatory. Oh, already, but we just got started. Alex, I thought you wanted to see my real collection. My blood ran cold. The way she emphasized real sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I stood up, trying to appear calm, but my legs felt like jelly. Yeah, no, I really do need to go. It was a great date. Sarah, really, I had a lot of fun. I started inching toward the front door. She did not move from by the cage. She just watched me, that chilling, fixed smile still on her face. No, Alex, it is funny. Most people, they just see the cages. They do not appreciate the art of it, the way they can be used. I was at the door now, my hand reaching for the doorknob. It was cold, metallic, and felt suspiciously heavy. I twisted it. It did not budge. My heart leaped into my throat. I twisted harder, pulling, pushing. Nothing. It was locked, and from the feel of it, probably bolted from the inside, looking for something. Alex, Sarah's voice, now devoid of any pretense of charm, cut through the silence. It was low, calm, and utterly terrifying. I spun around. She was still by the cage, but now she was holding something in her hand. It was a heavy, ornate brass key, glinting in the dim light. The key to the front door. The lock's a bit stiff, she said, her voice dripping with mock concern. I usually have to use this. She jingled the key, the sound a cruel mockery of a friendly gesture. My mind went into overdrive. Panic, pure and unadulterated, began to set in. I looked around the room, desperate. The blinds were drawn tight, probably nailed shut. The windows were old, but they looked sturdy. There was no way out through them. Sarah, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to appeal to whatever shred of humanity might be left in her. What is this? Let me go, please. She took a slow, deliberate step towards me. Then another. Her eyes were fixed on me, like a predator sizing up its prey. Let you go. Alex. Honey, we're just getting to the good part. You have not even seen my favorite pieces yet. And that is when I heard it. A faint sound, barely audible above the pounding in my ears. A soft, desperate whimper. It came from one of the larger, human-sized cages in the corner of the room, partially obscured by shadow. My eyes darted to it, and through the rusty bars, in a tiny sliver of light, I saw it. A hand, gaunt, pale, fingers curled around the bar, trembling, and then an eye, wide, terrified, staring out at me from the darkness within. A human eye. The metallic smell in the air suddenly made horrifying sense. My blood ran cold. My stomach dropped like a stone. These were not for animals. These were not for upcycling. These were for people. And there was someone in there, right now. Oh, you found my little secret. Sarah purred, her voice now a chilling whisper as she closed the distance between us. She was no longer smiling. Her face was a mask of cold, calculating intent. He has been a bit restless tonight. I think he misses company. I did not wait. I did not think. Adrenaline surged through me. I bolted, not towards the door, but deeper into the house, looking for another exit. I burst through an archway, into what looked like a dining room. More cages, some empty, some partially covered with tarps. But the air in here was even heavier, thicker with that awful, organic scent. Running won't help. Alex, Sarah's voice echoed behind me, closer than I expected. This house is very good at keeping things in. I frantically tried the back door in the dining room. Locked, bolted, chains wrapped around it. I slammed my shoulder against it, but it was solid. Panic was a suffocating blanket. I was trapped. I could hear her footsteps behind me, calm and measured. I glanced back. She was standing in the doorway, a small, cruel smile now playing on her lips. In her hand, she now held something else, a taser. The small, electric hum was unmistakable, a terrifying prelude to pain. I really like you, Alex, she said, her voice almost conversational. You are smart. You are curious. And you have such nice, strong arms. I think you will be a wonderful addition to my collection. No, I yelped, my voice cracking with fear. I grabbed the nearest thing, an old, heavy wooden chair from the dining table. I swung it wildly at her. Desperate, she sidestepped with surprising agility, the taser still humming. Feisty, I like that, she said, a hint of genuine amusement in her voice. Makes it more interesting. I did not stop. I threw the chair. Then another. She dodged them easily, her movements fluid and practiced. It was clear she had done this before. I was just another animal in her trap. I spotted another door, leading down, a basement, maybe a way out through there. Without thinking, I threw myself at it, fumbling with the latch. It clicked open. I stumbled down a flight of creaky wooden stairs, the darkness below swallowing me whole. Bad choice. Alex, her voice called out. Closer. Now. That is where my best pieces are kept. I hit the bottom of the stairs, landing hard on my knees on a cold concrete floor. The air in the basement was thick, cloying. The smell was overpowering now, a sickening cocktail of rust, decay, and something undeniably human. I tried to stand, my legs sulking. My eyes, now somewhat accustomed to the gloom, made out the shapes. More cages, dozens of them, stacked, lined up, filling the entire basement. And these were not empty. I could hear them. Now, soft moans, whimpers, the rustle of movement, and then a clear whisper from a cage directly in front of me, help us. My blood ran cold for the 100th time. I saw faces, gaunt and hollow-eyed, pressed against the bars. Men and women, young and old, their eyes filled with despair so profound it stole my breath. They were all there, Sarah's collection. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered on, blinding me. I shielded my eyes, blinking rapidly. When my vision cleared, Sarah was at the bottom of the stairs, a triumphant, chilling smile on her face. She held a heavy, ornate brass keyring, jingling it softly. It was covered in dozens of keys, each one for a padlock. Welcome to the main gallery. Alex, she said, sweeping her arm around the room like a tour guide. Are not they beautiful? Each one unique, each one with a story. She walked slowly towards me, the taser now held casually in her hand. And soon, you will be right here with them. You will be my masterpiece. Your fear, your desperation It is exquisite. My gaze darted around. The cages, the terrified faces, Sarah's cold, triumphant eyes. This was it. This was where I died. Or worse, where I became another one of her living exhibits. But then I saw it, leaning against a stack of empty cages. Half hidden by shadow was a heavy, rusted crowbar, my only chance. As Sarah took another step, raising the taser, I lunged, not at her, but for the crowbar. My fingers closed around the cold, rough metal. It was heavy, but I gripped it tight. Oh, a fight. How exciting. Sarah's voice was almost giddy. She lunged forward, the taser sparking. I swung the crowbar with all my might. It was not graceful. It was not planned. It was pure, desperate instinct. The metal connected with something solid. A sickening thud. Sarah cried out, a sharp, surprised gasp of pain. The taser flew from her hand, skittering across the concrete floor. She stumbled back, clutching her head. A dark, sticky patch immediately bloomed on her temple. Her eyes, still cold, now held a flicker of something else shock. And then pure rage. "You little rat," she hissed, her voice distorted with pain. This was my chance. I did not hesitate. I did not look back at the terrified faces in the cages. Did not try to open them. I knew I could not. My only thought was escape. I scrambled past her, up the stairs, taking them two at a time. My legs burned. My lungs screamed for air. I burst back into the dining room, then into the living room. Sarah was still stumbling behind me, but I had a head start. The front door, still locked, still chained. I remembered the kitchen, maybe a window there. I threw myself into the kitchen. It was small, cramped, a single window, but it was old and looked like it had been painted shut. But there was a small, flimsy looking back door, leading out to what looked like a utility area. I grabbed the doorknob. It turned. Hope surged through me, but it was stiff. I tugged, kicked, put my full weight into it. The old wood groaned. Sarah was in the kitchen doorway now. A hand pressed to her bleeding temple, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. She was moving slower, but she was still coming. One last desperate kick. The door burst open with a splintering crack, revealing a small, overgrown backyard. I scrambled through, tearing my clothes on thorns and branches, not caring. I did not stop running. I ran through the overgrown yard, leaped over a rickety fence, and sprinted down the dark, isolated street. I did not look back. I just ran, my heart hammering, the screams of the people in the cages echoing in my mind. Sarah's enraged face burned into my vision. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on the side of a dimly lit main road, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. A truck whizzed by, its headlights blinding me for a moment. I crawled to my feet, stumbled to a brightly lit gas station, and burst inside, shaking uncontrollably. The bewildered attendant stared at my disheveled appearance, my torn clothes, the blood on my hands from where I would scrape them. Call the police. I choked out, barely able to speak. Please. There are people in cages. She has people. The police arrived quickly. I was a mess, hysterical, barely coherent, but I managed to give them Sarah's address, describing the house, the cages, the horrifying reality of what I would seen. They took me to the station, got my statement, and sent a patrol car to the address. I sat there, shivering, waiting, praying they would find them, that they would save those poor souls. An hour later, the officers returned. Their faces were grim. "Mr. Peterson," one of them said, his voice cautious. "We went to the address you provided. The house is there, just as you described it." My heart leaped. "And the people, the cages, did you find them?" He paused, exchanging a look with his partner. The house was empty. "Sir, completely empty. No one there. No cages. No evidence of anyone having lived there recently, beyond some dust and old furniture." My blood ran cold. "What? No, that is impossible. I saw them. I saw the cages. I saw the people. She was there." She hit me. I pointed to the bruise already forming on my temple from where I would hit the crowbar. They looked at me with a mixture of pity and skepticism. There was no sign of forced entry. No blood. No signs of a struggle. The house was quiet, completely undisturbed. They explained that maybe, in my intoxicated state, I had imagined it. That perhaps it was a misunderstanding. A bad trip. They even suggested I might have been drugged, though I had not felt any lingering effects beyond the sheer terror. I knew, with every fiber of my being, that I had not imagined it. I had seen those faces. I had heard those whimpers. I had felt the cold, hard metal of that crowbar in my hands. They eventually let me go, advising me to seek counseling. They said they would keep an eye on the address, but without any evidence, there was not much they could do. I went home that night, but I could not sleep. Every shadow was Sarah. Every creak of the floorboards was her footsteps. The metallic smell seemed to cling to my clothes, to my skin. I never went on a dating app again. I moved a few months later, to a different part of the city, hoping to escape the memory, but it didn't. All right, so you remember Sarah, right? The cages, the metallic smell, the eyes staring out from the darkness. Yeah, that whole nightmare. It has been a while since then. Long enough that the police officially closed the case, calling it a stress-induced hallucination or some other garbage. They even suggested I might have been drugged, which, believe me, made me want to scream. Because I knew what I saw. I knew it was real. But when everyone around you, including the people whose job it is to protect you, tells you you are crazy, it starts to mess with your head. I spent months in a haze. Therapy, medication. My friends tried to be supportive, but I could see the pity in their eyes, the way they would subtly change the subject if I even hinted at Sarah. It was like I was a ticking time bomb, liable to go off at any moment with another wild story about human cages. So I learned to keep it to myself. I smiled. I nodded. I pretended to be healing. But the truth was, I was not healing. I was just existing. Every shadow looked like a threat. Every unexpected noise sent my heart into a frenzy. I stopped trusting people, especially men, because Sarah, for all her terrifying reality, had been a woman. But the common thread was a charming facade, the sudden reveal of something monstrous underneath. My friends, bless their naive hearts, thought the solution was to get back out there, to find someone normal. Normal? What even was normal anymore? But they pushed, and eventually, exhausted and desperate for any semblance of a life that did not involve me staring at my ceiling at 3 a.m., I gave in. I reactivated my dating app profile. But this time, it was different. I was a hawk. Every profile was scrutinized. Every photo analyzed for a hint of something off. I swiped left on anyone too perfect, too intense, too vague. I was looking for boring. I guess, safe, predictable. And then I saw Mark. His profile picture was a candid shot, a slight smile, a bit of stubble. He looked approachable, not chiseled, not overtly sexy, just a regular guy. His bio was concise software, engineer, loves hiking, dark humor, and trying new coffee shops. Okay, dark humor was a slight red flag, but compared to unique collections or containment, it seemed pretty benign. He was 34, a few years older than me. He seemed grounded. He did not have any shirtless gym selfies or photos with exotic animals. Just him. I swiped right. Almost instantly, I got a match notification. Mark had swiped right too. My stomach did a little flip, a mix of apprehension and a strange, almost forgotten, flicker of hope. We started texting, and to my surprise, it was easy. Mark was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He asked about my job, my hobbies, my thoughts on obscure indie films. He did not push for a meetup immediately, which I appreciated. He was patient. He let the conversation flow naturally, building a rapport over several days. He never seemed to miss a beat. If I mentioned a random thought, he would bring it up later. If I talked about a bad day, he would send a funny meme. It felt nice, normal, like I was finally connecting with someone who was not trying to sell me a dream or lure me into a basement. After about a week of constant texting and a couple phone calls that stretched late into the night, he finally suggested we meet. Coffee, somewhere public. No pressure, just to see if we are as charming in person as we are over text. He even added a winking emoji. I agreed. My heart was thumping, a familiar drumbeat of anxiety, but also a tiny spark of excitement. Maybe this time, it would be different. Maybe I could actually have a normal life again. The coffee shop was bustling, which was exactly what I wanted. Lots of people, lots of noise, safety in numbers. I spotted him immediately. He looked just like his pictures, maybe a little taller. He had kind eyes, a warm smile, and a slightly nervous energy that actually put me at ease. He was not overly slick or confident, which I had learned to distrust. Alex, Mark, he said, extending a hand. His grip was firm, but not crushing. Hi, I replied, my voice a little breathless. We ordered our coffees, found a small table, and started talking. And it was just as easy in person as it had been over text. He made me laugh. He listened intently when I spoke. He seemed thoughtful, intelligent, and genuinely curious about the world. He talked about his work in software development, his love for old sci-fi novels, and his dream of one day hiking the Appalachian Trail. He seemed wholesome. There was only one tiny thing, a fleeting moment. As I was talking about my job, I caught him looking at me, not at my eyes, but at my mouth, then down my neck, almost like he was assessing something. It was just for a split second, and then his gaze was back on my eyes, attentive and warm. I dismissed it, probably just my paranoia kicking in. Sarah had poisoned my perception of everything. The first date went well. So well, in fact, that we scheduled a second, and then a third. We went to dinner, saw a movie, walked through a park. With each date, I felt a little more comfortable, a little more myself. Mark was a gentleman. He opened doors, paid for meals, walked me to my car. He never pushed for anything more than a good night kiss on the cheek. He was respectful. He was everything I thought I wanted. He even started to open up about his past, albeit vaguely. He mentioned a troubled youth, making mistakes, and how he would work hard to turn his life around. I related to that, not the troubled youth part. but the idea of a past that haunts you, that you are trying to escape. I saw it as a shared vulnerability, a sign that he was being honest with me. Even if he was not ready to divulge all the details, I admired his resilience. After a few months, Mark and I were practically inseparable. He was attentive, remembered small details about my life, and made me feel safe in a way I had not since before Sarah. He was the antidote. He was the proof that not everyone was a monster in disguise. I started to let my guard down. Slowly, cautiously, but surely, I found myself smiling more, sleeping better. I even started to believe that maybe, just maybe, I could have a normal life again. But then, the cracks started to show. Small things at first. Things I initially dismissed or rationalized away. He was always available. Like, unnervingly so. If I texted him at 2 a.m., he would reply. If I spontaneously suggested a plan, he would drop everything. It felt sweet at first, but then it started to feel a little too much. He did not seem to have many other commitments. Or at least, he never talked about them. He rarely mentioned friends or family. His past, beyond the vague troubled youth, remained a blank slate. One evening, we were driving, and someone cut him off aggressively. Mark slammed on the brakes, and for a split second, his face contorted into something I barely recognized. A flash of pure, unadulterated rage. His jaw was clenched, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, and his eyes, they were cold, devoid of any warmth. It lasted only a second. Then, he took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and turned to me with an apologetic smile. Geez. Sorry, Alex. That guy really got to me. I need to work on my road rage. Huh. He chuckled, but the image of his face, that brief, terrifying glimpse of something primal, stuck with me. He also became incredibly protective, almost possessive. If I mentioned going out with my friends, he would subtly try to redirect. Oh, I was hoping we could have a cozy night in. Just us. I have not seen you all week. Or, if I mentioned a male friend, he would get quiet, his smile tightening. He sounds interesting. Just be careful. You know, not everyone has good intentions. It was not overt control, but a slow, insidious isolation. He made me feel like he was the only one who truly cared, the only one I could truly trust. And then there was his intense gaze. Sometimes, when we were just talking, or even when we were intimate, he would just stare at me, not lovingly, but like he was trying to read my mind, or see through me. It was like he was analyzing me, trying to uncover some hidden truth. And he was overly curious about my past relationships, and particularly about my traumatic experience. He would ask probing questions about Sarah, about how I felt, what I saw, how the police reacted. He would listen intently, nodding, but his eyes, they never quite seemed to show empathy, more like a detached, clinical interest, like he was studying a specimen. I dismissed it all. My paranoia. I told myself. My trauma. I was looking for trouble where there was none. Mark was good to me. He made me feel safe. I was finally happy. I could not let my past ruin this. Then came the night that changed everything. We were at his apartment. It was a cozy place, meticulously clean, almost sterile, few personal touches, which I found odd for someone who'd lived there for years. But I would chalk it up to him being a minimalist. We would have dinner, watched a movie, and we're just curled up on the couch, talking. The lights were low, the atmosphere intimate and warm. I felt completely relaxed. completely safe. He had been quiet for a while, just holding me. Then he took a deep breath. "Alex," he started, his voice soft, almost hesitant. "There is something I need to tell you. Something important." My heart instantly leaped into my throat. This was it. The shoe dropping. My mind raced through 1,000 scenarios. He had a secret family. He was moving away. He was sick. But none of them prepared me for what came next. I have been in prison," he said, his voice barely a whisper. He pulled back slightly, looking at me, his eyes searching mine for a reaction. My breath hitched. Prison. My mind immediately flashed to the vague, troubled youth comments. But prison, that was a whole different ball game. Prison. For what? I managed to croak out, my voice barely audible. He took another deep breath. For murder. The world tilted. The warm, cozy apartment suddenly felt cold, suffocating. The air was thick, heavy. My heart was not just thumping, it was hammering against my ribs, trying to escape. Murder. The word echoed in my head, a terrifying counterpoint to the gentle hum of the refrigerator. Sarah, cages, panic. It all rushed back. A tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror. This was not happening. Not again. I pulled away from him, my body rigid, my eyes wide, with disbelief and horror. Murder. I repeated, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. "Mark, what are you talking about?" He looked down, then back up at me. His eyes suddenly filled with a strange mix of regret and something else I could not quite decipher. It was a long time ago. "Alex, when I was young, I was caught up in a bad crowd. A gang. There was a fight. Things got out of hand. It was self-defense. I swear, I protected myself. But someone died. And I did my time. I paid my debt to society." He reached for my hand, but I flinched away, my entire body recoiling. "Self-defense." I whispered, my voice trembling. You killed someone." "Yes," he said, his voice firm now, almost defiant. "But it was not who I am now. I have changed. Alex, I swear to you, I wanted to be honest. I could not keep it from you anymore. I care about you too much." My mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Fear, overwhelming, primal fear, disbelief, but also a strange, desperate rationalization. He was being honest, right? He confessed. He told me maybe he had changed. People make mistakes. People get caught up in things. And he did his time. He was trying to be a better man. Was I going to punish him for his past? Would that make me a bad person? But the image of that brief flash of rage in his eyes when someone cut him off, it resurfaced. The coldness, the intensity. Was that the man who killed someone? Was he truly reformed? Or was he just better at hiding it now? "Alex, please say something," he pleaded, his voice soft again, almost vulnerable. "I know this is a lot. I understand if you want to leave. But I needed you to know. I want to build something real with you. And that means being completely honest." His honesty felt like a trap, a carefully laid snare. He told me this, knowing it would shatter my world, but also knowing that by confessing, he was putting me in an impossible position. If I left, would I be abandoning a changed man? If I stayed, was I putting my life in the hands of a killer? And what about Sarah? The police did not believe me then. Who would believe me now if I said my new boyfriend, who just confessed a murder, was a danger? I would sound utterly insane. I did not leave that night. I could not. I was paralyzed. I mumbled something about needing time to process. about it being a lot to take in. He nodded, looking understanding, but his eyes, they held a strange, triumphant glint I could not place. He hugged me tightly, so tightly I could barely breathe, whispering, "I knew you would understand. I knew you were different." The next few days were a blur of internal torment. I went through the motions, went to work, saw my friends, but my mind was constantly replaying Mark's confession, scrutinizing every interaction we would ever had, every casual touch, every intense gaze, every protective comment now felt menacing. Mark, on the other hand, was even more attentive. He was suffocatingly sweet, constantly checking in, bringing me flowers, cooking my favorite meals. It was like he was trying to bind me to him, to erase any doubt. But his attentiveness now felt like surveillance. He seemed to know my schedule without me telling him. Had a busy day at work. Huh, I saw your car was still there when I drove by. Or, you looked tired after your yoga class this morning. He had never mentioned driving by my work or knowing my yoga schedule. It was always casual, always framed as caring, but it made my skin crawl. I tried to research him. I typed his name, Mark Jensen, into GutGoo, along with murder, prison, gang, nothing, no news articles, no public records. It was like he did not exist before a certain point, or his past was completely scrubbed clean. This only deepened my unease. If he was truly honest, would not there be something? Or was it so long ago? Or a juvenile record? Or was he using an alias? The possibilities spun in my head, each one more terrifying than the last. I started noticing other things in his meticulously clean apartment, hidden in a drawer beneath some neatly folded t-shirts. I found a small, professional-looking lock-picking set. Not a toy, but the real deal. When I asked him about it, casually, he just chuckled. "Oh, that, just a hobby. Fascinating how locks work. You know, good for puzzles." His explanation was too smooth, too practiced. Another time, I saw a roll of heavy-duty nylon rope tucked away in the back of his closet, behind some rarely worn coats. It was not camping, rope, or anything you would use for typical household tasks. It was thick, strong, almost industrial. My mind immediately went to Sarah's cages, to the heavy padlocks. I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach. His conversations also started to take on a darker tone. He would talk about human nature, about how people are inherently weak, how they need to be guided, contained for their own good. He would say things like, "Some people just need a stronger hand. Alex, they crave control, even if they do not admit it." The word containment sent shivers down my spine. It was too close to Sarah, too close to the horrifying reality I would tried so desperately to forget. The mask was slipping, slowly, terrifyingly. The charming, reformed man I thought I knew was dissolving, revealing something far more sinister underneath. The intensity in his eyes was not just passion, it was a predatory gaze. His protectiveness was not love, it was possessiveness, a desire to own and control. His honesty about his past was just another manipulation, a way to test my boundaries, to see how much I would tolerate, how deeply he could ensnare me. One afternoon, I was at his place while he was working in his home office, a room he rarely let me into, always claiming he needed focus. I was making lunch, my mind racing, trying to formulate an escape plan. I knew I could not just confront him. I knew I could not just walk out. He was always watching. He knew where I lived, where I worked, who my friends were. I was trapped, but as I passed his office, I heard him. His voice was low, hushed, almost a whisper, but it carried through the slightly ajar door. He was not on a work call. He was talking to someone else. Yeah, she is perfect. Exactly what I was looking for. A little broken. A little vulnerable. The trauma makes her pliable. And the best part, she does not have anyone who believe her. Not after the last time. My blood ran cold. My entire body went numb. She is perfect. A little broken. A little vulnerable. The trauma makes her pliable. He was talking about me. He knew about Sarah. He had been studying me, observing me, just like I suspected. And he was reveling in my vulnerability. Then he chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent ice through my veins. The confession. Oh, that was a stroke of genius. Throws them off. Makes them think you are honest. And it makes them question their own sanity. Makes them feel like they're the bad guy if they do not forgive you. Works every time. He was not reformed. He was not honest. He was a monster. A calculated, manipulative predator who had meticulously chosen me because of my past. Because he knew I was an easy target. Someone who would not be believed. The murder was likely true, but the self-defense was a lie, and the confession was just another tool in his arsenal of control. I could not breathe. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. I had to get out. Now, I crept away from the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought he would hear it. I had to play it cool. I had to act normal. I went back to the kitchen, my mind racing, trying to think of an excuse to leave. Just then, his office door opened, and he emerged, a warm smile on his face. Hey, babe, everything okay? You are awfully quiet. I forced a smile. A brittle, fake thing. Yeah, just thinking about work. Stressful day. My voice was shaky, but I hoped he would not notice. Actually, I just remembered I have an early meeting tomorrow. I should probably head home and get some rest. His smile faltered. Just for a second, his eyes narrowed. That familiar intense gaze sweeping over me. Oh, so suddenly, I thought we were going to have a cozy night in. I know. I am so sorry. I gushed, trying to sound genuinely apologetic. But this meeting is really important. Big client. I can't afford to mess it up. He stared at me for another long, agonizing moment. I could feel the tension radiating off him. He was weighing my words, trying to see through my facade. My heart was a drum solo in my chest. Finally, he exhaled, and the smile returned, though it did not quite reach his eyes. All right, if you say so, but you will call me when you get home, right? Text me when you are on your way. Of course, I said, probably too eagerly. I will text you as soon as I leave. I practically ran to grab my purse and keys. Every second felt like an eternity. As I walked toward the front door, he followed me, his presence a heavy weight behind me. Let me walk you out, he said, his voice smooth, but I could feel the unspoken threat in his tone. He was not walking me out, he was watching me leave. At the door, he pulled me into a hug, a tight, possessive embrace. His lips brushed my ear. You know, Alex, he whispered, his voice dangerously soft. I really appreciate your honesty and your understanding. Not many people would be as accepting of my past. It means a lot to me. My stomach churned. He was mocking me. He was playing with me. I forced myself to hug him back, to give him a quick peck on the cheek. My entire body screaming in revulsion. See you tomorrow, I said, my voice barely holding steady. Oh, you definitely will, he replied, his smile widening. his eyes glinting with a terrifying certainty. I stumbled out of his apartment, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I got into my car, started the engine, and peeled out of his driveway, not daring to look in my rearview mirror. I just drove, faster and faster, until his street was a distant memory. I did not go home. I drove straight to the nearest police station, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and desperation. This time, I had proof. This time, they had to believe me. But when I burst into station, hysterical, recounting the story of the confession, the lockpicks, the rope, the overheard conversation, their faces morphed into familiar expressions. Pity, skepticism, the same expressions I would seen after the Sarah incident. Madam, we understand you have been through a lot, the officer said, his voice calm, patronizing. But you are saying your boyfriend confessed to murder, but there is no record of it. And now you think he is planning to hurt you based on a partial conversation you overheard. That is a little thin. He said I was pliable. He said my trauma made me easy to manipulate. I cried, tears streaming down my face. He knew about Sarah. He picked me because of it. They took my statement. They promised to look into it. They even sent a patrol car to Mark's apartment. But when they came back, their report was exactly what I expected. Mark Jensen, charming, articulate, answered the door calmly. He expressed concern for my distress, suggested I might be going through a rough patch, and politely denied everything. They found nothing incriminating in his apartment. No lockpicks, no rope, no hidden journals. He was too careful. He was too good. I was left with the same crushing feeling of disbelief, the same haunting sense of being unheard. But this time, the fear was even deeper, more insidious. I had almost fallen for it. I had almost let another monster into my life. The world was not just dangerous, it was a carefully constructed illusion. And I was perpetually stuck behind the curtain, seeing the strings, the masks, the horrors that everyone else refused to acknowledge. I moved. I changed my number. I deleted all my social media. I live in constant hypervigilance, looking over my shoulder, distrusting every friendly face, every kind word, the faces in Sarah's cages, and the chilling memory of Mark's triumphant smile are etched into my mind, a permanent reminder that some monsters do not need to be locked up behind bars. They walk among us, charming and manipulative, preying on the vulnerable, and sometimes they even tell you exactly who they are, knowing you are too terrified, too desperate for normalcy, to believe them. All right, let us talk about something that happened to me recently. Something that, honestly, just hammered home the idea that even when you think you are being careful, even when you think you have learned your lesson, the world still finds new ways to show you how vulnerable you are. You know my story by now, right? The whole Mark situation. The police dismissing me. The months spent feeling like I was losing my mind. The hypervigilance that became my constant companion. It is hard to describe what that kind of experience does to you. It does not just make you scared of people, it makes you scared of yourself. Scared you are crazy. Scared you are overreacting. Scared you will never see the truth again until it is too late. After I ran from Mark, after I moved and cut ties, I thought I was safe. Physically, maybe, but mentally, I was a wreck. Every shadow was a threat. Every stranger a potential predator. Dating, forget about it. The idea of letting anyone that close again, of opening myself up to that kind of manipulation, was just unthinkable. I deleted all my apps, swore off relationships. I told myself I was fine. I was better off alone. But loneliness, man, it is a persistent little demon. It whispers to you when the nights are long, when you see couples laughing in restaurants, when your friends talk about their significant others. It tells you that maybe, just maybe, you are strong enough now that you can handle it, that you deserve some normalcy, some connection. So, against every single screaming instinct, I reactivated one of my dating apps. Not because I was looking for love, not even really for a relationship. I was looking for proof that I was not broken. I was looking for someone utterly, completely, mind-numbingly boring. Someone who would not trigger a single alarm bell. Someone who would just exist. And that is when I found Chloe. Her profile was exactly what I was looking for. She was a librarian. A librarian. She loved cats, posted pictures of her bookshelf, and had a surprisingly witty bio about the Dewey Decimal System. She seemed sweet, unassuming, and completely, utterly safe. No red flags, no intense hobbies, no mysterious past. Just books and cats. Perfect. We matched, and her messages were prompt, polite, and full of emojis that felt a little generic. Again, perfect, no intense probing, no weird overfamiliarity, just pleasant, surface level chat. We talked about books, about the weather, about the best local coffee shops. It was exactly what I needed. A gentle dip back into the shallow end of the social pool. After a few days of messaging, she suggested we grab coffee. A public place. During the day. My rule. I felt a surge of relief that she suggested it without me having to. It felt like a good sign. Maybe I was finally getting back to normal. The coffee shop was bustling, which I liked. Lots of people. Lots of noise. Hard for anyone to get too comfortable or too private. Chloe was already there when I arrived, sitting at a small table by the window, sipping a latte. She was exactly as her pictures portrayed her, pretty in a quiet way, with kind eyes and a friendly smile. She wore a simple sweater and jeans. Nothing flashy. "Hey," I said, walking up to the table, trying to project an air of calm I definitely did not feel. My heart was thumping a little, but it was more nerves than actual fear. A good sign, I told myself. "Hi," she replied, her smile widening. "Glad you could make it." We ordered, and the conversation flowed easily enough. She asked about my work, my hobbies. I kept my answers vague, especially about my past. Still wary. I mentioned my love for hiking, carefully omitting the parts about how I now always carry a satellite communicator and pepper spray. She seemed genuinely interested, nodding along. But then, the first tiny flicker of unease. Nothing major, not even a red flag, just a yellow one. She kept her phone on the table, which, fine, lots of people do, but she was constantly picking it up, checking it, typing something, then putting it back down. Each time, she would offer a quick, apologetic smile. "Oh, sorry," she would say, "just a work thing. You know how it is." Or, "My sister's having crisis. Gotta keep an eye on it." I tried to be understanding. We all have busy lives. But I could not help but notice the angle of her phone. Whenever she put down, it was often propped up against her water glass or a sugar packet, angled slightly towards me. Not directly, not obviously, but enough that the camera lens would have a clear shot of me. I dismissed it. Paranoia. I told myself, you are looking for things that are not there. She is just holding her phone naturally. It is probably angled that way so she can see the screen better. Or maybe she is just clumsy. Still, the thought lingered. A tiny, A gnawing itch at the back of my mind. She asked about my family, my friends. Again, I kept it light, superficial. I learned she had a sister, that she loved to travel, that her favorite book was Pride and Prejudice. Oh, perfectly normal, perfectly boring. Exactly what I wanted. By the end of the coffee date, I felt cautiously optimistic. No alarms went off. No gut-wrenching dread. Just a mild sense of relief. Maybe this was it. Maybe I could actually do this. We agreed to a second date. Dinner. Again, a public place. A mid-range restaurant with good lighting and plenty of other diners. This time, Chloe seemed more relaxed, more comfortable. She laughed more easily, shared more anecdotes. She was charming, really. And I found myself starting to let my guard down, just a little. But the phone thing continued, and it escalated. She would place her phone on the table, propped up, screen facing me. Oh, just keeping an eye on my notifications. She would say, almost preemptively, as if she knew I was noticing. Sometimes, she would even pick it up and pretend to scroll, then put back down, still angled. I watched her reflection in the window behind her, trying to catch a glimpse of what she was doing. Was she texting, browsing? It was hard to tell in the dim restaurant light. At one point, she excused herself to the restroom. As she walked away, her phone was in her hand, and I swear, I saw her glance back at the table, her eyes briefly sweeping over me, before she disappeared around the corner. It was quick, almost imperceptible, but it sent a little shiver down my spine. When she came back, she seemed even more animated, more engaged. She started asking more specific questions. What was the most challenging period of your life? She asked, her eyes wide and sympathetic. And how did you get through it? My heart did a little flutter kick. This was dangerously close to the kind of probing I would learn to dread. I deflected, of course, giving a vague answer about professional challenges, steering clear of anything remotely personal or traumatic. She seemed to accept it, but I noticed a slight disappointment in her eyes, quickly masked by another sympathetic smile. Later, as we were talking about travel, I happened to be looking at her phone, which was propped up on the table, and for a split second, I saw a tiny, almost invisible red light flicker near the top of the screen, like a recording indicator. My blood ran cold, but then I blinked, and it was gone, just a reflection. I told myself, the restaurant lights, my overactive imagination. I finished the date feeling conflicted. Part of me wanted to believe she was just a bit addicted to her phone, a little clumsy with how she placed it. The other part, the part that Mark had forged in fire, screamed that something was off. It was too consistent, too deliberate. Still, she was so nice, so normal on the surface, and I was so desperate for normal. So, when she suggested a third date, a quiet bar with good cocktails, I said yes. I told myself I was being brave, facing my fears. In reality, I think I was just hoping to prove my paranoia wrong. The bar was cozy, dimly lit, with a few other couples scattered around. We got a table by a large window, which I usually liked. It offered a nice view of the street outside, and the faint light from the moon and street lights was atmospheric. Chloe was in high spirits. She ordered a fancy cocktail and started telling me a story about a funny incident at the library. She was animated, her hands gesturing, her eyes sparkling. She placed her phone on the table. As usual, this time, it was propped up against a menu, angled directly at me. I tried to ignore it. I really did. I tried to focus on her story, on her laughter, but the subtle angle of the phone, the way it seemed to be silently watching me, was a persistent distraction. As she was mid-sentence, talking about a particularly demanding patron, I happened to glance at the window behind her. The glass was dark, creating a perfect mirror-like reflection of our table, the bar, and us. And there it was. In the reflection, I could clearly see Chloe, her animated face, her gesturing hands. And next to her, propped against the menu, was her phone. And on the screen of her phone, clearly visible in the reflection, was my face, live, being recorded. My breath hitched, the world tilted. It was not a selfie camera. It was the main camera, the one on the back of the phone, pointed directly at me. The image in the reflection showed my face, my eyes, my slight smile as I listened to her story. It was perfectly framed. A close-up shot of me, completely unaware. My blood ran cold. A wave of nausea washed over me. The Mark incident, the feeling of being watched, studied, contained, it all came rushing back with a sickening force. This was not a reflection of my imagination. This was real. I forced myself to keep my expression neutral. Chloe was still talking, oblivious to the fact that I had just seen her secret. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought she must surely hear it. My hands started to tremble slightly, so I clasped them together under the table. I needed to confirm it. I needed to know I was not hallucinating, was not letting my past trauma invent things. I subtly shifted in my seat, leaning back slightly. In the reflection, my image on her phone screen shifted too. I cleared my throat, then raised my hand to scratch my chin, a common nervous habit. In the reflection, my image on her screen mimicked the movement. Then, I saw it in the top corner of her phone screen. Visible in the reflection was a tiny, unmistakable red, the universal symbol for recording. She was not just checking her phone. She was not just clumsy. She was filming me. She had been filming me, probably since the first coffee date. Every word, every expression, every moment of vulnerability, every attempt I made to be normal again, all of it, captured. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The questions she would ask about my past, about my challenges, her sympathetic eyes, it was not genuine interest. It was research. It was content. I was not a date, I was a subject. My mind raced. What was she doing with it? Was she live streaming? Saving it? For what? A blog, a social media account, a true crime podcast where I was the unwitting star. The possibilities were endless, and each one was more horrifying than the last. My first instinct was to confront her, to grab her phone, to demand an explanation. But then Mark's face flashed in my mind, his knowing smile, the police dismissing my claims. No, confrontation was dangerous. I had no idea what kind of person she truly was, what her intentions were, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that if I confronted her, she would deny it, twist it, make me look like the crazy one. Again, I needed to get out. Now, I forced a smile, trying to keep my voice steady. Chloe, I am so sorry. I interrupted, putting on my most apologetic, distressed face. I just got a text. My sister, she just called. There's an emergency. I have to go. Right now. I made it sound urgent, frantic. I grabbed my wallet, pulling out some cash. Please, let me cover my share. I am so sorry. This is completely unexpected. She looked at me, her smile faltering. There was a flicker in her eyes. A strange mix of surprise and something else. Disappointment. Annoyance. Or was it just a momentary lapse in her performance? "Oh, really?" she said, her voice a little too calm. "Everything okay?" "I hope so," I said, already standing up, pushing the money across the table. "I really have to go. I will text you later." "Okay." I did not wait for her reply. I practically ran out of the bar, not looking back. I felt her eyes on me, burning into my back, until I was outside, in the cool night air. I did not stop until I was in my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. I started the engine, pulled out of the parking lot, and drove. I drove and drove, not caring where I was going, just needing to put distance between myself and that bar, between myself and Chloe. When I finally got home, the adrenaline crash hit me hard. I felt sick to my stomach, violated, exposed. I paced my apartment. The image of my face on her phone screen burned into my mind. My mind went straight to the internet. I had to know. I typed her name into GutGoo, into social media sites. Chloe, librarian. Her city? It took a while, sifting through common names. But eventually, I found her. She had a personal IUTB, full of cat pictures and book reviews, exactly as innocuous as her dating profile. But then, tucked away in her profile, was a link to another account. IUTB channel. My stomach dropped. I clicked it. The channel was called People Watching. It had a decent number of subscribers. And the videos, oh God, the videos, they were not about true crime. Not directly. They were social experiments. Observational studies. She would film unsuspecting people in public places, coffee shops, parks, libraries, sometimes even on dates. And then she would add her own commentary, analyzing their body language, their reactions, their responses to certain questions. She would create narratives about them, speculate about their lives, their personalities. And then I saw it, a new video, uploaded just a few hours ago. The title, The Guarded Gaze Deconstructing Trauma Responses on a First Date. My blood ran cold. My hands trembled so violently, I almost dropped my phone. I clicked on it, and there I was. My face, my expressions, my guarded answers, my attempt to deflect her questions about my past. Her voice, calm and clinical, narrating over the footage. Notice the subtle tension in his jaw here. She would say, the slight shift in his eyes when asked about vulnerability, a classic trauma response, indicating a past experience of significant emotional distress. It was not just the third date. It was the first coffee date, the second dinner date, every single interaction. She had recorded it all. She had been studying me, dissecting me, turning my attempts at normalcy into her content. My pain, my fear, my very real trauma. It was all just data for her twisted little project. I felt a scream building in my chest, but I could not let it out. I just stared at the screen, watching myself, watching her dissect me like a specimen under a microscope. She was not a monster in the traditional sense. She was not Mark, threatening physical harm. But in some ways, this felt even more insidious, more violating. She had not just taken pictures, she had taken me. She had taken my story, my vulnerability, and turned it into entertainment for strangers, without my consent, without my knowledge. I closed the video, my heart pounding, my hand shaking. I felt utterly exposed, stripped bare, the hope for normalcy, for connection that I had so desperately clung to, shattered into a million pieces. I thought about going to the police, But what would I say? My date filmed me without my consent and posted it online. They would probably laugh. It is public domain. Sir, you were in public. There is no law against filming in a coffee shop. They would dismiss me again. Just like with Mark, they would tell me I was overreacting, that I was crazy, and maybe, in their eyes, I was. I deleted all my dating apps again. This time, there was no hesitation, no lingering hope. The world, I realized, was full of different kinds of monsters. Some want to hurt you physically, some want to contain you, and some, like Chloe, want to consume you, exploit you, turn your very existence into their content. They leave no physical scars, no visible wounds, but they leave you feeling hollowed out, utterly exposed, and more alone than ever. The hypervigilance I would develop after Mark, it is not going away. It is just expanded. Now, every person I meet, every interaction I have, I wonder, am I being watched? Am I being recorded? Am I, without my knowledge, part of someone else's twisted show? And sometimes, no one believes the truth. Not even when it is staring them in the face. On an IUTB channel called People Watching. Alright, so if you've been following my story, you know things have not exactly been normal. After the whole Mark incident, where I was stalked and terrorized, I swore off relationships. Then, loneliness, that insidious little whisper, convinced me to try again. That led me to Chloe, the librarian with the People Watching IUTB channel, who turned my trauma into content. Yeah, real fun. After Chloe, I deleted every dating app, every social media account I could live without. I was done. Truly, irrevocably done. My hypervigilance was not just a coping mechanism. Anymore, it was a permanent fixture, a barbed wire fence around my mind. Every stranger was a potential threat. Every casual glance felt like an analysis. I was a wound that refused to heal, constantly picked at by the world. But here's the thing about humans, right? We are stupidly resilient, or maybe just stupidly hopeful. A few months passed. The silence in my apartment started to feel less like peace and more like a void. My friends, bless their hearts, kept trying to set me up, but the thought of a blind date made my stomach churn. I started seeing a therapist, trying to unpack all the layers of fear and distrust. She encouraged me to try to re-engage in small, safe ways, to not let fear win. And then, one particularly bleak Tuesday evening, after scrolling through endless happy couple photos on Instagram, which I know was a terrible idea, I found myself staring at the Tinder icon on my phone. Re-downloaded in a moment of weakness. Just a look. I told myself, just to see, to prove I was not completely broken. I made a new profile, stripped bare of anything too personal. Generic photos, generic interests. My bio was something bland like loves coffee, books, and long walks. I was searching for the human equivalent of plain toast. Someone utterly, unequivocally boring. Someone who would not even register on a People Watching channel. And that is when I saw Liam. His profile was, well, it was exactly what I was looking for. He was a software engineer, which immediately checked the stable. Probably spends a lot of time indoors box. His photos were well lit, professional, but not overly curated. He had a nice smile, kind eyes. He was holding a cat in one picture, a hiking stick in another. He looked safe, normal, predictable. His bio mentioned he liked coding, craft beer, and obscure documentaries. Nothing screamed red flag. Nothing even whispered it. He was not overtly handsome, in that way that sometimes makes you suspicious. He was just pleasant. We matched. His first message was simple: hey, your profile caught my eye. Love the hiking pic. It was innocuous, normal. We exchanged a few messages, mostly about our jobs, weekend plans, the weather. He seemed genuinely interested, but not overly so. He asked thoughtful questions, and his responses were coherent and grammatically correct, which, honestly, is a high bar on dating apps these days. After a few days of messaging, he suggested coffee. There's a great little place downtown. Super chill. He wrote, no pressure, just a chat. That sounded perfect. Low stakes. Public. Easy escape. My therapist would be proud. I thought I was putting myself out there. Slowly. Cautiously. The coffee shop was bustling, exactly as I liked it. I arrived a few minutes early, scanning the room, already feeling that familiar prickle of anxiety. When Liam walked in, he was exactly as he appeared in his photos, maybe a little taller. He had a friendly, slightly awkward smile. He spotted me, waved, and made his way over. Hey, you made it, he said, his voice a little deeper than I would imagined. Liam, great to finally meet you. Hi, Liam. I replied, forcing a smile. Good to meet you, too. We ordered our coffees. He remembered I would mention liking oat milk lattes, which was a nice touch, showing he would paid attention. My initial assessment good. Normal. The conversation flowed pretty easily. He talked about his work, about a recent trip he took, about his cat, Mittens. I talked about my job, my general interests. I kept things light, vague, and carefully curated. I did not mention Mark or Chloe. I did not mention my therapy. I was a carefully constructed facade of normalcy. But as we talked, little things started to register, like faint echoes in a quiet room. He had a way of looking at me, not overtly staring, but his gaze felt intense, like he was trying to solve a puzzle. I would catch his eyes, and he would not immediately look away. It was not aggressive, just unwavering. I chalked it up to him being genuinely engaged, maybe a little shy. My paranoia, I told myself, was just on high alert. He asked about my neighborhood. You mentioned you live in the area, right? I used to live around there. It is really nice. It was a casual comment, but it sent a tiny shiver down my spine. I had not specified where in the area, just a general part of town. I dismissed it. It is a big area. He probably just meant the vibe. He also had a peculiar habit of mirroring my movements. If I leaned forward, he would subtly lean forward. If I crossed my legs, a moment later, his legs would cross. It was not obvious, not like a caricature, but it was there, just under the surface. It is a known psychological trick. I reminded myself to build rapport. He is probably just trying to be engaging. The date lasted about an hour and a half. It felt long, but not unpleasantly so. When we were wrapping up, he said, I had a really great time. I would love to do this again. Maybe dinner sometime. Yeah, that sounds nice. I said, my voice perhaps a little too enthusiastic in my relief that the date was ending. I needed to decompress, to process the subtle oddities. He walked me to my car. Text me when you get home safe, he said, with that same intense gaze. I worry about you driving alone at night. It was a sweet sentiment, but it felt a little much for a first date. I will, I promised, and quickly got into my car. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I saw him still standing there, watching my car disappear down the street. A flicker of unease, quickly suppressed. He is just being polite. I told myself. A gentleman. I drove home. Try to shake off the weird feeling. My apartment felt like a sanctuary. I locked the door, double-checked it, and then went to the kitchen to make myself some tea. My phone buzzed. It was Liam. Home safe. Yep, just got in. Thanks for a nice time. I texted back. Try and keep it light. Good. Sweet dreams. He replied almost instantly. I put my phone down, a knot tightening in my stomach. The speed of his response. The sweet dreams, it felt a little too intimate. Too fast. But I was trying to be open, trying not to let my past experiences taint every new encounter. Maybe he was just an old-fashioned romantic. Maybe I was just hyper-paranoid. The next day, he texted again. Hey, thinking about you. Hope you have a great day. And then a few hours later, just saw a cat that reminded me of mittens. Made me smile. How's your day going? It was a lot of contact for someone I would only met once. I responded politely, but kept my replies brief. I felt a growing sense of discomfort. It was not aggressive, but it was relentless. It felt like he was trying to weave himself into the fabric of my day. Even though we barely knew each other, he suggested dinner for our second date. I agreed, trying to push past my growing apprehension. Maybe he just really liked me. Maybe I was overthinking everything. The dinner date was at a moderately upscale Italian place. Again, public, well lit. Liam was charming, attentive. He ordered for me, saying, I remember you mentioned you like pasta, and this place has the best carbonara. I had not mentioned pasta or carbonara. I had mentioned I liked Italian food generally, but not a specific dish. Oh, really? I said, trying to sound casual. How did you know that? He gave a small, almost imperceptible smile. Just a good guess. I suppose. I am pretty good at reading people. My heart gave a little lurch. Reading people. Chloe had been reading people too. Had not she? I forced myself to breathe. No, this was different. He was not recording me. He was just trying to impress me. Throughout dinner, his comments became more specific. He asked if I still went to the gym near the grocery store on Elm Street. I had never mentioned that gym. I did go there, but I would never told him. How did you know about that gym? I asked, my voice a little tighter than I intended. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Oh, I must have heard you mention it sometime. Or maybe I saw you there. It is a popular spot. I knew for a fact I had not mentioned it, and I was certain I would never seen him there. My gym clothes are usually a hat, an oversized hoodie. I make an effort to be inconspicuous. My appetite vanished. I picked at my carbonara, my mind racing. This was not normal. This was not just enthusiasm. This was too much. He was too observant, too knowledgeable about details I had not shared. I actually need to head out soon, I said, cutting him off mid-sentence. Early start tomorrow. His smile faltered slightly. Already, we just got the main course. Yeah, sorry. It has been a long day. I tried to sound apologetic, but inside, a full-blown alarm was blaring. He paid the bill, still smiling, but there was a new edge to his gaze, something I could not quite place. He insisted on walking me to my car, which was parked a few blocks away. I tried to protest, but he was insistent. It is dark. I want to make sure you get there safely. As we walked, he kept talking, his voice a low murmur beside me. You know, he said, I really feel like we have a connection, a deep one. I feel like I know you, almost better than you know yourself. My blood ran cold. Better than you know yourself. That was the exact kind of manipulative garbage Mark used to say. And Chloe had claimed to understand my trauma responses better than I did. I think we are still getting to know each other. Liam, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. It takes time. He just smiled. For some people. Maybe. But for us, I did not think so. I feel like I have known you forever. We reached my car. I fumbled with my keys, my hand shaking slightly. Thanks for dinner. Liam, I said, trying to end it quickly. He leaned in, his face close to mine, his eyes, in the dim streetlight, seemed to glint. I will see you soon, he whispered, then pressed a soft, lingering kiss to my cheek. I recoiled slightly, muttered a quick goodbye, and practically dove into my car. I locked the doors, my heart hammering against my ribs. I started the engine, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I glanced in my rear-view mirror. Liam was standing there, under the street lamp, watching me. He did not wave. He did not move. He just stood there, a dark silhouette against the glow of the city, watching. I sped out of there, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and confusion. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that something was deeply wrong. He knew too much. He was too intense. That I will see you soon was not a casual goodbye, it felt like a promise. A threat. I drove home, taking a convoluted route, checking my mirrors constantly. I did not see anyone following me. The streets were mostly empty. The relief, when I finally pulled into my driveway, was immense. My apartment building is a small, older complex. I live on the ground floor, which I usually love because it means no stairs. But suddenly, the thought of having ground-level windows felt like a vulnerability. I practically sprinted from my car to my front door, fumbling with my keys, my heart still pounding. The porch light flickered on as I approached, casting long, dancing shadows. I shoved the key into the lock, turned it, and burst inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I leaned against it, breathing heavily, my eyes darting around familiar comfort of my living room. Safe. I was safe. I triple-checked the locks, including the deadbolt and the chain. Then I went to each window, ensuring they were all securely latched, pulling the blinds down tight. My hands were still trembling. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a fight or flight response that refused to subside. I tried to rationalize it. He was just a little intense, a little socially awkward. Maybe he probably just really liked me. My past trauma was making me overreact. That is what my therapist would say. Right? Do not let fear win. But the details gnawed at me. The gym, the pasta, the knowing me better than I know myself. The way he just stood there, watching me leave. I walked into my kitchen, needing a glass of water to calm my nerves. The kitchen window looks out onto a small patch of grass and a low shrub, beyond which is the parking lot. It is usually a peaceful view. I poured myself a glass of water, my hand still shaking slightly. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I walked over to the kitchen counter, my back to the window. I felt exposed, even with the blinds down. It was an irrational feeling, but I could not shake it. I turned to face the window, my eyes drawn to the small gap where the blinds did not quite meet at the bottom, just a tiny sliver of darkness visible. Outside, I told myself to ignore it, to go to bed, to try and forget about Liam. But I could not. Something compelled me to look closer, to press my eye to the gap, and that is when I saw him. He was standing there, in the narrow strip of grass just outside my kitchen window, not in the parking lot, not near my car. Right there, less than 10 feet from my window. Liam, he was just standing there, perfectly still, facing my apartment. His hands were in his pockets. His head was slightly tilted, as if listening. My heart did not just pound, it seized. It felt like a giant, icy hand had clamped around it, squeezing every ounce of blood from my veins. The air rushed out of my lungs in a silent gasp. He was not moving. He was not doing anything overtly threatening. He was just there. And then, slowly, his head turned. His eyes, even in the dim light filtering from the street lamps, seemed to pierce through the blinds, through the glass, straight into mine. It felt like he knew I was looking, like he had been waiting for me to look. A slow, deliberate smile spread across his face. It was not the friendly, slightly awkward smile from our first date. It was wide, utterly devoid of warmth, and utterly terrifying. It was a smile of a predator who had found its prey. He raised a hand, slowly, deliberately, not to wave, but to tap the window. Just once. A soft tap. The sound, though muffled by the glass, resonated through my entire body, vibrating through the floorboards, through my bones. It was a declaration, an announcement. I am here. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, scrambling away from the window like a cornered animal. I fell to the floor, my knees hitting the linoleum with a sickening thud. I crawled, blindly, instinctively, away from the window, away from him. My breath hitched in my throat. Tears sprang to my eyes, hot and stinging. It was happening again. The invasion, the violation, the terror of being watched, studied, hunted. I scrambled on my hands and knees to the living room, fumbling for my phone. My fingers were numb, clumsy. I dialed 911, my voice a ragged whisper when the dispatcher finally answered. Someone's outside my window. I choked out, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound coherent. He was my Tinder date. He is just standing there. The dispatcher was calm, professional. Madam, can you describe him? Is he trying to get in? No, I whispered, my eyes darting towards the kitchen, expecting to see his face press against the glass. He is just watching. He tapped the window. She asked for my address. I rattled it off, my voice trembling. Did he follow you home? I do not know. I sobbed. I took a long way. I thought I was safe. Stay on the line. Madam, do you have any weapons? Anything you can defend yourself with? I looked around my apartment, suddenly seeing it as a flimsy shell, not a sanctuary. A kitchen knife, a heavy book. What would that do against someone who had just stood outside my window, smiling, knowing I was there? No, I whispered, just get here. I stayed on the line, huddled on the floor behind my sofa, my ears straining, listening for any sound from outside. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside sent a fresh wave of panic through me. Was he still there? Was he trying the door? Was he just waiting? The minutes stretched into an eternity. I could hear the dispatcher's calm voice, a lifeline in the darkness. But my mind was a whirlwind of terror. Mark, Chloe, and now Liam. It was a relentless cycle. Finally, I heard sirens in the distance, growing louder, closer. My heart leaped with a desperate hope. I crawled to the front door. Peeking through the peephole, 2 police cars pulled up, their lights flashing, painting my quiet street in alternating hues of red and blue. I unlocked the door, my hands still shaking, and let the officers in. They were kind, their faces grim as I recounted the story. Pointing towards a kitchen window, they checked outside. They searched the perimeter of the building. They found nothing. There is no one here. Madam, one of them said gently, shining his flashlight into the shrubbery. Are you sure you saw him? Yes, I cried, my voice cracking. I saw him. He was standing right there. He smiled at me. He tapped the window. They took my statement, Liam's name, his profile picture from Tinder, which I had thankfully not deleted yet. They promised to look into it, to contact him, to issue a warning. But there was nothing concrete. No proof he had done anything illegal. Technically, just standing, just watching. They left, leaving me alone in my apartment, which now felt colder, emptier, and infinitely more terrifying than before. I did not sleep that night. I sat on my sofa, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, staring at the kitchen window, at the gap in the blinds, at the darkness beyond. The next morning, I called my work and told them I would not be in. I called my landlord, explaining I needed to move. I did not care about my lease. I could not stay there. Not after that. I blocked Liam on every platform. Deleted Tinder again. This time for good. I changed my number. I started looking for apartments in a completely different part of the city, preferably on an upper floor, with a secured entry. The police did contact Liam. He denied everything, claimed he had just been driving by after dropping a friend off, saw my car, and thought about saying hello, but decided against it. He said he never got out of his car, never approached my window, said I was clearly mistaken or overreacting. They could not prove anything, and that is the insidious horror of it. He was technically innocent, but I knew what I saw. I knew the smile. I knew the tap. I moved a week later. I installed a security camera system in my new place. I stopped going out alone at night. Every shadow, every unexpected sound sends a jolt of fear through me. My hypervigilance is not just permanent, now it is a cage built by Mark, reinforced by Chloe, and slammed shut by Liam. I still sometimes catch myself glancing out my windows, especially at night, and sometimes in the deepest, darkest hours. I swear I can see a faint reflection, a shadow of a smile, just beyond the glass, waiting, always waiting. And I know, with chilling certainty, that I will never truly be safe again. Not really, because some people do not need to break in to invade your life. They just need to stand outside your window and smile